In the Conan universe, there are over 64 canon gods worshipped by humanity. Today, I'm finally proud to release the final version of this list and its associated theory crafting. This video is also intended as a podcast/sleep aid for those who use my videos in such a way. As a result, there will be no intro bumper, which usually signifies the beginning of the body of the video. In place of that, I merely wish to tell you, all of you, my viewers, my patrons, and my channel members, thank you for your support. It means the world to me. You are the reason this channel exists at all. Thank you very much for watching, and stay tuned to the channel for other projects, like the Complete Guide to the Dreamlands, All Magic in Conan, and the Conan Bestiary series. I also have a grimdark rewrite of Star Wars if you're interested. Anyway, let's begin. In an effort to keep things very simple, remember that there are 3 different soft categories that we can put Conan gods into. The first are divine gods, which can be characterized as human positive figures that belong to a respective unique to them realm of order or nature. So the Great Bear would technically belong to this. If you want, you can do a 4th category, which would be sort of like shamanistic gods. Again, it's very soft. Shamanistic would be probably in between Great Old One and divine, but does that really make much sense? Maybe due to age, but that's not really what Great Old One refers to, as we'll get into in a second. The second are demon gods, defined by an anti-human view and their connection to various hell dimensions referred to collectively as the Outer Dark, which all dark magic risks contact with. We went over that in our Guide to Magic in Conan. Last are Great Old Ones, defined by being referred to as either beyond space or time. This can be a reference to Indara, the dream realm of demons in Conan, or Kuth, the star girdle, the dream realm of humans, also called simply the Dreamlands in Conan. I'm going to leave it up to you and your headcanon which is which, as while some are obvious, others not so much. This is just a simple mechanism if you're constructing a list of your own to use in the future. These are all very soft, and it is important to remember that Conan is a sword and sorcery, low fantasy, and I have a separate video on the low fantasy nature of Conan universe. And that doesn't necessarily mean there's not a lot of magic, but rather that there's a lot of mysteries surrounding the greater entities in the world that you can interact with. Yes, this is real, but it's real in the sense that it's a known unknown. Also, this is a good time to mention I'm doing a more long form as I go through this script version of this video, and this is because I'm getting over some sickness, so I want to exercise the good old throat, because this is the first time I've been able to say complete sentences, and it's really fun. It's really great to be able to talk without coughing up a lung. It's awesome. To begin, one of the oldest and most popular religious archetypes that humans have taken comfort in is that of the Skyfather. In the modern study of gods, you may describe this archetype as Zeus from Hellenism or Yahweh from the Abrahamic faith. However, in the world of Conan, this figure is represented by Mitra, also called Ibis by the Stygians, and Vulca during the Thurian Age. He is often known to work miracles of healing, and whose icon is a great bronze statue of a bearded man or an eagle with scales representing law in front of it. His followers have been known to be able to rebuke the wicked with holy power, using it to increase his or her physical abilities in some cases, as shown in Age of Conan. The values of Mitra worshippers are following the law or legalism, humility, poverty, monotheism, meaning there can be no god besides Mitra, and mercy. Much like many faiths today, Mitra followers believe that he will banish the wicked to a hell dimension, and that those who live lives of charity and virtue, also assumedly applying to sexual virtue, but we'll get into that later, will be saved in a kind of heaven. He asks nothing more than you living by his teachings and praying in his name. This should be the most relatable god for those familiar with modern religions. This god was originally spread by the Hyperboreans at the dawn of the Hyborian Age, giving it their name, or giving the age its name, before the downfall of their culture due to the rise of the White Hand. Through the colonization that gives the Hyborian Age its name, it is now worshipped all throughout the Western world and some parts of the Middle East by many different cultures, including the Vendhyans, who are often wrongfully stereotyped when they go out of their land as worshippers of Set because they come from the east, but actually they were one of the first cultures to adopt Mitra worship and adopt him into their pantheon with their god Asura as his father, who we will get into later. Alright, so to really understand Mitra is to understand Robert E. Howard's view of cyclical history, which is that every race, every culture that he talks about, whether it's the serpent men or it's a culture of humans, start off building a culture, increasing their intellect, increasing that level of high culture, and then slowly devolve and ruin their own civilization as they become decadent. The entire moral of the Conan universe, whether Conan is involved or not, is always going to be about how your civilization and everything you do needs to complement the natural struggle and growth of life. And as soon as it stops doing that, as soon as you transcend that struggle, you become decadent. And as soon as you become decadent, you no longer have to adapt. You adapt solely for your own pleasure. And as you do that, you devolve into a lesser creature. And the belief he had, and this can be shown in his later character Solomon Kane, who's a very religious Christian Puritan, an ex-pirate, I believe, though I could be wrong about that because I'm not familiar as much with Solomon Kane, but he is a Christian Puritan, and his belief, Robert E. Howard, was that these values existed before the time of Christ and would be recreated throughout all of history. If you want to go a bit further, and you want to say, well, okay, wait a minute, it's the Skyfather archetype, you just talked about that, that can also be represented by Zeus and all these other figures. Well, those figures were also, if we could dispel some myths about ancient history, look up the Lex Scantinia. For anyone who ever told you that the Greeks or the Romans were these insane sex fiends, long before the time of Christian Rome, we can see that they were actually very hyper-conservative and believed in the punishment of sexual criminals to the utmost of the law, which often meant execution. So we can actually see a kind of narrative developing in cyclical history, or at least in Robert E. Howard's view of history, that these would be the values recreated throughout all of history, eventually leading to the Christian world, which he had a lot of respect for, through Mitra. So you have a lot of guardians who are devoted to Mitra, who are effectively the knights in Age of Conan, but you also have, well, literal knights, Aquilonian knights, who served under Conan, who would have worshipped Mitra because Mitra is the dominant god of that country. Of course, the philosophy of Crom would become popular after Conan takes the throne. We'll get to Crom a little bit later. But if you really want to understand it, and you really just want an intuitive grasp of Mitra, think a conservative interpretation of Zeus or Jupiter mixed with the Catholic Christian Roman view. And then you'd have that. You'd have Mitra. Of course, Ahura Mazda and various other Middle Eastern sky fathers can be used as a substitute here. Ra, of course, would be also something that he would later influence if you want to connect Mitra to his later incarnations in history. But these are the things to think about when role-playing a devout worshiper of Mitra. And of course, you can also have different spins on this. Corruption is, of course, in play, and we'll be talking about that as we get through here, especially next we're talking about Set. So let's get into that. Archenemy of Mitra and the grandfather of the serpent men, who are also the archenemy of humanity, is the snake god Set, who is currently also the chief deity of Stygia. Priests of Set, called Tempests, have been able to shapeshift into a visage of their god by turning into a giant serpent. They have also been known to conjure lightning from the sky. If Mitra fills the role of the Sky Father, then Set fills the role of its opposite, the Chaos Serpent or Dragon of Chaos, a monster that, should it achieve its goals, horrible fates will befall humanity. It should be no surprise that this god's grandchildren would enslave humanity for a time, and that it is known as a demon god. Set in some cases is also called Yig in esoteric circles and Damballa in the Black Kingdoms. That should not be confused with Yog, a cannibal god who we'll get into later in this list. The nature of Set is one that can be described as self-serving, making him a good choice to be the deity most favored by the equally Machiavellian sorcerer Thoth Amon, the sort of sorcerer parallel to Conan's barbarian, who eventually becomes the chief religious authority of Stygia. I call him Snake Pope. I will never apologize for calling him Snake Pope. He is Snake Pope, after the banning of the worship of Ibis or Mitra, which he does as a Snake Pope. Set favors the practice of sorcery, the gaining of personal power, slavery or death of humanity, and the serpent men inheriting the earth. Future scholars will associate him with the Lovecraftian trickster faceless god, Nyarlathotep, also called the Black Pharaoh, which also makes him a shoo-in to be a great old one in addition to being a demon god. Remember, soft categories, that's why. Set being claimed as one of his aspects during this time. And so when it comes to, this is a great opportunity to talk about Lovecraft as a supplement versus Lovecraft as a main sort of source, if you will. And that is to say that this is totally different if you view, Set from a Lovecraft-centric perspective versus a Conan-centric perspective. Something like this. We go down to, I'll say, born, you have this thing, born from Azathoth, if we use the Nyarlathotep lore instead of Set being its primary thing, because there are clear aesthetics and clear archetypes associated with Set that just aren't associated as much with Nyarlathotep. Both have a very serpentine appearance, but Nyarlathotep is meant to be this larger, greater entity. I mean, just reading a little bit of the wiki here. And where Nyarlathotep went, rest vanished, for the small hours were rent with the screams of nightmare. And so he's just an openly negative deity. And so you can say that on a level that, Nyarlathotep has this element to him that does not favor anyone, but Set clearly has a connection to the Serpent Men, and Set clearly has a connection to sorcerers, and Set is this aspect of Nyarlathotep that's capable of respecting when a sorcerer or a person with a desire for power is genuinely motivated and willing to trick and lie and steal and cheat and screw over his fellow man to get that power. He has respect for that and will gift that person with power, especially if they do so in his name. So this is definitely a big difference from, say, Nyarlathotep as being the main source, and then we get Set from him. I would say use Set as the main thing. If you're playing a Set-focused character or a Tempest of Set, he's not there to worship Nyarlathotep. He is there to worship Set. If there are some aspects of Nyarlathotep, and of course I'm not trying to dampen your creativity, if there are some aspects of Nyarlathotep you want to bring into Set, I will always, of course, be pro that. But this is just one of the things to keep in mind. This is a god of sorcerers. This is a god that has very ill intent towards humanity, to the point where the entire culture, his son Sligoth, and the beings that Sligoth created, the first generation of serpent men who are created through the non-consensual form of the sex, and then they inevitably had a species, because we do see they lay eggs everywhere. They're a species in their own right. They don't have to go out and steal women to make more of them. But the nature of them. And then there's also Sandy Peterson has a great video on the serpent men from the perspective of Yig, and from the perspective of what it takes to create Yig. Yig as an entity in his own right over there in the Lovecraft world. So this is just a note on continuity. Set is his own thing. Because Set is his own thing, you want to keep him as the primary focus of your roleplay. I suppose the main thing I'm trying to get at is what's lost when we say Set has to be Nyarlathotep, is the roleplay opportunity to say Set respects the self-serving. Set is primarily not an entity of pure negativity where everything dies around him, but rather one that is deeply misanthropic. It hates humanity. It wants to deal a death blow to humanity. And within the context of Conan, that is the role Set plays. It's not necessarily meant to be, I called him an an old one previously. He's actually an outer god, but he's not meant to be the outer god creature that just negatively destroys everything. So if you want to have the Nyarlathotep connection there, I would say keep it esoteric, keep it there as a shadowy thing, but really when it comes right down to it, it's your game, play how you want, but this is just I want to get that setting right, I want to get that feel right, and as far as Set goes, it's a misanthropic snake god, not a truly nihilistic outer god. We come now to the ethnic homeland of the famous adventurer Conan, Cimmeria. Contrary to what those who have only seen the movies may believe, this misty, gray-weathered land is home to more than just Crom. Much like their western neighbors in the Pictish wilderness, many Cimmerians are primitive animists. This means they practice the earliest religion known to man, where all forms of life have souls and everything is a potential god. Most popular among these would be the cults of the Great Bear, led by those self-explanatory wise men known as bear shamans. The bear has been used in countless cultures to represent love, protection of family, and might. Blessed with very minor shape-changing abilities, the bear shaman may summon forth the bear's claws, his mystic winds to heal others, or, of course, the physical strength of a bear to defend his home. The philosophy of bear followers revolves around being one with nature, respecting their place in it through the dual-sided philosophy of tranquility and fury. Very straightforward. The tribal bear shaman merely believes in benefiting his tribe or family and destroying those that would harm them. Primal rites or prayers would include induced madness by going into a berserker rage to call forth the might of their god, along with using carved bear totems as symbols of their faith. Tranquility for the tribe, fury for the enemies of the tribe, and respect for the cycle of life. That is how the Great Bear wants you to live. Now, there is a lot to talk about with the Great Bear. Why is this unique? Because look, animism is something very good in the Conan setting. I've said before, there are several Marvel characters that if you wanted to homebrew in the Hyborian Age, you could. Black Panther is easy to homebrew. Panther Shaman, very easy. You can use the Great Bear as a template for that. But with actual Great Bear cults, in history, there actually have been, or maybe there aren't. Anthropologists still argue today over whether the ceremonially arranged shrine-like burials of bear skulls and bear bones constitute a religion of Homo neanderthalensis or Neanderthals. And it's why in anthropology classes today, if you take cultural anthropology, you will still be asked the philosophical question and asked to pontificate upon the philosophical question, were the Neanderthals human? And one of the big things, one of the big differentiations for this, for a lot of people, is did they have a cohesive religion and a religious instinct? That's why it's such a big deal for them. But one of the things I feel like is really great with the Great Bear, and I feel like is something you should take advantage of, it's not something in Age of Conan, but it's definitely great for roleplay purposes, which is creating, and it definitely fits the aesthetic of the bear shaman, but you don't have to be a bear shaman to be a bear follower, of course. You can be a barbarian who's a bear follower, you can be a conqueror who's a bear follower, of course. But have a shrine set up, and either it's a gargantuan bear skull, like just a big cave bear, which is like the biggest creature known to man. Our relation to these animals, if we believe the narrative, which we might for this Conan roleplay, if we believe the narrative that the Neanderthals did worship these bears, it's easy to see why. If your biggest tool is a flint spear, you're not going to do much to a cave bear, which is bigger than any bear we know of today, and just like the bear cult, was actually found all throughout the East, Middle East, and West. So there's no reason for you to keep this being a Sumerian thing. There's no reason why bear, because this is partially historical fiction, the Hyborian Age is 10,000 BC, there's no reason bear shaman people could not exist in Lemuria or the Yamatai lands. It could not exist in the Middle East. That obviously could be there, and everywhere around there. But the thing is, it's not hard to see why, because obviously this was the closest thing primitive man, cavemen, knew to a tank. This was a tank to cavemen. That's what it was. And when we think of cavemen, we're thinking of Neanderthals in an academic sense. And it's just beautiful, because in addition to that intense bloodthirsty power, bears have good memories, meaning that if any of these people, and many of them were wise enough to learn the behavior and habits of bears and track them, trying to figure out their weaknesses, what they would see is what many grizzly bears do today, which is that they're going to take their cubs to their favorite spots. They're going to exhibit empathy and human-like behavior. So in addition to being the closest thing primitive man knew to a tank, they are also very human and empathetic and sympathetic, and even have the ability, when you look at their cubs, to elicit a mammalian cuteness response, which we know is cross-mammalian. So whether you consider Neanderthals humans or subhuman, it does not matter, because they would still find the baby bear to be cute. You would find the baby bear to be cute. It would be something that instigates a feeling of empathy and humanity with this animal that could crush your skull. All right, and the last note on the bear shaman is actually this, or the bear follower in general. And that's how bears relate if we're keeping it in Samaria for a Sumerian specific, or even if you wanted to do a bear shaman that was a bit more further north, Vanaheim or Asgard. Bears show up in Norse mythology, but never as, like, this is the god of bears. There is the king of bears in Hindu mythology, which I forgot the name of, but he helps Hanuman become the god of courage. Anyway, it's not important. What is important, well, that is important actually for roleplay if you want to do Eventide bear shaman, which is very possible. But for a Norse-style bear shaman, bears show up in Norse mythology, but not as a specific god. And this is very interesting because they're always a sign of divinity. And one of the reasons I'm so confident in my understanding of the cave bear as being this big sign of this, like, just it's an intuitive understanding of the cave bear, but the leftover of that is this image of this thing that humans have this inherent respect for that they wouldn't just associate with power. It's important to remember the empathy aspect of it. They associate it with positive power, great power. To be blessed by a bear is a great thing. You are associated with divinity. And that's another reason we can put the great bear in the divine category. A destroyer deity, and easily the god I have the worst grasp on of this list, despite him easily being my favorite god, whose worship throughout the practice of soul-warping heraldry goes back to the time before the sinking of Atlantis, is the brimstone fire squid known as Zotli. He is also called the Black Kraken of Atlantis. Described as being beyond the realm of hell and earth, Zotli is without a doubt the first and possibly only entity related to the dream realm of demons we are exploring on this list, being described as of the Elder Night. Zotli is also described as being beyond space and time, making him a possible Great Old One, as we are defining Great Old Ones on this list, which is, I know, a gross generality that throws in other Lovecraftian entities. And the Lovecraft people, I apologize so deeply to you. I don't apologize because that's bad energy, but it's still a thing. I understand what I'm doing wrong. This is one of the many examples of soft categories being a good idea, as it can be debated whether Marvel's view of him as a demon god or the Hyborian view of him as though like he's some form of unnamed, a great old one, is correct, because it's clearly some mix between the two. He's clearly in that middle ground. This is why in that beginning of the video you saw the slide. His Herald Zotli helmet is in that middle place, because you cannot place this guy down. It's so hard. While the powers of his more demonologist followers, such as the conjuration and breathing of fire, are known, the exact tenets of what Zotli wants are not, except to turn you into like a really cool half-demon that you can do in Age of Conan, which is why I'm playing a Herald of Zotli, and I'm not regretting it. His heralds are known to be aspects of his wrath when taking on the half-demon form you can find in Age of Conan. Given that this is the part of himself that he chooses to share with humanity, we can assume that much like many cults of Yog-Sothoth in the Cthulhu mythos, Zotli encourages destruction. However, there is obvious ambiguity here. Like many old ones, Zotli is a morally gray but negatively affecting humanity figure. Human sacrifice during the time of Atlantis was once done in his name. He likes destruction and favors mighty warriors, while his cults are primarily centered in modern Set-controlled Stygia and the Antillean Isles east of the tropical Tortage. Many of his worshippers, like those of Set, are sorcerers, or more specifically demonologists, specializing in heraldry, which I went over in our guide to magic, but heraldry is the fusing of your soul with an otherworldly entity. As a result, we will say that Zotli favors destruction, which can be channeled in any direction, sorcery, which can be used for good or evil, and war, which can be waged for any reason. Destroy everything and leave nothing alive. That is what Zotli might want. And we say might want because he is possibly a very weird creature. He's most likely from the dream realm of demons. And I say that because when we talk about the dreams, we talk about the dreamlands, we talk about Kuth the Star Girdle, we talk about the old ones, and we talk about them in relation to Conan, we're talking about the dream realm itself, not necessarily, and this is actually, there is a great, the entirety of the Randolph Carter series for Lovecraft's writings is amazing, and I will always recommend it. It's easily my favorite of his works. All of his stories involving Randolph Carter. But the Dream Quest, we see that this is kind of like a thing where, yes, all these entities existed before humanity, so why do the dream realms exist in general in relation to them? Why are they connected to the dream realms? The dream realms exist as kind of a gateway to commune with these figures, not necessarily the primary place of their residence, but a gateway to them. Where they come from, we don't know. We shouldn't know, because that's the fun of it. Zotli is a very mysterious but obviously destructive figure. He is, as we said at the beginning of this video, one of those known unknowns. We know he destroys, we don't know why. Unlike Yog-Sothoth, who I did kind of wrongfully compare him to, I would say in the script, not fully. There is definitely a relation there, but the difference is this. We only know one conscious thing about Zotli. He wants destruction. We don't know if Yog-Sothoth wants destruction. We know that Yog-Sothoth cultists are inspired to end the world, not necessarily that that's his will. Anyway, let's move on. Now I will tell you something very scary. No one in this world can you trust. Not men, not women, and not beasts, but steel. Steel you can trust. These were the words of Conan's father to his son in the cinematic, non-canon version of the character explaining the riddle of steel, the second half of which was explained by that Thulsa Doom quote at the beginning of the video from the same movie. Flesh is stronger. The riddle of steel is actually fairly simple, being found on a battlefield and forged from one's will while being used as the primary tool for getting what you want. Steel is your willpower or fully developed self. A strong person is like steel. This religion worships self-empowerment through self-improvement. It is not clear, nor should it ever be, whether or not Crom is a true powerful god whose tenets make it so he will never interfere in his followers' lives, or he was merely a myth of a great man who was turned into a god over time after his death. While there have been powerful entities, a storm god specifically, calling itself Crom in the Conan comics specifically to help seal away beings such as Shub-Niggurath, this interpretation is still up to you. This could be a prototypical version of possibly one of the incarnations of a Skyfather later who could possibly not be Mitra, but I don't want to disrespect Mitra for this list. You're in the Hyborian age, your Skyfather is probably going to be Mitra. A more Nietzschean variation or atheistic variation of that would probably be Crom, and a more warlike version of that we'll get to later would probably be Ymir, kind of a proto-Odin. But anyway, his followers believe in becoming strong through self-reliance, self-discipline, and self-mastery. If you know this path to be true, then you know that Crom, who lives in the earth, is your god. Followers of Crom believe they will enter a Valhalla-like paradise upon death if they can answer the riddle of steel correctly, effectively being strong in all matters of will to power. With Crom, when it comes to the Conan comics and his representation in the Conan comics, as we did go over, he was also a storm god. So if you also want to look at history and what storm gods were in addition, and that does play into Cimmeria. Cimmeria is constantly talked about. It's a misty, cloudy, gray, clouded land of Cimmeria. It's a land of storms in that way. They have gods of the ocean, a god of the ocean who we'll get to later, who also blesses warriors and is also seen as a metaphor for magic users. This is a very watery, stormy place. So that works out very well. Again, if you wanted to be a Cimmerian purist, a lot of the gods on this list, because the two most fleshed out cultures in all of Conan, easily, are Cimmeria and not Aquilonia. Aquilonia is pretty straightforward, but Stygia. And that shouldn't be surprising, because basically the two main characters of the Conan universe, Thoth-Amon and Conan, come from these two cultures. And while everything else is definitely very cool, these are going to be where a lot of these gods come from. This is why I always feel like it's very important for me to express further how these gods can be applied to different places, especially since we look at the origins of Mitra. Mitra started from the Hyperboreans, and now there isn't a single soul across the Middle East and West of the Conan universe, and possibly the East as well, who hasn't at least heard the name Mitra. It's the Jesus meme. You know the name Jesus even if you don't go to the church on Sunday. Anyway, when it comes to Crom, just an encounter with Conan could easily create a cult of Crom worshippers or Crom philosophers who seek, trial by combat and heroism. And there's just a lot of opportunity for a Crom cult to develop. And again, if you want to look at storm gods throughout history, we're talking about themes of growth in terms of crops and weather blessings and things of that nature. So definitely there's room for a more traditional, again, Sky Father archetype variant here, where ultimately only by proving yourself through great combat and great self-improvement and self-mastery and getting over vices and becoming a stronger person are you deemed worthy enough to have good weather for your crops or good weather for anything that you require or need, and you will have the blessings of Crom, perhaps, but that would kind of go against a lot of what we see in Conan Exiles, and this is actually something I wanted to bring up as well. Conan Exiles is super inspired by the Conan movies, and that's one of the things people have been vocal about on my videos, and since I'm doing this in a more podcasty format, When it comes to Crom, that's absolutely true. You have two directions you can go with this god. Personally, the way I've always played it, if you've seen What is Canon in Conan video, my What is Canon in Conan video, then you know that I primarily use Howard's initial writings. This is one area where I make the exception, and I say that the cinematic movie version is just so much more resonating. It's so much more beautiful and powerful. And while Schwarzenegger did a phenomenal job portraying Conan, the reality is the majority feel of that movie is based around the Riddle of Steel and based around Crom worship. It's easily a beautiful, fleshed out version of it. It's one area where I make that exception. But usually I go Howard, then Lovecraft, then Marvel. And that's just, innovation without violation, as long as it complements the themes. We'll get a bit more definitely into that when we start talking about Bor or Thor, Marvel Thor's grandpa in this list. But yeah, that's Crom. I hope you enjoy Crom. I hope you worship Crom. Crom's pretty great. You don't have to do anything to worship Crom. It just means, I hope you do self-improvement. It's pretty great. Now we return once again to that land of sorcery and serpents known as Stygia, as well as the proto-Abrahamic land of Shem, to examine the dusky goddess Derketo. Once thought to be two deities, it is perhaps through the power of worship itself that she became one, a goddess of sex called Derketo, and a goddess of death called Derketa. Over time, Derketo merely became her Shemite and Cushite name, while Stygia would refer to her as Derketa. She is often said to be the wife of Dagon in some pantheons, the father of the fishmen known as Deep Ones, which is very interesting, as this further fleshes out Stygia as a sorcerous land where all the dark gods are worshipped freely in a one-for-all polytheistic style, at least in Stygia's current dilapidated, culturally degraded state. However, Derketo worshippers and Set worshippers are known to hold each other in social contempt, like a perceived class system where Derketites are viewed as decadent or foolish. She is also referred to as Set's whore as an insult for different reasons depending on the person saying it and the culture they come from. While Derketo might seem enticing to some at first, this primarily Shemite dark goddess has sinister practices associated with it, as is delusionally exclaimed by an insane priestess in the Slithering Shadow. Before I had known 15 summers, I had been initiated into the mysteries. Those mysteries are the hierarchy of most Derketo worshippers, being led through levels of sexual rituals, often at a very early age, on a path to what they view as enlightenment. If you're looking for a goddess to use in an evil cult against your heroes in a grimdark tabletop setting, I would say you found it. Derketo worshippers value necromantic sorcery, knowledge of all kinds, and of course, hedonistic sex or orgies. When it comes to differences in Derketo worship, the three big questions you want to be asking yourself if you're a follower of this god is she a part of a pantheon? What culture am I coming from? Is this the idea? Because we know that the names eventually settled on the over time, Derketo became her Cushite and Shemite name. So if you're coming from Cush or Shem, then primarily you would want to say that she was the goddess of sex, primarily focused on sex worship, but then in Stygia, she would be primarily focused on necromancy. And now we can see how, because this would be her goddess of death form, which would be Derketa. And this is very helpful because now we can see where she lines up in the Stygian pantheon. So she can be called Set's whore here because they think of, oh, they're necromancers like us, but they do the creepy sex stuff. And of course, the third question is there ethics involved here? Are there genuine ethics involved here? Knowledge of all kinds mixed with the practitioner of sorcery, there is ambiguity there for you to change things. One thing that it's good to talk about now, because we're about to get into it with Jebel Sog, is that demons in both the Conan and Marvel universe used to be very physical entities on Earth, at least when we're talking about pure demons, so we don't actually get a lot of chances to talk about here, because a lot of them qualify as great old ones on this list. But when it comes to pure demons, they used to exist as physical entities on this Earth before a series of now extinct or obsolete light gods banished them to hell. And this was a large war that was viewed as a traumatic genocide to a lot of these people. And so when they died, these very human demons became these traumatized, bloodthirsty, grotesque figures, as we're about to see with Jebel Sog, that also has its own origins. Actually, the series Hellstrom, before it got canceled, which focused on the character of Damien Hellstorm, or Hellstorm from Marvel, did the demon backstory pretty well from Marvel, which is it was just a huge war. And then everything you know is gone. For Derketo, the way she most likely contextualized this, or the entity that would later manifest itself as the goddess Derketo as humans know it, because obviously we have that cultural history of two deities, we're talking about a thing that probably thought the only way to connect to others was through sex. So adding this kind of inherent feeling of trauma and sexual trauma to Derketo herself, or the entity known as Derketo, currently known as Derketo, is something very interesting. But are there ethics involved? Meaning, at least, do they stick an 18-plus warning on your Derketo worship? Is this solely an adult cult? Meaning that, it's easy to take this cult, as I'm trying to find a loophole, because I know a lot of you freaks out there, you chose Derketo when you played Conan Exiles because you want to build your sex palace, and I'm trying to find a way for, if you want to play a morally ambiguous to kind of somewhat good sex cultist, hedonistic sex cultist, how could you do that? That's why I'm trying to lawyer this for you, and I shouldn't be. You're playing a bad guy. You're playing a bad guy. That's the reality of it. But are there ethics involved? Is this a morally gray Derketo cult or a morally black one? And that's what we have to ask. Getting into more of my favorites, as I am a fan of druidism and werebeasts, we come to Jebel Sog, literally the god of beasts, animals, nature, and savagery. If you were looking for a more violent, hunting-focused, aggressive alternative to the Great Bear, this is it. While the bear's followers may have very minor shapeshifting, the followers of Jebel Sog are often full-blown shapeshifting werebeasts. While keeping their ways to themselves in many cases, the focus of the followers of this reclusive lesser god, this demon god, is uniting all living beings through the language of primal savagery, said to be forgotten by men as well as modern beasts. This can most commonly be done by spreading the curse of their respective werebeast line through their cursed bite. In some cases, they are born directly from a demigod bloodline of Jebel Sog. These men are sometimes werebeasts, but their defining feature is the ability to speak to animals through the primal language. True to the archetype of man's view of canines as a bridge between civility and savagery, which I wrote an entire psychology paper on, the only true common were lines are the wolfman-esque lines of werewolves in the West and the Middle Eastern, more animalistic yet less vicious were hyenas of the Middle East. The third and final way one might learn the primal language is by visiting the Midnight Grove, the realm of Jebel Sog, and proving yourself through battle. But this method at least implies that you are in the good graces of a werebeast or a demigod of Jebel Sog, who again, like we said before, they don't necessarily have to be werebeasts, but they would be a human born with the ability to speak the primal language. To unite all peoples by spreading the curse of the beast, or by teaching the primal language, is the goal of these followers. This is very common for demons, as in Conan they were once physical entities on Earth before being banished to Hell. So, when it comes down to, like we said before with Derketo, the same way that she knows how to cope with the trauma by spreading sex everywhere, Jebel Sog, in his mind, he sees the banishment, this is me theory crafting, of course, he sees the banishment, the destruction, that trauma as the world was divided, and divided wrongfully. And this brings the question of, would he extend the primal language to the divine gods? Now, I don't think so. I think being a demon god means you're aggressively against the divine. That is a possible interpretation, though. But I think most likely it's that he wants the downfall of the divine gods and wants to unite men and beasts. Go with what's written. He wants to unite men and beasts through the primal language, and this is by spreading the bloodline of the werewolf and the were-hyena. And these are the only two werebeast lines that I know of currently in Conan. Now, I approve of that personally because it is archetypal. A normal archetypal werewolf story is something like this. You have primal savagery, usually symbolized by a full wolf that bites a man, who then becomes an amalgam of man and wolf, becoming a metaphor for the primitive savagery of our ancestors being displayed through us. What happens when civilized man devolves into barbarism? That's the kind of core of what a werewolf story is, and you mix that with what the Middle Ages saw it as, which was this fear of predatory violence, and it's generally the same thing. It just complements it. And the primal language of Jebel Sog. So what is the werewolf? The werewolf in this case, whether you are turned by, and I don't even want to talk about the commonplace situation. In this case, deeply mythologically, archetypally, Jebel Sog himself and his mission to unite people through the primal language is that initial wolf. He is that initial savagery. He is then that savagery put into the civilized person, who either becomes a were-hyena or a werewolf. After they become a were-hyena or a werewolf, we then see them infect others, and eventually all of civilization collapses to this evil monster unless they are stopped by a silver bullet, which symbolizes man's ability to separate himself from his savagery, thus his wolf form, and become stronger. And we do know from Marvel canon that silver does work on werewolves in this universe. There is a really great Robert E. Howard werewolf story called Wolf's Head, which is only about an hour long. You can find it on Roland Weifering's YouTube channel. I'll try to link that below if I remember it in my source list. And it's just a very nice world-building device with how Robert E. Howard views werewolves, but it's actually post to the Hyborian Age that we're given this impression, this idea that there were demons who were escaping in this figure, King Solomon of ancient history, that were escaping King Solomon, his control over demons, and the way they escaped King Solomon was by hiding in wolves. And so there's this implication that the modern werewolves, Werewolf by Night in Marvel, even if you were to use the Marvel future as the definitive Conan future in your headcanon, even if that was your future, the reality is those werewolves are still very distinct from Jebel Sog's Hyborian werewolves. The Hyborian werewolves are emissaries of the primal language and ultimately don't have a real choice in the matter. Of course, this isn't really a video on werewolves in Conan or were-hyenas in Conan, but if you do want a video on that, let me know below. There's just a lot we can go into, and when it comes to theory crafting, obviously the thing, everyone listening to this, as soon as you hear werewolf, you think, why not were everything else? And that's a good question, and it's something that could easily be put into any story. I don't think it would really ruin the archetypal advantage of werewolves, the soulful advantage of werewolves, that classical interpretation of the myth. The only thing I would say is keep it rooted in actual myths that have existed in cultures. The Hawaii sort of were-shark, the African myths of many were-tigers and were-cat folk. I think that would be very useful, and I think that would be very useful because it doesn't violate that sense of predators, and also we don't see any specific wolf imagery, whether in the more cartoony animated interpretation of Jebel Sog's portrayal, which looks ironically a lot like Hircine. Not ironically, it looks a lot like Hircine. Hircine is probably a ripoff of Jebel Sog in Elder Scrolls. And then also his interpretation in Conan Exiles, which is this large winged lion wyvern-like creature, which just looks insanely cool, just very metal as a creature, but without losing a sense of druidism and connection to nature. So I love that design. But yes, that is Jebel Sog. Pretty straightforward. Go spread the primal language. Having the same relevance for Conan's vampires that Jebel Sog has for its werewolves, we come to a figure that could be considered an evil equivalent to one of the theories of Crom, the Atlantean necromancer turned self-made hemivoric demon Varnae. Conflicting reports have him as either a hyper-intelligent man-ape or a full human originally. Varnae would volunteer to undergo a ritual among his fellow necromancers to be turned into a powerful demon that could destroy King Kull, after his crusade on magic dealt them a heavy blow with the final death of Thulsa Doom in the Thurian Age. Again, that's canon Thulsa Doom, not the Thulsa Doom from the movies. One of the biggest reasons the Conan movies are non-canon is that the Kull movie uses Thoth Amon for some reason, or characters from the Hyborian Age, and the Conan movies use characters from the Thurian Age, or Kull's canon. It's just a weird thing. He emerged as the first true vampire, with the visage of something between a werebat and a giant ape. Followers of Varnae are either vampires or, more commonly, servants to them. They believe in the spread of vampirism to those they see potential in, thinking of them as the chosen ones, these few who will ascend with them to this state of divinity in a way, the teaching of necromancy, and a philosophy of personal empowerment through liberation from mortality through, of course, turning those slain by vampires shall become vampires, to quote some of the comics. Some followers of Varnae do not have a choice in the matter, similar to those followers of Jebel, as the turning process has been done to many who are horrified by what they have become. Obviously, these vampires do not know necromancy and would be simply a cursed person of their old culture. There are also insane half-transformed lesser vampires called huskies. These creatures are mad, thus of course are directly controlled by the will of Varnae, who in the time of Conan, sleeps beneath the waves in sunken Atlantis, scheming and planning beyond the intellectual ability of mortal men. There's kind of a Cthulhu vibe there. The blood is the life for followers of Varnae. And this is one of the things, we talked about the archetypal werewolf with Jebel, we have to talk about the archetypal vampire with Varnae, and I think Varnae fits amazingly for this archetype. One of the big things that has to happen with the vampire is that he's not just parasitic, but he's parasitic in elements where he shows both the savage bestial nature of man and the hyper-civilized nature of man. When it comes to the archetypal vampire, we not only need to focus on the fact that they are parasitic, of course, they're life-draining entities, but also that they're not necessarily focused on sex. Sex is the thing that's always brought up with vampires, but we're actually going to be using Professor Michael Kritzer's understanding of the vampire archetype through the American monomyth and the Romantic period in which they were sort of popularized. And that is this idea that both the savage and civilized aspects of the creature are demonstrated as being negatively affecting. They bring about a negative effect regardless of their level of civility and savagery. If a werewolf story is about the lessons of how important civility and community is, a vampire story is about the core of that culture being retained, and without the core of those traditions, usually faith, it's very fitting that this is a God's video that we're doing this archetype in. It's one that will just result in, it doesn't matter how civilized you are, that civilized person will play mind games, they will torture, they will kill, and they will inevitably be just as savage as they were before. And of course, how is this symbolized by Varnae? Varnae is a giant ape. He is a giant ape figure, who so clearly we have the savagery aspect. He looks like a giant monster. He looks like he's vampire King Kong. It looks amazing. This is a great design. I love the design of Varnae. And then when it comes to his civilized aspects, obviously he's a hyper-intellectual sorcerer. There's even a point where the rest of the Ancient Ones, so while Varnae is the first vampire and he does seem to have the most control over vampires, he's not the only one to undergo the same ritual. Others do become Ancient Ones or ancient vampires in the Marvel canon, but ultimately they'd have nowhere near the same amount of power as Varnae. So Varnae is the main character here. When they try to command him like he's a beast, assuming the ritual took from him his intellect and turned him more into literally a savage man-made demon, and he is still a man-made demon, or a ape-made demon in this case, wink wink nudge nudge. Not really wink wink nudge nudge, it's pretty obvious. But even then, he very quickly resists them, slays them, and brings them back to life as his disciples. So it's really kind of irrelevant that these other bloodlines exist, at least during the Hyborian Age. And we also see an example of the cursed vampire, the example of someone who is not a necromancer. In one of the Conan comics, a person from the Black Kingdoms is turned, and they basically end up trying to attack Conan, and there's this sit-down they have, and he just kind of goes over his tragic backstory. So those people do exist in the Hyborian Age as well. Big thing to think about when we're thinking about vampires in Conan is that there aren't a lot of them. They're new. This is a new group. It was like a single cult of necromancers plus those who were slain by them and accidentally survived in ways that caused them to become vampires. There are also multiple ways that someone can become a vampire in this world, in this timeline, some through magic, but mostly it's going to be through you were specifically slain by a vampire. And of course, it can't just be that you were, punched or kicked or stabbed. You'd have to be all your blood was drunk by the vampire. And that's literally it for Varnae. I definitely think there's more we could get into with how to implement vampires. There's always more with theory crafting with these, but that's Varnae. Generally speaking, liberate the world through vampirism and heed the will whenever your sort of hyper increased intensity mind suggestions from Varnae under Sunken Atlantis come to you. That is how the followers of Varnae do. Now we move back into the far north and the lands of the Vanir and Aesir Nordheimer people to one of the nicer gods on this list, despite him being a god of war. Ymir is the father of all frost giants, and as the description reads both in the game Conan Exiles and the short story The Frost Giant's Daughter, his only female child is said to resemble a half-blonde, half-redheaded beautiful woman, basically an unnatural mix between the Vanir and Aesir, each which has the blonde hair and red hair respectively. The red-headed, beautiful woman scores the battlefield for survivors to lure them to their death, to be consumed by her brothers, who of course are orc-like frost giants. Ymir is known to curse those who break promises and oaths by turning them into soulless, haunting wraiths in death. Those who are honorable warriors in life and die in battle are known to go to Valhalla. No, not a Valhalla-like place, Valhalla. This is the origin of the myth, when they die. As you can imagine, the main focus of the followers of this religion are keeping your promises, being in good standing with your tribe's laws, and commitment to war or battle. Save for his daughter's escape from Conan's berserk post-war horniness, in which he opened a rainbow Bifrost-style bridge to teleport her away to safety after Conan slew two of her brothers in front of her, Ymir does not play favorites and is not known for performing miracles other than those of battle through some runic magic, as well as aspect magic can be done in his name. If you're looking for a good in-between Crom and Mitra, Ymir is the way to go. He will stay, or he will still help rarely, but wants you to do most of the work for yourself. He wants you to follow the law, but is in your corner when a fight breaks out. Ymir is one of my favorites, and by far my favorite frost giant in fiction. One of the things I think we need to get into with Ymir is the idea that Odin will one day slay him. Here's the thing. Bor exists in this universe. He's called Bori, sometimes spelled B-O-R-R-I, sometimes spelled B-O-R-I, and sometimes just called Bor. But he does exist. Thor's grandpa and Odin's dad exists in this universe. And Odin also, if you take the Marvel canon, Odin does not show up in the Conan stories. Odin does not show up at this time period, but he is alive. He is young. Young Odin basically is fulfilling the role where Thor will be. Marvel's Thor will not be born until about 950 AD. Around that time, I believe the Wiki listed him as 945 AD, and my brain is rounding up. But that's a good way to talk about why I don't include Thor himself in the Conan world, because it would literally be a matter of time travel. And also the thing about Hercules and Thor is that I hope you don't think it's ridiculous when I say that Conan could probably go on par with Captain America, but obviously Thor and Hercules in Marvel are much stronger than Conan, so it doesn't really make much sense unless you amp up Conan by giving him his own special weapon. I know Savage Avengers gives him a Venom sword, and also it of course would be a wonderful thing to have him wield Stormbreaker for a time. That would be really cool in a what-if story, but this is one of the reasons I leave out Thor and the Marvel Norse world, and that's also because going back to Crom, there is that belief that if we stick to Robert E. Howard's original cyclical interpretation of history, rather than going into Marvel's heroic age, it may be possible that, yes, the son of Bor, who is Odin, who does exist at this time, he may slay Ymir, as he does in the Marvel canon, as he does in mythology. He may slay Ymir that may indeed be a thing. But Thor does not have to come from Odin. Thor can still be a person who emerges from the Vanir and Aesir people in line more with natural historical mythology. And that is still a beautiful thing, and I would rather that. I would rather the archetype, like we said, like the Ra that would later be influenced by Mitra's image, that would be mixed with, ideally, and I've brought up this example before in a different video, where I talk about a heroic Stygian man killing Apep, which is an actual mini-boss you can find in Conan Exiles, but Apep, a older, much stronger Apep, who's become a much stronger sorcerer or warrior, and that being this big hero story that gets fused with this idea of Ibis, which is Mitra's incarnation in Stygia, as Stygia starts to become Egypt, and this idea of history moving forward in that nice, cyclical, smooth way. And so that's why I don't really include Thor in these lists. But when it comes to Ymir, again, this is one of those very straightforward gods. He's wonderful because of that. He's a great design in Conan Exiles. I think the Conan Exiles design is absolutely phenomenal. It's one of the... I can never really complain when it comes to a lot of these. It just is very beautiful to me. The look of it is very caveman-like, and it's very natural and familial, and it much like the Great Bear, it doesn't require a lot of hard lore research to be a follower of Ymir. If you die, your version of hell is becoming a ghost who haunts the mountains, the snowy mountains of your homeland for all eternity, which is either in the Vanir or Aesir homeland. They worship the same god, despite them constantly being at war with each other, and I mean, if you know your mythology, you know the Vanir are sadly eventually going to lose, but that's how it goes. Then that's about it. I mean, Ymir is a great god, much cooler than Loki, and a wonderful frost giant. I think the frost giant race, as it's displayed in Marvel, is counter to the cool interpretation of frost giants we see in Conan Exiles, and also the interpretation of frost giants we see in the frost giant's daughter, who are both these kind of orc-like caveman figures that are blue-skinned and ready to slaughter Conan, and it's only due to his superior strength from years of battle that he survives, and he's able to slay them. And that is something that I would like to keep the image of. That's another reason when it comes to Marvel's Norse side, we take what we can, we take what's complementary, but we try not to invalidate that. We try not to invalidate that. Even when I say Odin is canon. Well, we don't see Odin. Odin could be canon. Odin could be as part of that cyclical history where he's, again, from the Aesir, and maybe his son is named Thor. Who knows? But that's generally what it is. The important thing is to leave everything that comes outside of the Hyborian Age up to interpretation. I know for those who see the word Ymir, their first instinct is like, okay, I know this. I know Marvel canon, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw all that in there. I don't want you to worry about that. I think that in the words of one of my favorite 40k YouTubers, Voldemort, you should always make time for fun, and 10,000 BC is meant to be your time for fun. So don't worry about any of that. Have fun with these concepts. Craft them for yourself. Do not let them be something that holds you back from having a good time if that canon feels, I don't know, claustrophobic, or it's not really giving you the space you need to move forward. History itself is always stranger than fiction. So I would always recommend going with that. Always recommend going with the cyclical history. Once again, returning to the Lovecraftian side of things, we have Yog, also called Yog-Sothoth. While later in history, this deity would have far more civilized nihilistic cult interpretations that seek to end the world through complex schemes and shadow politics, in the Hyborian Age, the primary interpretation of the god comes from the cannibals of Darfar, whose cultural beliefs mixed with the god's perceived will for an end to all things made him into the chief god of cannibalism. More civilized sorcerers who learn the true name of Yog as Yog-Sothoth may commune with the outer dark to further their power, and their cults may resemble those of the Lovecraftian stories. However, in the mainstream, followers of Yog believe in a strict carnivore diet, eating only meat, and that they must consume human flesh at least once a month on the full moon. A pit of Yog is dug at this time, and the consumption of flesh of outsiders is highly valued over other tribe members, as it is said to make them immune to weapons. Strength and endurance are given in return for the consumption of human flesh, in line with the process of ghoulification in Conan and Lovecraft. In extreme cases, eldritch horrors may also be summoned to wreak havoc on the world. Of course, this is shown through the aspect magic in Conan Exiles, which summon in eldritch horror. We have a full video on this god linked below should you choose to learn more about its more Lovecraftian interpretation. However, what I'd like to talk with you here about, much like our talk with Set in this video, I'm not here to talk about Nyarlathotep, I'm here to talk about Set. I'm not here to talk about Yog-Sothoth, which is the larger deity. I don't know. In the case of Nyarlathotep and Set, they almost are two distinct different entities, with Set being a more minor aspect of that entity. With Yog-Sothoth, it's like Yog-Sothoth is almost New Testament Yog, and Yog is Old Testament Yog-Sothoth. You know, New Testament Yog-Sothoth, he's running around and he's hanging out with Randolph Carter and telling him how to be a real man, and, you know, and actually that is something we will talk a little bit about with the Gate of the Silver Key. There is a nice, I'll talk about that now. The Silver Key has this nice line, and we'll talk, and you'll see that in my Yog-Sothoth video. But he's using Randolph Carter as this vessel for knowledge for that kind of Darwinist sanity test that humanity always has to undergo. What we've seen here is that while he might be a bit Machiavellian, Yog-Sothoth, at least at this point in history, in the 1920s, you can earn Yog-Sothoth's respect by being a particularly brave human. And we also see, if you're wondering what part of the worship, because I saw this in Executioner's video. He's a great Conan YouTuber, and you should obviously go check him out. He has more subs than me, but I hope you still check him out. Which is that he did a Yog video. And one of the things I think that wasn't answered in that video is, okay, what part of this is Darfar? What part of this is Yog-Sothoth? Well, the lunar rituals are something that carry over into the Dunwich horror. So I will say, the lunar rituals, they come from the worship of Yog-Sothoth. The cannibalism come from the Darfar. But that being said, I don't want to separate these elements. If you're doing Yog in Conan, I absolutely want you to keep those cannibalistic elements. It's one of the things that keeps Yog Yog at this stage in history, during the Hyborian Age. It's just like the question of, well, does this future happen after the Hyborian Age? Does that future happen? No, it doesn't. You don't have to worry about that. That's all in the future. You're here now with Yog, not Yog-Sothoth. Anyway, that's one element. There's a Darwinist sanity test, which is basically like, even if you earn the respect of Yog-Sothoth, he still wants to use you as a vessel of knowledge when you exit the Dreamlands and go back to normal life, to be like, hey, what's up? Would you like to know this forbidden knowledge, which might drive you insane? Or if you're a good dreamer, or basically strong willpower, high mana, and natural sorcerer, you might be able to stay kinda sane? The big thing with Yog is, we know in the future Yog-Sothoth mellows towards humanity. I mean, he literally has 2 half-human kids by the 1920s. So what is going on when it comes to Yog-Sothoth at this time? Is this the phase where he's mellowing towards humanity? He sees their ability for cannibalism. He sees their ability to, I don't know, please him in that way, be this Darwinist sanity test, and be relatively unchanged. I think personally, when it comes to Yog as a god, not Yog-Sothoth, though we do list him as Yog-Sothoth, during the Hyborian Age, humanity has not yet proven himself to Yog-Sothoth. Remember that quote in the Silver Key. He talks about how very few people he actually likes. Like, I don't like, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but it's like, I don't like people. I certainly don't like helping people. Randolph Carter, you seem like a good dude. You know what? You're actually kind of a guy I respect. Here you go. Here's some help. And that's nice, but that just isn't happening as much. And there's this big focus on, and this is what I want to go into here, ghouls. Yog-Sothoth, in his Hyborian interpretation, is begging for an inclusion of ghouls. Ghouls in the Lovecraft and Conan lore are very vague. They are effectively cannibals who undergo a ritual and thus start to become more kind of animalistic, hyena-like. There have been multiple interpretations of ghouls, but they look like very decayed but not undead humans. Sometimes they're very hyena-like, but not really, and we don't want to kind of bring that image in because I think that would be a bit too socially or aesthetically confusing with the were-hyena. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to stick with the Conan interpretation of ghouls, which I think is pretty nice, this image of what a ghoul is. And I'd like to have cults of ghouls. The Toko people are also an example of specialized ghouls who are like part of a, I don't know, you could say a bloodline and tribe and culture created out of ghoulism and cannibalistic ritual. The last note on ghouls as they relate to Yog, as we close this section of the video out, is just that there is an inherently religious aspect to ghouls in Lovecraft and Conan, because one can be born of ghouls and become human, and it is said that they retain their ghoulish soul, in quotes, so they have the ability to transform back, but so do normal people. But you can be born a ghoul, raised by humans, and since you eat normal human food, and you live like a human, and you're shown empathy, you become more human, but you can be converted into a ghoul either as an adult or as a child. And Sandy Peterson actually has a great book on that, or a great video on that. I would say go look him up. If I haven't mentioned Sandy Peterson before, whenever we bring up Lovecraftian stuff, I should. Because one of the things in this video, I'm focusing all of it from the perspective of Conan. If you focused on, for instance, Yig as, when we go back to Set, Yig as a separate entity, you get a totally different interpretation if you're going straight from Lovecraft. And it's important to absorb all of this, but just understand that this is the interpretation during the Hyborian Age. Cannibalism is a great thing to do here, and having a lunar cult of ghouls who worship Yog-Sothoth and are surrounded by eldritch horrors is a beautiful, beautiful, scary, monstrous thing. You just have, in the center of them, have a Mads Mikkelsen-style Pickman's Model story, which is a good Lovecraft story involving ghouls, where this very human person is, he has an entire family of ghouls living in his house, and he's ghoulish in his soul in his own right. So this is something that is very cool, and I really enjoy this. I really enjoy the show Hannibal is a great way to have like a civilized but still savage Yog worshiper. Have someone who is this educated, maybe he's a sorcerer because at this time this is how you would become a healer. Maybe have this educated healer and illusionist, maybe as a mesmerist, and have him just be this like, oh yeah, no, I like people and I want to help others, but I'm gonna eat you. What? I'm gonna eat you. Can you please not? No. Welcome to Flavored Town. In Middle Eastern Zamora exists the spider-haunted city of thieves called Yazud, which is one of many holy places in the nation devoted to the worship of the spider god Zath. Theorized by many to be a reborn version or descendant of the spider god who was the creator of the spider people and enemy of Set, as well as his serpent men offspring. Zath, or is a god of both magical and military might, blessing those who would sacrifice to him in the form of feeding his manifestation as a giant spider with legions of his young, who will aid them in battle. This can come in the form of the spider people associated with who themselves are talented pirates and craftsmen, or the giant spider children of Zath, who will slaughter all that they see with venomous acidic bomb-like attacks. Worshippers of Zath, including both the Zamoran humans and what would later be the Yamatai spider people given their layers in modern Japan, are very unique to their own faction, being enemies of demons, werewolves, serpent men, and harpies. Followers of Zath are effectively spider supremacists who believe that might makes right and that Zath, or is the mightiest. As one can imagine, slavery, decadence, and sorcery is common among these people, while being subject to a serious amount of continuity conflation in lore between Marvel and other rights holders. The city of Yazud is seemingly named after the oldest myth of Zath, or of the same name, which also would place him in some circles as a great old one. This should also just show you how messy Conan lore is. It's, again, I know I've probably recommended it before in this video, but what is canon in Conan? The reason I make that video is just to give you a good headcanon aspect for what we can look at in Conan, and not getting lost in what comes after the Hyborian Age, because that's usually the big thing that I notice people do. There doesn't need to be a definitive time period. In fact, the setting is arguably more free, more open, because we don't know what happens after 10,000 BC, because there are so many conflicting both headcanons and official canons. In his original myth, Yazud is the wife of Set, who is her husband. Believers in this old duotheistic religion hold that Set betrayed Yezud, nearly killing her, but that she would find a way to reincarnate. This is, of course, complementary to the view of Am as Yezud and Zath as Am. If one desired a holy trinity of war spider gods, this would not be hard to homebrew. Now, the reason I include that, now that is actually from Mongoose Publishing, that view of Yezud as the previous incarnation. Now, the reason I include it is it just makes a good amount of sense. Yezud was not previously a god that's being fused in here. It wasn't a separate spider god, so that's a great thing. When you have an opportunity to do something like this, and it doesn't take away from other core aspects. You know, we were talking about that at the beginning of this video, which is that I don't do a lot of the minor god fusing, because a lot of these things I believe should be given the space to develop on their own. If they're not well developed yet, that means that homebrews are a thing. That means that you can make a religion using minor gods and have like a unique, smaller tribal culture you could homebrew that's always going to be possible in Conan because of the amount of societies that are still living in basically with flint tools and moisture tools. That's the tools that Hominid Thanderthalansis used. But yeah, no, that's very easily doable. The two notes I sort of have in my head on this in general, because again, it's very complementary. It's one of the rare exceptions. Holy Spider Trinity is very cool. But we also, of course, have the Spider Totems from Marvel. So this is and I understand I'm bringing in Spider-Man to Conan, which is not something I want to do personally. I'm not advocating that your character wear a mask, but Spider Shamans are definitely a possibility, and connecting that to Yezud, Zath, that's very possible. There is a possible connection to Madam Web from the Spider-Man mythos, which is effectively a woman who is interdimensional in nature and sort of governs over spider totems. Spider totems don't really have any specific value to them. It would be like being the Black Panther in Conan, which we talked about previously, as well as being the bear shaman. But that would be very useful. That would be an alternative path if you were looking to do spider powers without, or spider strength and speed, yada yada, without the connection to Zath or And the real thing, the cool thing about the connection to the spider totems is obviously it would have to be a homebrew, but Spider-Man Noir already is a great template for this. This is an alternate version of Spider-Man who lives during the Great Depression. It's actually somewhat Lovecraftian, somewhat detective-like, where Spider-Man Noir, detective-like. But basically, it's a magical version of the spider powers, and while I definitely wouldn't want the full spider powers to be given to your character, because it's a lot like the Venom symbiote. Like, the Venom symbiote is very complementary to the Conan setting, and even has a story arc in the Hyborian Age in Savage Avengers. That is a thing. It's very cool. He was tortured by an evil sorcerer and wants to get revenge on him, and meets Conan time-traveling through the world in the modern age, and gives him a Venom sword. You want a Venom sword? I want to kill this sorcerer. Let's team up. That sounds cool to me. It's schlocky, but it's fun. But generally speaking, even if it's complementary, you will have to depower it for the time period. Maybe not as much as you'd think, but like say 1/4 of the usual Spider-Man level power would be possible. I think that would be very fun. And of course, no web slinging, or maybe you can decide for yourself if wall crawling is a thing. I don't think there's a reason to do spider totems if wall crawling isn't a thing. I think you should do wall crawling. And there are several magical characters like that, which are very fun. I hope you look that up. There really is only one more, and that is Anansi. Anansi is a very fun trickster spider god from Africa, and so adding trickster elements to Zath, to to Yezud may be fun. And I don't know, Yezud, Zath, and all come off as very conquering gods. They do not come off as trickster elements, but if you want to add a trickster element, that Anansi element, that might be good for that spider shaman aspect. But also, if you wanted to say that there was already, you could say that Anansi was a new god, and you could say that you were worshipping them as the 4th incarnation, because this is a god who incarnates as the 4th incarnation of Yezud, or the second incarnation of which, again, if you want to keep the Trinity aspect. But I like that idea. I like that idea because Anansi, you could have a 4 elements thing. So the Mythic 4 archetype is very fun if you wanted to include the later real-life god of Anansi. So you have Yazud, who initially sets up everything, and with the Mythic 4 archetype, you have Earth, which usually represents common sense, building, growth, and survival in that area. So Yazud, so they're associated with the city, so you could associate them with common sense. And then you'd have who is easily the most emotional of them because he created spider people with deeper emotions, and so that's water. Water is emotion. And then you have the Anansi would definitely be, well, a little later. But then Zath, and Zath is just straightforward, bloodthirsty, out for war. Here's like savage spider people, so he would be fire. He would be a trailblazer, just there for bloodshed and war. And then you would have air. Air is new ideas. That would be Anansi. You could gerrymander the trickster element in a very you could fuse the trickster element into your pantheon in a very natural way. So spider god, spider pantheon, spider man, spider time. It's your time. If you like the spiders to worship Zath, go do it. Across the Black Kingdoms, Stygia, Venthaya, Turan, and the Pictish wilderness lies the worship of one of Jebel Sog's favorite sons, the father of all ape men, called Hanuman in the Middle East, Gula in the West, and Jula in the Black Kingdoms, is marked by his abnormal black statues. These statues appear to be made of anywhere between black to normal stone, but when touched, feel as though a living being resides within, as the stone itself is said to have the texture of living scaled flesh. It is on moonlit nights that human sacrifice is offered in exchange for prayers of strength, destruction, or protection. In line with the core theme of Conan, the more civilized the Hanuman worshippers are, the more sadistic they become. Zambula's Dance of the Four Cobras is seemingly a special addition to the traditional worship of the god, Zambula being a city in Turan or Stygia, depending on the canon of the Conan world you're currently in. During the special sacrifice, an innocent young girl is said to dance between 4 cobras until they bite her to death. This ritual is not spoken of in either the Jula or Gula, more savage interpretations of the god. He is said to be represented by a Gigantolopithecus, or a bull ape, which while in our world are 2 theorized species of orangutan, in the world of Conan are giant gorillas of various sizes, who Gula is also believed to be the father of, alongside the previously mentioned ape men, yetis, snow apes, troglodytes, and very likely the flying ape men during the time of Elder Night before the great exile of demons to the Outer Dark. While future studies will be done on the types of ape men in the future, this would mean that we can theorize before the fall that Hanuman was once depicted as a winged ape figure. This is a theory, but it holds a lot of water, given that this is the only god, and we do know it is the same god, connected to these various ape men figures and races. His view of sacrificing humans, similar to his enemy Set's developed misanthropy after a great exile, also makes sense here. So this was something that is very common within the demons of both Marvel and Conan. There was a time when demons walked the earth, and as we see with civilizations like the winged ape people and also Acheron, some of them did survive that exile, but for the most part, the beings we know as demon gods were basically of the Elder Night, meaning that these were creatures who once had thriving cultures and civilizations either dedicated to them that they were the head of or that they were a part of, and that was all taken from them through that exile, which caused a deep burning misanthropy towards humans. Misanthropy specifically is hatred of humans. So in the case of Gula, despite the fact that his father, Jebel Sog, does want to unite man and beast, and that's how he deals with the trauma of the exile, wants to unite man and beast through the primal language, it is the case that Hanuman definitely views it as worthy of sacrificing, or in some cases torturing, more civilized humans, which is the pattern we see here, as a way of them sort of atoning for taking the spot of the demons on Earth. And this is always going to be a thing we see with every demon god. They have this negative, misanthropic view towards humanity. They are these awful things that need to be cleansed, or they need to be taught better, or they need to be united with something. They need to be altered, or they need to be killed. is effectively the view of demon gods. When not using blood sacrifice of humans, the most common ritual is that of a painted black skull being set into a fire on his altar, allowing them to perform aspect magic, summoning the giant gorilla avatar of Hanuman as a protector, while the summoner communes with the dead. A few key notes that we mentioned previously are that all rituals towards this god are done on moonlit nights, most likely due to the connection to his father. Some Picts believe him to be the inventor of time, and Set is considered one of his most hated enemies, with the resemblance the ape men often have to humans, often said to be cousin species or offshoots of humans. We know that despite Jebel Sog's son here, Hanuman, demanding human sacrifice, he disproportionately, as we see from this evidence with the Dance of the Four Cobras, punishes civility and rewards a connection to nature. So he is in line with the will of his father in that way. And when you understand the connection humans have to the ape men, you can easily see why Hanuman is enemies with Set, who is pretty much defined by his hatred of humans, as exemplified through the serpent men, who literally have an entire culture based around "we hate humans." This is most likely due to the goal of Jebel Sog's family of demons, seeking to unite all men and beasts through the primal language we went over in Part 1, and Set seeking their destruction. When it comes to Hanuman, Jula, Gula, this is one of the few exceptions I'm making to my rule I made in Part 1. The rule I made in Part 1 is that I wanted to avoid the god fusing that Mongoose Publishing often did with their tabletop, in which they fused gods that seemingly had nothing to do with each other into a singular god. But in the case of Hanuman, Jula, and Gula, it's very clearly correct, and this is because they have all the same worshipping practices, they're clearly just called different things, and the dead giveaway is the black statues, which are talked about both in the various different religions of each god. So it's not multiple ape gods, it is one ape god, and they are all the son of Jebel Sog. We also have to remember that Hanuman is the name that the Conan Exiles team has given this god, and that they often change names for the sake of copyright and fear of copyright. If any of you were wondering why Varnae from the last episode was a Gigantolopithecus but looked more like a gorilla than an orangutan, this is why. He was an intelligent Gigantolopithecus. If you're wondering how big the Gigantolopithecus can get, the answer is literally King Kong. We're going over the King Kong in Conan. King Kong in Conan would literally be the manifested aspect of this son of Jebel Sog, of Hanuman. And it's just so good because this is made for the Conan Exiles game, which has aspect magic built into it. I would love to see this in-game. It would be fundamentally amazing. As far as playing this character, when it comes to their actual values, we know from Thak, the ape man from Rogues in the House, who was the big surprise, was that he was an honorable warrior on a quest of vengeance against the people who harmed his tribe and was seeking to actually get revenge and righteous justice for what happened. We know that there are such a thing as heroic members of a Hanuman worshipping group, both in terms of ape men and humans alike, but fundamentally the big thing about them is while they might have a warrior culture, while they might have anything else, the big key here that we've established through these narratives is that Hanuman worshippers are punished for their civility and rewarded for their connection to nature. And so when we talk about barbarians, noble savages, and savages, I've always seen from a literary perspective the noble savage as a mistake. I would describe the barbarian as its own archetype and the savage as its own archetype, which helps distill the two as heroes and villains. The barbarian brings back to civilization something that civilization and culture has lost due to its bureaucracy and its civility. But the savage is literally a negative stereotypical villain in fiction that exists to say, I was born without civilization, I fear civilization, and I want to destroy it for its crimes. So if you wanted to play an actual solid, not just barbarian, but a raider, if you wanted to be a raider, a bandit, who genuinely hates civilization and punishes civilized people for their increased disgusting decadence, and you wanted to be the thing that destroys them and takes their wealth from them, I can easily see Hanuman worship as an excuse to play such a character. And it would be phenomenal. So, final note, if you wanted to play a good guy Hanuman worshipper, that's absolutely possible despite him being a demon god due to his oddly pro-humanity, though not really connection, because, you still have to punish humanity. But as far as a demon god goes, it is within that Jebel Sog family of trying to unite man and beast. So, ultimately not really an enemy of man so much as seeking to alter or mutate it, which is another theme we'll get into when we get into Dagon. Or if you wanted to play an evil side, that is absolutely the case. You can go into civilized territories that are minding their own business, and you can absolutely be the antagonist of a story, raiding, pillaging, looting, and killing till your heart's content, all in service to your ape god, who you share the misanthropy against civilized humans with. And that would be an absolutely beautiful way to do it. Now, let's get into his sister, Jill. Keeping to the family of Jebel Sog, we come to a being sometimes said to be the sister and other times the brother of Hanuman, Jill. Across various nomadic Shemite tribes, southern Stygia, the Black Kingdoms, and the bird tribes of the Pictish wilderness, he is known to take the form of a raven. Other symbolism includes flayed men, which can be interpreted as a punishment inflicted on those who break tribal laws, crows, which match with the many real-life escorts of the dead to the afterlife, and, of course, ravens, which represent wisdom or the bringing of prophecies Jill is also associated with. The father of the children of Jill, also called crow men, and harpies, which are more raven-bred humanoids. The raven god demands constant offerings of blood where criminals or outsiders of the tribe are flayed alive, human sacrifice through blood, and massive sexual orgies of pleasure. For the divining of prophecies, priests often use the rolling of dice to tell the fates of men. Given that she is thought to have taught the Picts the way of survival and religious ceremony to honor her father, it is very likely that she is also associated with farming, agriculture, and the health of crops as well. She is sometimes said to take the form of her children to commune with her faithful, and is one of the only children of Jebel Sog that has no lunar or moon-based connections. As a clarification before we say anything more about this god, I do briefly want to tell you, if you don't know what a flayed man is, there's a reason we included a picture of a skinless man in the infographic. Just don't commit crimes in a picked bird-themed tribe, okay? Owl tribe, raven tribe, whatever it is, just don't do it. Just don't do it. Just don't do it, and you won't suffer a fate worse than gruesome and horrific death. All right. Now, well, you'll also die, but, it'll be slow, and your skin will be removed, which isn't fun. Now, when we talk about Jill, it's pretty much everything cool about crows, ravens, harpies, all kind of built into one god. It's one of the things that I'm really grateful for is that people asked me to basically take a second look at all of these because this was such a minimal entry before, but we have a lot of research I've done into this. We have the escort of the dead that the Native Americans, in many cases, believed were going to take a dead soul to the afterlife and back again. Jill is a great god for anyone who is trying to, because she's a god of law too, can also basically be a god of justice and righteous vengeance. So this is really awesome if you're trying to homebrew. I often talk about how you can homebrew pretty much any character in Conan, but if you want to homebrew Eric Draven the Crow in Conan, where you're like this decadent dude who was basically blessed or chosen by Jill from a civilized civilization, brought back, and you just start communing with savage nature as you get revenge on all the people who wronged you in life, and you have like a familiar crow. Oh, baby. Oh, that'd be based. Oh, that'd be so cool. All right. But the second thing is that we have the Valkyries, which I've done a lot more research into, and there is a reason that Hugin and Mugen are sometimes displayed as these same larger-than-life figures we see actually in the Jebel Sog representation in Conan Exiles, but also in Jill here, and that is that there is a deep overlap between the sort of origins of Valkyries. So we have murdered women who were victims of war, reincarnated as Odin's eyeless, and we can see that reflected in the sort of design here of the harpies and the children of Jill. You can see that bone mask over the eyes. The eyeless, blind, pale-skinned, raven-winged or black-winged who chose who would be slain in war. This is a very big thing because the big thing that changed over time in Norse mythology and representations of it that I've learned is that we changed the representation of the Valkyries from the people who would choose who died in war on behalf of Odin, and then the people who would escort the dead. So they became escorts of the dead. Now it does ultimately complement the meta-narrative, but this helps if we distill the Native American actual escort of the dead versus the original Norse choosing of the dead for roleplay. And the reason it works is because we can use the raven in your roleplay. We can use the raven as a sign that you are about to, like, you are marked for death, but the crow, which would be a smaller raven or a smaller bird, as a sign that you are going to be escorted, or that you are being safely escorted to the dead or brought back. And they would say, they would choose who would be slain. They believed to be embodied by the ravens Hugin and Mugen, who would also watch over the battlefield and choose that same thing. And of course, for more evil representations of this god, because it is of course a demon god, one of the things the Valkyries were known for, that of course Jill is also known for, is ritualistic orgies. Well, the Valkyries weren't known for that. The Valkyries were known to be given as sort of demigod wives to great heroes. And one of the things you could do when taking that Norse lore and then mixing it with the very gruesome demon god and the crow people of Jill, also called the children of Jill, but crow people sounds more accurate, and then also the harpies who are more raven-like, you could basically say, hey, you're now a great hero of the picked tribe of XYZ, whatever new picked tribe you make up, or a version of a picked tribe, and say, hey, you now have to pass the great ritual to ascend to divinity. You have to mate with the crow person. And then the whole plot of your story could basically be just getting out of that picked tribe so that someone doesn't have to bang a crow person. So that would be very fun. That'd be very fun. But also, if we have Hanuman, who's basically made for Conan Exiles because of the King Kong aspect magic, then honestly, Jill, because of the divining through dice, is fundamentally made for tabletop. Literally, you can have a check. It's like, okay, do you get to re-roll? And we can check if you get to re-roll through some six-sided dice. And you could even have like a little, man, that's such a good excuse to have, because I have these nice little stone dice. I have these nice gray and gold six-sided dice, and just, those are nice to do. They look very primal. And it's very nice. It's very fun. Anyway, that's Jill. It's a wonderful creature to mess around with. I don't think I have anything more to say about it other than this, which is that if you have a pantheon of Jebel Sog forming in your head, then understand that if Hanuman acts as the enforcer, basically the militant wing of Jebel Sog, going out and destroying civilization, punishing civilization through his various worshippers, and through his worshippers who, again, if they are in civilization, have to do more sadistic sacrifices, where if they are more connected with nature, it's just literally sacrifice your enemies to me. But if you are dealing with Jill is more the messenger style of that. So you obviously have the divining of prophecies and the messenger of Jebel Sog, and you can sort of form this kind of militant idea of a general in Jebel Sog, a extreme soldier or a great warrior hero in Hanuman, and then the entirety of the spy and communications network that is Jill. And that would basically be her role to play, or his role to play, depending on your variation of them. I will say in most sources it is mentioned as a him, but Age of Conan mentions it as a her, so it is specifically said to be a goddess in Age of Conan and a god in other sources. But that's it. Communications aspect of Jebel Sog plus divinity, and also Eric Draven Conan. Let's move on to just a brief intermission on animal aspects, if any of you were worried that every single animal aspect is a demon because you started with this video instead of the first one. It is worth taking a small break here to speak on the differences between specific gods and animal aspects. The Great Bear, as worshipped by the shamans of Samaria, talked about in our last video, we classified as a divine god. The reason for this is its connection to nature and a complementary neutral view of humanity. The answer lies in real occult history, in which, like the bear shaman, who only has access to minor shapeshifting, many real-world groups used animal aspects, usually channeled through wearing the skin, or in some cases, in our bear shaman in Samaria, carrying a totem of their respective animal spirit they wish to embody. One could, from this, be a raven or crow shaman without having anything to do with Jill, wolf without having anything to do with Jebel Sog, or gorilla without having anything to do with Hanuman. But if you wanted to further separate that, I suppose you could go with a monkey instead of a gorilla. Monkeys certainly have a more trickster aspect to them than gorillas. However, the descendants of Jebel Sog, whether direct offspring or grandchildren, are always about following what is called the primal language. The primal language is about uniting man and beast. This can be shown through the blessings bestowed by Jebel Sog on those that can shapeshift into wolfmen or werehyenas in some cases. One way to simplify these differences would be to say that while a wolf shaman would have a divine respect for the barrier of man and beast, seeing both the forms of the animal spirit and man themselves as equal partners in a heroic relationship of keeping the balance of nature, a werewolf delights in a demonic blurring of the boundaries between the physical forms of both, thinking it brings him closer to what he would view as the truth of the natural world, the primal language, if you will, or primordial truth if you wanted a brief Warhammer 40k reference. For more information on how a divine shaman might behave, I have left a link to a video by E.C. Winspur below that covers the subject. The children of Jebel also give us more insight as to why there aren't more were-creatures in the world of Conan. Werewolves themselves are most likely an anomaly, as the usual course that we can see from the various examples such as the serpent, harpy, spider, and ape-men, demonic mating with animals usually results in whole new races being born rather than any form of physical shapeshifting. It's still very homebrew accessible to do something like a were-shark or were-panther, as these legends of these beings did exist in real life, but understand that it would probably be an offshoot of lycanthropy, designed by the will of Jebel to teach humanity the primal language. Just a few notes on this. So if you're going with an animal shaman instead of specifically any one demon god, or the Great Bear is literally just a bear aspect, and that is still the same as a normal bear, but if you're just going with bear worship, I did mention this in part 1, but having very Homo neanderthalensis theorized altars of bones ritualistically aligned of your specific animal in, say, a cave or a hut or something like that you were to pray to, with the skull, of course, lined in the center, would be a wonderful way to do that. Another thing you'll often find when you're looking at the E.C. Winspur video, or when you're looking at another video I found below, which is the Black Dragon Tavern, which has been a great help in my research. But he talks about various berserker tribes, and one of the things I noticed about that was that one thing you'll find is that, one, the transformations are going to be solely mental and psychological. Two, they're going to be heavily, heavily, heavily based around the idea of controlled militant application of these mental states. They are never there just to be, and when they are, they're often seen as monsters that need to be taken out. So even in the real world, we have this sort of mix, this yin-yang of evil berserkers and good berserkers who knew how to control themselves. Of course, very simple story ideas that do come to mind here. The first one in my head would be two brothers, one of which becomes an animal shaman, another which becomes a lycanthrope of some variety, and you have them fight to the death and have them in a constant struggle. We have sword versus sorcery. Why not shaman versus werewolf? That would be a very cool story to have, and just use that story to tell the differences between the two. And the other one would basically be a shaman that slowly devolves into becoming a worshiper of these demon gods through the slow giving into the addiction of going into a berserk mental state. The idea of a bear shaman who suddenly starts to develop more wolf-like tendencies, let's say, over the course of his time as a berserker and protecting his tribe. That would be a very, very cool thing. I also just love the mix that the bear shaman are, just to talk about that group again, because the bear shaman are basically the template for any other animal group you're going to find. Just that mixture of warrior, barbarian, berserker, and also religious authority is just so awesome. There's just something so classical about any kind of warrior poet, and in this case we have a warrior priest, basically, and it's just glorious. One thing you need to understand, no matter how close to Jill, Hanuman, or Jebel you are, is that no one escapes death, and that even death may die, something our next god, Cthulhu, is very familiar with. We now move from the sky deep into the sea to explore the trinity of gods worshipped by the fishmen of Conan, the Deep Ones. It would be after the loss of a great cosmic civil war that the great Old One and grandson of Yog-Sothoth would come to rest in the sunken city of Ryla beneath the stars, of what will later be the Atlantic Ocean and is now simply the far western sea. This is obviously a famous entity, but in the Hyborian age he is even more threatening, as we do not know exactly where his resting place is other than generalities, making his presence as an unknowable entity even more ominous, inducing a sense of creeping dread the creature was originally meant to. Whether Deep One or human, the common greeting among worshippers of the mad god is Cthulhu Fatagan, or Cthulhu Dreams, also Cthulhu Awakens is another translation, representing the core goals of any worshipper. For the Deep Ones, this is the awakening of the being they view as the creator of all things, primarily themselves, for the sake of a mixture of end times prophecy and racial supremacy. For the human cults, this is the mass enlightenment of all living beings through the summoning of the incomprehensible, only one of many interpretations that we'll be getting into very soon. For everyone else, this is an extreme manifestation of mass-induced madness that lasts for an unknown period of time before Cthulhu returns to the deep as his true nature and plans are unknowable. While in a natural religion, this would eventually result in people simply not worshipping the entity, given that human cultists are driven often permanently mad and Deep Ones view him as a god. It is both unlikely that anyone would warn a new cult against their Enlightenment beliefs, or that if anyone did, the half-mad person would be believed at all. Deep One and human cults exist all around the world, and priests of Cthulhu are known to be bestowed with agelessness for their devotion, which, along with several examples of Cthulhu favoring some humans as his mythos was expanded, would show some common sense favoritism towards those he likes. Similar to the ceremonial worship of the creature known as Yog we went over in Part 1, the savage worship of Cthulhu is done through aligning human bodies around a giant ring of fire. In the center of the ring of fire lies a great monolith, idol, or obelisk depicting the god, over which unintelligible prayers are uttered. The most known prayer to Cthulhu is the following: Fuglui Meglofler Cthulhu Wognolik Fatagan, which translates to, "In the house of Ryla, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming," often before voicing a desire or request. When it comes to this series, I have always said, hey, this is going to be about what it's like to worship these entities, not necessarily about the gods themselves. So, while Cthulhu himself is unknowable, the cults around him do practice human sacrifice, in part with making their prayers. They always perform rituals in private, away from larger populaces, implied oath of silence, which we'll get to in Dagon. Dagon also has an oath of silence and secrecy, killing investigators and outsiders, making sure that the whole thing stays under wraps. It is an esoteric cult at its core, esoteric meaning secretive knowledge. The Carter series of dream walking, if you're familiar with that. So they often know of and study the dream realms and dreaming as seen in the Randolph Carter series, believing dreams to deliver prophecies and space travel. So they effectively are fully aware of space travel through the dream realms that many of these entities do, like Bokrug that we'll get to, and also of the dream realms being their own sort of entity or place. And this is something that, again, I really have always recommended the Randolph Carter series by H.P. Lovecraft. I will always say it's his best work, more so than Call of Cthulhu, more so than Dagon, any of his other entries. They prey specifically on outcasts, and this actually reminded me of a story that, imagine this being done on purpose, basically. A group of missionaries went out to a small tribe. Now, what's important to understand about this small tribe is they were being bullied by two bigger tribes, and they told them the story of Jesus Christ. And eventually, this tribe ended up worshiping not Jesus, but Judas. This is because, in their minds, Judas was someone who outsmarted God and got paid for doing so, which in their minds was a success story. If you have an example of people going out and trying to convert people to Judas worship and trying to show them how them being outcasts or weak can ultimately be redeemed through vengeance or revenge or enlightenment, through the ultimate goals of the cult, that is definitely an example of how one might go about recruiting people. They prey on civilizational and tribal outcasts. And that can also include, of course, just weaker tribes. So, the goal of the cult is to become like the Great Old Ones. And while we did go over the Enlightenment version of that perspective, there are two other interpretations of that. The goal is to become like Great Old Ones when Cthulhu awakens. That'll be their reward for doing what they do. And while on one hand, the most positive, the most open interpretation of that is everyone on the earth is enlightened and is basically taught to think like a Great Old One, there are two more, which is that since reincarnation is a very real thing in Conan, and reincarnation is also a very real thing in Lovecraft, well, you could easily say they're going to be killed and their anima is going to take the form in the next life of a Great Old One. They will be reincarnated into a Great Old One, which is similar to what Bloodborne was inspired by, the idea of reincarnating as a Great Old One. and then in some cases it might be forced mutation. Their physical bodies are altered by Cthulhu to become like him, which of course ties in a lot to the mutation themes of Dagon worship. Now, this is a shorter entry in this video, and the reason it is because Cthulhu is effectively our gateway for talking about Dagon. But there certainly are a lot of fun themes to get into, and when it comes to Cthulhu, there are an infinite number of resources. I do have some links below in the source list, but if you want to do your own research, I definitely encourage it. There really isn't much more than that. Cthulhu is unknowable. I'm very happy that I was able to find the part in Call of Cthulhu where they outlined the actual rituals involving human sacrifice and how they would line up the various different human bodies and things of that nature. You can actually see where a similar pit of Yog would be dug, and I would absolutely love, of course, to have Cthulhu, which I'm fairly certain at this point is a public domain figure, but I would love to have Cthulhu as one of the gods in Conan Exiles. That would be phenomenal to have. That would just be great. I'm actually reminded of one of the Cull stories, where there are serpent men who've been taught to mirage themselves as humans through illusion spells and mesmerism. They've miraged themselves as humans, and they're in that society trying to take him down. Easily could see a storyline with Khan, the son of Conan, who's the king of Aquilonia after Conan retires and goes back to being an adventurer as an old man. The reality of Khan facing off against a cult of Cthulhu that's trying to overthrow him, or perhaps attaching a cult of Cthulhu to the downfall of Aquilonia over the centuries, which eventually plunges them into madness. And I think one of the greatest themes here, and the reason my mind keeps going back to the Chaos Gods of Warhammer 40k as we talk about all of these, really is that the theme of Conan and the theme of all of the gods we've talked about so far, aside from our interlude for animal aspects, is that there are just so many things that want to humiliate, torture, and brutalize humanity and take from them any of their achievements, and the only way to go against them is to fight them. So an evil representation of this cult is pretty obvious: political backstabbing, secretive cultists that control everything from the shadows, prey on the outcasts, are effectively in charge of both political corruption and organized crime. And then a positive view of them is hard. But if you were doing a positive view of them, well, we do live in the Hyborian Age, and that gives us access to a lot of different civilizational circumstances. We said before that the level cap of civilization in the Hyborian Age is medieval, but there are also Bronze Age level civilizations, and also, of course, tribal, caveman, flint tool style, moisturized tool, or yes, I believe it's called moisture tool civilizations. And those types of civilizations, if really in stress and in pain, could in fact be benefited by Cthulhu worship if they were a weaker outcast tribe that was taught how to worship Cthulhu, how to dreamwalk, how to do all of these things, and in fact gain strength and power from it, and perhaps were able to outsmart their enemies as the IQ of their society gradually increased to try to be able to comprehend the incomprehensible through kind of a naturally only the smartest members here get to mate eugenics program, and then within like 2 generations they have a very high IQ populace ready to go take out the other tribes and outsmart them. Final note on this entity, you might be wondering, hey, we have Cthulhu, what about the Necronomicon? The Necronomicon is the book that people usually associate with Cthulhu. Well, right now, that's not the Necronomicon, that is the Book of Skelos, which we have a separate video on. That would probably be the contributing text that holds the aspect of Cthulhu in it. However, Cthulhu cultists may also be separate. That isn't confirmed at this time, but we do know that the Necronomicon does not exist yet. So you can kind of decide for yourself whether it's the Cthulhu cultists that know about this stuff, or whether it is the Book of Skelos. Personally, I'd go with it being esoteric, secretive knowledge of the Cthulhu cultists, which at this point in history would probably more have an oral tradition than they would a written one. And then after that, have their oral traditions being passed down, being part of the contributions and texts of the Necronomicon. I think this has actually been one of the more fun aspects of studying the Hyborian Age when the Necronomicon comes up, is thinking about, because it's a composite work compiled by Abdul Alhazrad. So, you know, you have to wonder, it's like, well, what contributed to what? What chapters are made from what initial books, texts, and traditions? But that's all. Moving on to Dagon. Created long ago to serve his father was Dagon, first of the Deep Ones, and Dagon is meant to be the first of the Fishmen, doomed to a fate of constant outbreeding in their final or strongest known form. Dagon himself is meant to be a greatly mutated Deep One, often resembling something like a creature roughly the size of 2 adult whales with the upper body of a Deep One and the lower body of a full fish. It is apparent that Deep Ones cannot breed internally, which has much to do with the purpose Dagon was created for. He is meant to be a tool of guided evolution from Cthulhu to create a race that will be better capable of serving him. As a being trapped underwater, a race of aquatic near-ageless beings is certainly preferable. In many ancient religions, there is a metaphorical mating between entities that are otherwise related in a familial sense. This usually is a metaphor for something deeper on the literal level, meaning a deeper philosophical concept. However, we have no such luck for the tale of Hydra. Most likely the first of her father Dagon's children, the Deep One who would later become the consort of her father, was most likely born an innocent girl with odd genes like many Deep Ones after her, only to mutate and find her father under the waves, who took her sexually, at which point she became Mother Hydra. We know that certain female Deep Ones possess the ability to use magic to turn human men into Deep Ones, in addition to the ability to bear offspring from male humans for a similar purpose, and that male Deep Ones have the ability to father children with human women. Father Dagon and Mother Hydra are the ancestor gods of the Deep Ones, being reflected in their worship. In the case of Deep Ones, this takes the form of archaeological ventures which are partially guided by ancestral visions to gain more knowledge of countless lost generations of their kind who they believe to be closer to Dagon than themselves. In the case of human worship, this takes the form of the cults of Dagon that effectively function as a merchant-like deal of gold and fish for human genocide. In exchange for the wealth and food of the sea, the cultists of Dagon must follow the following 3 oaths. Firstly is the oath of silence, to never speak of what happens in any ritual or among the cultists to outsiders. Secondly is the oath of assistance, which to follow one must always help or give aid to Deep Ones or other cultists. This can be housing them or giving them money for travel. Lastly is the Oath of Fertility, which is to help fulfill Cthulhu's purpose for the Deep Ones. That is to say, one must mate with a Deep One, aiding in the full mutation and ultimate genocide of humanity into natural servants of Cthulhu. Alright, so you know that when I'm doing this series, I often try to lawyer a lot of these gods to be something like, here's an example of an evil character that worships this god, here's an example of a good character. The issue with Dagon is that he's pure evil in a human-centric sense, and that's what Conan is. It's what universes that are often grimdark in terms of low or high fantasy often are. Humanity faces an unending uphill battle for its survival against both natural and unnatural forces, including plots from each other against one another. But when it comes to Dagon, the real intrigue comes from the chances we have for various story elements. So obviously, for human worshipping of Dagon, you have your basic motivations, which can be out of desperation. This still doesn't make the character good, but it definitely makes his motivations understandable if he's part of a very poor fishing village like Zadok Allen in The Shadow over Innsmouth when it introduced us to Deep Ones. And that's, of course, the gold of the sea and the fish for the sake of the tribe and for the sake of keeping the tribe alive, but in doing so, effectively signing a Faustian deal with a very fishy devil for the genocide of your entire species. And now another way you could have a Dagon worshipper is if you did have someone from a normal town or city, but they quickly find out their child is getting supernatural visions, and people often give him, let's say, answers about these visions and are trying to help the child. In that way, what you could have is, okay, I don't want to be a Dagon worshiper, but either me or my wife has this Deep One gene, and we clearly passed it on to our kid. And this is another big thing with the Deep Ones. It's the reason their culture is so fundamentally chaotic. The reason we have those archaeology missions of Deep Ones is that most, if not all Deep Ones, I don't know an instance of a pure Deep One being born. Most, if not all Deep Ones are pretty much ex-humans who were born with the gene and then slowly over time became one of their kind through intense visions that change their personality by giving them visions of their ancestors that call them to the ocean. If you're a non-active, Deep One carrier and you're just a normal human but you want to do right by your kid and you want to give them the best possible life, you're going to go out and you're going to convert to the Dagon worship so that your kid can have a long-lasting life as a deep one instead of being killed as a gill-filled freak. Then, we also, of course, have food. Starving man may be visited with the offer to become a cultist or the deep one, concubine of a female, which is, again, another big thing. Survival, just basic survival. If you think that we talked about this before. This is an angle we often failed to mention when we were talking about Cthulhu. But generally speaking, a lot of times these cultists, when they're preying on the outsiders of society, that also means extreme resentment. And if you're a starving man who just feels like you've been abandoned by society and you're like, you know what, fuck humanity, we're on the winning team, we're on the winning side because we are going to conquer them, we're going to destroy them, these worthless people who can't even manage to keep their own people alive, including me, I'm just going to go join the Deep Ones, I'll absolutely take the deal to become a Deep One. And of course, story ideas with this. You could have a wealthy fisherman that hires your party to go rescue a child, only to find out that that child was a Deep One and that the esoteric cult of Dagon was definitely involved. And of course, with archaeology, you can also make Deep One archaeology a source of elder magic or eldritch magic for your team, if any of your team specializes in that, if you're doing a sorcerer party, if you will, and they can go off and look for those archaeological ruins with the Deep Ones, perhaps making a kind of Machiavellian politics-playing deal with the Deep Ones to get some of that knowledge in exchange for handing over something like a group of people, or perhaps a group of people that's trying to exterminate them. We know that frequently one of the reasons they have their oath of secrecy is a lot like what happens with the FBI in the 1920s. We know that probably throughout all of history there have been bands of warriors that team up to go hunt and slaughter the fishmen. I always get angry that I haven't done my Deep One culture video yet. One of the things that you can often take from the esoteric cult of Dagon, if you are role-playing a member of them or you have a group of villains that is them, and it's just an interesting note, this seems to be a natural part of emerging Deep One culture, like culture from the blood, which is that they don't really believe in personal property. They have a communal sense of property, and this can be reconfirmed in Conan issue number 36 from 2007, which was part of Marvel's later run in the early 2000s, in which we have a very good exchange between Conan and Deep One that he's stealing things from. And very specifically, he never says, those jewels belong to us, those jewels belong to me. He says, hey, those jewels belong to the people of the sea, the people of the ocean, which are the Deep Ones. And so that culture does get taken into the very communal or commune-based cult of Dagon. I feel like that is a brief note I could make. I don't think you're going to find that note in many other videos, which is just that they do live in communal structures rather than a sense of, you know, I have a house, you have a house, let's keep this hush-hush, which it would be in the 1920s. This is more of a time when it is very much a cult right out of the Thulsa Doom cult that you would find in the Conan movie from 1982, which we also talk about where that fits into Conan canon in Part 1. Lastly is a tragedy tale that I came up with, I thought of, which would be really nice, which you could have a martyr hero who finds out he is slowly shifting into a Deep One, and through the visions that he has, chooses to fight against that desire to go to the bottom of the sea and becomes a priest of Mitra to side with his humanity, even as he slowly mutates, eventually committing suicide, or he becomes a priest of Bokrug to live as best as possible as a Thunha or with the frogmen, who do seem to be a more insular or moral offshoot, not offshoot of the Deep Ones, of course, but are a more moral or insular group of non-humans or beastmen that live in similar conditions to the Deep Ones. And that's all I really have for Dagon. He's a very simple entity. He's pretty much pure evil. And if you want a good guy version of him, well, we're about to get into that with our dear friend Bokrug. While Deep Ones are an example of rule number 5 in our Why Conan is Low Fantasy video, that non-human races tend to want to end humanity, the race which worships Bokrug, the water lizard, is an example of rule 7. Humanity will also seek to slaughter even the kindest of non-human races. The Thumha, also called the Thunha, are a race of physically weak and mute frogmen, whose name means voiceless ones. In the continent which is theorized to travel between the dreamlands and the material world, known as Minar, on a full moon night, the voiceless ones came down with their god. In gross contrast to the Deep Ones, who are actively predatory towards but able to do business with humanity, the frogmen of Manar are said to be nearly wiped out by the men of Sarnath solely for their disgusting appearance. Despite their relatively peaceful behavior and strict karmetic reflecting legal structure, they were targeted for their appearance and what seems to be an evolutionary disgust reaction. This abuse would continue for over 1,000 years until a Thunha priest performed a specific ritual summoning a giant aspect manifestation of their god. Bokrug wiped the men of Sarnath off the face of the earth, and the Thumha were said to live in harmony for the rest of the time recorded in the story, The Doom That Came to Sarnath, which is also their only lore book or time they are mentioned, but for some reason they're in the game Conan Exiles, so here we are. This story also informs us of the tenets of the followers of this faith, which are very simple. Protect the worshippers, follow the laws of one's tribe, and a sins of the father mentality, meaning that if a Thunha or human commits a crime against the tribe, they and their whole bloodline must pay for it until the moral debt is cleared. As you can tell from our notes page, it is very fitting that we are going over the King Kong and Godzilla of Conan in the same video. Both Godzilla and Bokrug are a deeper metaphor for the consequences of unreasonable violence in different ways, and that any society which plays with the fires of sadism will also be burned by them. In the game Conan Exiles, the Thunha are one of the few creatures you can get a token of friendship from, meaning that while they might be a danger to many humans, they are also capable of respecting and befriending them, and that is the Thunha, the Toko people, which are like an entire culture of cannibals and ghouls, and then there is the ape men, the Hanuman ape men, so you can have some yetis and friends like that. So we know that these races tend to be somewhat neutral towards humanity. In the case of the Thunha, the worshippers of Bokrug specifically are very insular, peaceful frogmen. There really isn't a lot of negativity about them. It's ironic and very weird to me that, I know that this is the last series you expect to hear about Guild Wars 2 in, but in the H.P. Lovecraft Fandom Wiki, you will actually find the Elder Dragons from that series and that universe have an entry. And oftentimes, when it comes to the Thunha, I can't help but think of the Hylek of Guild Wars 2. They are unironically peaceful frog people who did nothing wrong. This is literally Unreal Engine 4 Hylek. However, this is a grimdark setting, and if you were making an evil group of Thunha, I would very much suggest them worshipping Ithaqua. Ithaqua was created by Clark Ashton Smith, and it takes place during his Hyperborean cycle, which will actually take place in the same place that Hyperborea is in the Hyborian Age, but the time period it takes place for him is 2.5 million years ago, which is even before the Thurian Age. So it does qualify as canon within the Conan and H.P. Lovecraft sort of universes. But Ithaqua could easily be the evil ancestor of these frogmen before they became more civil under the worship of Bokrug. A great way to use Bokrug, I think, would be the Thunha being at war with the esoteric cult of Dagon, and I would absolutely love an esoteric cult of Bokrug seeking to keep the peace between the creatures of the ocean and the creatures of land, and then Dagon trying to blur those boundaries. We do have another case of good versus evil, though obviously Bokrug isn't likely for humans to worship. He clearly also isn't the native deity of the Thunha. They clearly adopted this god over time, so when it comes to the Thunha, I'm fairly certain that they would not be opposed to the help, but they would still be very different from humans and wouldn't necessarily want them to, and even by their living standards, because again, these things live underwater usually. That's another one of our rules. These things, when it comes to more high fantasy elements, exist so far away from humanity, they might as well not exist at all to the average person. But when it comes to the Thunha, keeping the balance between their tribe and thus the creatures of the water and the creatures of the aquatic places, and also between them and the Deep Ones, would be great, with the Deep Ones being philosophically opposed to them. You could easily see an inter-ocean race war breaking out between frog and fishmen, heroic, glorious, innocent froggy boys versus the enemies of the fishy bad time. Of course, one of my last notes for this character, he is the Conan Godzilla, and his model literally already exists in-game, and that's what it is. Avatar of Bokrug is literally a thing you can summon at the Pool of the Black Ones in the Isle of Sipta, or, sorry, the Grey Ones, that they redid their name. but the pool of the black ones, basically. In Isle of Sipta, you can put his statue there and summon him. I put a picture of him up. It's the one with the longer, curved horns here. And that already being in-game shows that this would be a great religion to have, especially since you can already get Thunha companions. It heavily implies friendly relations with the friendly frog people and being like, look, keep the balance, treat each other well, and a giant lizard won't smash your house down. Now let's move on to a creature that would very much like to smash your house down, and that is the very evil, comically so, and you'll see this with his infographic, Araman. We travel back now to a time even before the Thurian Age, when man first walked the earth. Long before man learned the words that revealed the presence of the wretched serpent men, they were enslaved to the scaled half-devils. However, simply because humanity was the archenemy of the children of Set doesn't mean they were their only one. During this time, they would war with a race of degenerate lizard men known for their hedonistic practices. While serpent men and humans are two halves of the same war with opposing views, these lizard folk were considered to be true villains, even to the enslaving illusionists. A great war between the worshippers of Set and the lizard men of Araman broke out, finally resulting in the mass genocide of the lizard race and the defeat of the demon god. The serpent men of Set, who considered humans a mixture of evil and the lowest form of life, trapped him in the form of a 7-foot-tall man. Thanks to his ancient demonic origins, he does not age or die. Later in history, Araman would make an enemy of the Zoroastrian pantheon, but for now, he schemes to regain his powerful demon form with the singular goal of destruction. The only values of the cult started by him, for him, are his resurrection and an end to all gods, beastmen, humans, and life in general. More so even than Set, this is a true god of destruction and degeneracy. His followers, like the lizard men before them, believing in no morality, for they believe truly in nothing at all. And after that sales pitch, you might be asking, hey, I'm a brutal sociopath who wants to awaken Araman. How do I do that? Well, I'm glad you asked. The secret lies in something called the Heart of Araman. This is a powerful jewel that can be assumed to hold the demon god's power and can be used to defeat powerful magic users because of its own magical power. Seeking out the Heart of Araman and then Araman himself is how you would liberate him, presumably from his current form, and you would do that in a way that would most likely also involve a ritual you would have to consult him about. He would probably kill you, but if you're trying to awaken Araman, you're probably cool with it. His stories are the Hour of the Dragon, well, not really him so much as the Heart of Araman, the thing that holds his power, is used to defeat one of the main enemies. As far as his stories go, one of the last surviving lizard folk could be trying to trick you into summoning him. You know, maybe thinking that you're worshipping some other god. We know that this is a god with horns, and I could easily see a lizard folk pulling a Lami Raja, if you will, and disguising himself as a human through illusion magic, then trying to infiltrate the Tyrannian society and go towards Erlik, and try to say that because Erlik also has horns and is depicted with horns, he could say that Erlik, their law god, was, no, this is just an offshoot of Erlik worship, bro, and you just need to worship this thing in this cult over here, and if you do, then you'll become closer to divinity, and in reality what you're doing is you're trying to unite the Heart of Araman with Araman himself, and thus release him. You could also, of course, have a nihilist death cult. That's pretty obvious. You could have an open hatred of serpent men and thinking that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. A human could ultimately develop Araman worship solely out of a hatred for the serpent men. Of course, that would work better if you were running a Thurian Age of Kull game in which serpent men were far more plentiful. But if you did live in either, say, Eastern Hyperborea or Northern Tehran, and you live near the exiled lands, and serpent men have been known to come in and out of that area, and you have beef with them, hardcore beef, they enslaved or tried to kill some of your local village, and this is just, you're just in it, you are ready, you are hardcore ready to go, and you are willing to make any moral sacrifice fundamentally necessary to take out serpent men, Araman is your guy. Nihilism, of course, we already mentioned, and of course, hedonism. You think Derketo is bad? Well, usually due to the vagary alone. I mean, just the vagary of having no morality is itself a very scary thing. And not just sex acts, but violent acts and every horrible thing you could literally think of. The limit is only the darkness of your own imagination. as to what horrible things you could be making excuses for. You could be literally, I joked about, oh, I'm a sociopath who wants to suck an arm. But what if you're actually a serial killer who just wants to summon Araman because you think you can take out the most victims that way, and you think the world just deserves it? You are just so spiteful and hateful towards the entirety of existence that you just know these things deserve it. And of course, as him being the oldest god of destruction, we can put him somewhere between Old One and Demon God, a lot like we did with Set before. Okay, so some theorize Araman, this will be the last thing I address about this, some theorize Araman to be a similar being to Yag-kosha, but little evidence confirms this is likely untrue. And it is likely untrue. And the reason we say this is because, well, when it comes to Yag-kosha, while we will later have him in the next episode we'll be going over Yag-kosha. He is the being from the Tower of the Elephant. And that is a pacifist magic user who is also a great old one. But, no, obviously not. He clearly represents a different form. He clearly has a demonic form that is fundamentally different from Yag-kosha, and Yag-kosha's race are all said to look like him, so I don't really know where this theory comes from, but I think we can debunk it pretty easily because, well, for starters, his race rejected him because Yag-kosha was a warrior race. Yag-kosha's race was a warrior race, and Yag-kosha himself was a pacifist. So that's why they let him go. Him being a god of pure destruction doesn't really line up with being an honorable, warrior conquering race. It lines up with deep, bloodthirsty nihilism. But I can see where there were a lot of misconceptions to have this. Originally being the titular elephant-headed being in the iconic Conan story, Tower of the Elephant, Yag-kosha would go on to spread his teachings in the East, which began the nomadic cult of healers and mystics hidden in the jungle, known simply as the Children of Yag. Originally coming from a warrior race of genociders and conquerors, Kosha had a mental breakdown, choosing to rebel, pursuing a pacifistic existence that his race's immortal biology gave him the ability to do, as they are capable of single-generation mitosis-like reincarnation, where they literally rebirth from thin air their own physical form after dying. Conan aided in this process after a sorcerer had tortured him dramatically to get the secrets of his current power, after which Yag would have his brutal revenge, eventually leaving and founding the cult you would come from, should you be a worshipper. So to understand just how valuable Yag-kosha is as a god in the expanded Conan universe for your tabletop, you have to understand a little more about K'tai. K'tai is a nation which follows a philosophy of the Scarlet Circle, and we talk a little more about that in different Conan videos as you'll watch the Conan playlist. But for right now, all you need to know is that both in K'tai and Kosala, and assumedly in Yamatai, you have a situation where nobility is closest to sorcery. Nobility is closest to magic. Magic runs in the blood, and the blood is royal. And if you want to play a character from K'tai that knows sorcery, that themselves is not nobility, the nomadic healers of Yag, the children of Yag, are absolutely where you'd want them to start. Believing in reincarnation, and theoretically in the Conan universe, which we do know eventually turns into a facsimile of, depending on what timeline you want to work with, a facsimile of our universe, being the original inspiration in this universe for possibly religions like Buddhism. But also we know that reincarnation is still Conan, is still canon in the Conan universe. So one of those things needs to be covered right now, which is the versatility of that, the ability to use the Children of Yag, the fact that they are nomadic, so southern K'tai, northern K'tai, no matter where you are, you could also come from a little bit outside of that area. They are healers as well, so it's important to remember as well that this is one of the only examples of, and I know on screen you're seeing that Yag-kosha is a great old one, don't worry. That is not a Cthulhu mythos classification. That is the classification we use in this series. And the reason we use that in this series is that anything alien we classify as, in quotes, a great old one in comparison to its relation to humanity. Obviously in the same way that some gods are divine or demonic, the more alien ones we classify in this way. It's important to also remember that Yag-kosha did not want to be necessarily worshipped as a god. He's more of a teacher figure. So the children of Yag, while they may worship him as a god, the reality is that he would likely view them as his students, as his disciples, as his children, who he would teach white magic to. And going back to the original Tower of the Elephant story, the sorcerer who's torturing Yag-kosha is actually someone who he was trying to teach the healing arts to, but the sorcerer was not satisfied with learning how to be a doctor. He wasn't satisfied with learning how to heal the sick and the injured. And so what he did was force the secrets of war out of Yag-kosha. It's one of the big rules of Conan, and that's that if the thing isn't trying to kill you, humanity itself is the monster. Of course, this episode is focused around those people who want to play demon hunters or hunters of sorcerers, and of course the reason Yag-kosha works for this, and also a very beautiful meta-narrative aspect about using Yag-kosha as your god, is that when it comes to the story of the Tower of the Elephant, the part with Conan and the part with Conan meeting Yag-kosha and liberating him by slaying him and allowing him to reincarnate and then get revenge on the sorcerer, is that you're also basically learning the founding story and holy book of the children of Yag. Another great thing is that they are, of course, nomadic, and so while some sects might be openly pacifist, remember, we don't know where Yag-kosha is right now. And the beautiful thing about that is that the children, like any religion, now have time to do schisms and break apart, which means some of them might be on their own quest for brutal revenge. But of course, this is another principle of creation and destruction that we see in many religions, chiefly Hinduism. And of course, Yag-kosha, through his elephant-headed nature, does bear, I often call him alien Buddha Jesus Ganesh, does bear a very striking resemblance to the Hindu god of healing Ganesh. Now, when it comes to the issue of hunting down sorcerers, it wouldn't just be limited to magic users. So this is the great thing about all the gods on this list. They all specialize in a thing other than just hunting down demons or sorcerers. So yes, you'd hunt down a demonologist, but the reasons would be different. They are against unjust pain and suffering. So torturers, slavers, people like this is who they'd hunt down. If you're openly sacrificing people, we're going to get to a god basically dedicated to hunting down Derketo worshippers next, but Yag-kosha worshippers would also obviously be invested in their destruction as well. Now, of course, when you have people who've learned effectively the magic of Yag-kosha, you don't have people who truly fear death because their philosophy on death, even if their literal reincarnation would not be the same. Meaning, the way humans reincarnate in Conan is they literally move on to the next life with some leftover memories that sometimes reemerge in them when threatened or when in a specific meditative state. But just because they don't reincarnate physically, meaning their bodies don't regrow, doesn't mean they fear death, doesn't mean that they are running away from what Yag-kosha embraced. They are following the example of their founder fully if they are religiously full of fervor. And if you were a theoretical crusader of Yag-kosha, which just is this very metal image of like an elephant knight, some type of very cool thing like that, we have kind of an eye for an eye morality. Because once again, when a person proves to be an agent of unnecessary harm, when a person proves to be an agent of that torture and suffering and pain, of being forced to endure that slow agony until death, when that is what they put people through, as many demonologists would, because they need to feed off the suffering and pain. Demons are attracted to the suffering and pain and fear and doubt and all the negative emotions that a person is going through when being tortured. So many demonologists would be torturing people. Many necromancers would be torturing people. And of course, many crooked politicians would be as well. Basically, you have a lot of ins, a lot of story hooks for the children of Yag to work with. And again, you choose between whether they are a pacifist sect, and the character has to learn and have this coming of age where they learn that they have to fight their own battles, that pacifism isn't always the answer, or they are a non-pacifist sect where they are actively seeking out those who do commit these wrongful acts of torture and do commit these wrongful acts of unjust pain unto others and inflict a kind of revenge back. They are the Revengers. And of course, the final selling point of using this god in your game is that while it is obviously an original creation of Robert E. Howard, the Lovecraft influences are here in just a dramatic amount of plenty, to the point where before most of the Lovecraft writings were written down and before we had the information tools that we had today, many people theorized that Yag-kosha was himself an elder thing that rebelled against the other elder things. But as we get to future episodes, there are deities like Hoggoth who is a great old one, natural great old one by Cthulhu mythos standards, that takes the form of a great tiger that values life for the sake of valuing life. But yes, this is basically Cthulhu for the good guys if you want to play Yag-kosha, and that's actually a theme with a lot of these. It really is. We have Cthulhu for the good guys, and now let's move on to Derketo for the good guys with Bente. In episode 1, we went over the tragedy of Derketo, and how the trauma of being banished from Earth to the various hell realms of the Outer Dark made her cope by wanting to unite all people and states into one. Thus, the necromancy orgy cults which exist today as her worship are also a form of conflict deterrent and a way of uniting people, very similar to Jebel primal language philosophy. Of course, this had the opposite effect, causing murderous, lecherous, and even pedophilic cults to emerge across the world, which cause immeasurable suffering. One such victim of the cults of Derketo would be her own half-human daughter, Bente. Born in the Black Kingdom, she fell in love with her husband, who was a nameless honorable warrior. Eventually, he and her would be killed by a ruthless, bloody cult of Derketo, causing Bente's awakening to her own godly powers, as the demon in her could never die, becoming the goddess of violent deaths, truly hell-bent on the destruction of all necromancers and the protection of married couples. Despite looking very similar to her mother, a half-dead zombie woman covered in burns, she is her polar opposite. To follow Bente is to wage an unending war on the forces of Derketo by any means necessary in a pragmatic, bloody fashion. No sorcerer, undead, demon, sexual degenerate, or betrayer is safe. So, of course, the key for Bente is the fact that she is located in southwestern Hyboria, which is a concentrated hub for sort of demonic god worship, with possibly the only exception being the twin kingdoms of Zimbabwe, with Punt, Kashan, Darfar, Kush, the Black Kingdoms, Amazonia, and Juma's Kingdom, all being, to some degree or another, one degree or another, genuinely affected by some form of dark or demon god worship. Now, the reason for this we'll go a bit deeper into in our Black Ones video when we eventually do it, but this is because the Tumbalku tribes, which was an ancient hybrid, this is my theory for clarification, not a thing that is stated specifically, but it's something to infer. Because we know that the Tumbalku tribes and the ruins of the Black Ones, which were a hybrid demon race that were crafted from Ajujo worshippers, which was a dark god as well, used to populate the entire world from all the way on the coast of Zingara, which is where the Tumbalku tribes would meet the border of Acheron during its height, into the Black Kingdoms, into the Black Coast, into Kush, into Darfar. And again, we go back to the only nation not affected by Black One's ruins, not having Black One's ruins in it, being Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe with its twin kingdoms being the closest to Iranistan, meaning geography and geographical separation from the Black Coast being the point of entry for the Black Ones, is one that will effectively give you a good understanding of why they don't have this same issue. So why were all these dark gods left over? Well, we know the Tumbalku tribes seal pretty much everything. The Black Ones / Gray Ones in modern Conan lore seal pretty much everything with sealing magic into small black statues. But what about other demonic gods? Basically, the only thing they weren't willing to fight is other demonic gods. So what would these other tribes do? What would these other nations do to get rid of them? They would go and find other demonic gods. So this is why Darfar worships Yog, who is by our classification, a great old one. By the Cthulhu mythos classification, Yog-Sothoth is an outer god. But you get the idea. This is why in Kush you have several dark gods who are worshipped. In Kashan, in Punt, this would also explain the alliance with the various hyena men for dark sorcery secrets that they could use to fight back. It gives Amazonia its connection to the demon plants. Everything about the Black Kingdoms is explained by that. And when you understand that background leads into this hotbed of demonic activity in southwestern Hyboria, then you understand that when a Bente worshipper shows up, it's a game changer. You know, there are two not Marvel, but comic book characters, one Marvel character, that I do think of when I think of a Bente worshipper. One of them is Ghost Rider. It's like Ghost Rider showing up to a bar in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by demons. And that's what it is. It's Johnny Blaze pulling out the chains, except instead of fire, think of like, I don't know, black ink or liquid, and just throwing out the chains and just binding and beating the crap out of every demon and sorcerer in the room. And it's great. You just imagine people involved in all of these dark practices getting liberated, getting saved, all this stuff, all by a god that doesn't come from outside the area. That's a very important thing. Bente was born in the Black Kingdoms, and I think I misspoke during the opening section, but she did ascend to godhood after being murdered by Derketo worshippers in Kush. That is when she ascended to her goddess-like state. And that's when she effectively became female Ghost Rider the Crow. And female Ghost Rider the Crow wants to make other people into that. We actually want to get to her hybrids, and actually we'll cover that right now because I don't want to just go on and on about very specifically this. So, of course, you have the goddess of violent deaths and her basic worshippers, which are just basically hardcore barbarians of this kind of proto-African nation that are going out of their way to slaughter every demon in sight. And for the most part, they don't have magic. But the thing about Bente is that Bente is a demon god. And the thing about being a demon god, and you'll notice on the little cue card we have, I gave her a demonic/divine god status, because according to the way we do things on this podcast, you're divine if you're helping or in aid to humanity, but Bente is half human, which is why she's helping in general. So, divine/demon god. And it just the fact that because you're a demonic god, that means you get to have heralds. That means that if you were to become a herald of Bente, she's the goddess of violent deaths, meaning we know how she would pick her heralds. She would pick her heralds by people who've been wrongfully killed by sorcerers, and wrongfully killed in brutal, unyielding fashions in the name of dark gods, to be brought back as kind of these half-zombie super soldiers, and this is why I think of the Crow a lot. I think of the Crow a lot when I think of a Herald of Bente. Herald of Bente with the beignets, which is a sweet treat. Herald of Bente. Pretty cool. But yeah, no, so just the idea of how you could use this ability, how you could use this type of character, how you could use this as a class. Just the idea of hiding and disguising yourself or taking on the form of a zombie or an undead to hide amongst the ranks of a necromancer. But then when they least expect it, you pop up and, surprise, surprise, you have free will and near godlike superhuman strength, and you're acting as an information agent for other soldiers of Bente to storm the necromancer from behind. Their horde of undead is being slaughtered, and you are killing them, which in turn destroys the link to the zombies and thus kills off the connection and kills the whole army. It's a beautiful example of reverse engineering a skill against a dark opponent. And I really, really love the reverse engineered. When you are a Herald of Bente, you are a white blood cell trying to balance a system that is filled with disease and corruption. You are truly trying to put right what once went wrong. And I am reciting the opening that happened from the 2-season Mark Dacascos Crow Stairway to Heaven. Not the bad movie, but the good series that came out. Mark Dacascos is a very underrated actor, still is today, in my opinion. But yeah, no, I could easily see Mark Dacascos traveling the Black Kingdoms. He gets stabbed to death by a sorcerer. Bente honors him, and you basically have literally the Crow in, or Brandon Lee. But you have the Crow in the Black Kingdoms, and that's just, it's great. I really hope you use it. And if you want to crusade across your tabletop in brutal, unyielding fashion, you'll need today's sponsor, Ronin Craft. Ronin Craft is an independent 3D model printing service that specializes in both sci-fi and fantasy. It's your one-stop shop for all your weird fiction needs. With an excellent customer review score on Etsy, you can be sure you'll get quality that surpasses any master. Hyperborea was once the producer of the bravest warriors known to the continent, responsible for its name, the Hyborians. However, now it lies in a decrepit state, ruled by a villainous witch queen, and a culture where both cowardly assassination as well as necromancy has become normalized. In the shadows of the undead, the rebels who seek to restore the old heroic Hyborian culture worship their cultural god second only to Mitra in their pantheon, Bori. Once freeing Conan from slavery through divine intervention, he is the patron of all barbarians who seek freedom and honorable death in battle. So the coolest thing about Bor is that Bor is a god in hiding. He is a god who is worshipped by rebels of this society. It is illegal to be a good man. It is illegal to be an honorable, heroic worshipper of Bor in Hyperborea in its modern time. Once the people who spread Mitra worship, which is this kind of religion that when, I suppose, the god himself is void of the warrior elements that allowed him to spread, because we actually have these Hyperborean native gods like Bor, which show us the honor culture, and likely Bor was a son of Mitra in the eyes of the Hyperboreans, as they held Mitra as the highest god. So we know that Bor was their god of honor. We know that Bor was their god of deal-making. He's a carbon copy to some degree of Ymir, with the big difference being the traditional view of upon death you ascend to Valhalla, and the reality of all of that. It's very much similar to that. It would not surprise me if Ymir and Bor were part of the same pantheon. And of course, because this is a Proto-Norse setting that we're talking about right now, we know because of Norse mythology how that will eventually play out. We do know they're part of eventually the same mythology. And I often talk about, whenever Norse mythology comes up in Conan, that there is a little boy named Odin somewhere in the world. And I truly do believe this. This is always going to be my headcanon. That there is a little boy who is probably a demigod, similar to Bente, who we just went over. Probably a demigod. His father was probably Bor. And he's just walking around, a little baby, walking around probably on the outskirts, a no-name village, who is slowly going to rise to power, who inherently is gifted this wisdom of honor culture, who is gifted the neurotypical qualities, probably subtle godly gifts of his father Bor, who will eventually rise to power. This is how I think of Odin playing out in the way of Conan, and how eventually the destruction of Vanaheim will come through the cataclysm that ends the Hyborian Age. Vanaheim will crash into the sea, and likely before that, Ymir worship will slowly dissipate. I absolutely believe that Ymir worship would slowly dissipate, and why is that? Because after the destruction of the Witch Queen, after the destruction of the wrongful Hyperborean government, the sort of dark, corrupt government that currently rules it, its dark, corrupt culture. It's very much a Norse equivalent to Stygia in its current state. Stygia. It's like, yeah, I say it the way that audiobooks said it to me when I was a baby. Okay? So, but that's really what it is. That eventually, if Hyperborea was restored to its high culture, and that's what Bor is, he's a god of Hyperborean honor culture and warrior culture, that after it's restored to its proper heroic high culture, anti-decadence, but still keeping all the same wealth, but you putting it to good use, putting it to a war effort, putting it towards training soldiers, putting it towards the proper practice of a moral viewpoint towards the rest of the world, anti-dark sorcery type stuff. After that happens, well, they do become not only another person involved in the Nordheimer Wars, which is the Hyperboreans versus the Asgardians versus the Vanaheim versus the Vanir, and what you have is that three-way war, but the Hyperboreans are hands down, without question, the most industrious, the most organized. Now, with the benefit of having a backlog of this time of decadence and sorcery, they obviously have the most resources, and resources they're eager to get rid of, and a war is a perfect excuse for that. So think of this honor culture hero god team led by this little kid named Odin. Not this little kid named Odin, but a guy who is a little kid now, but would later be an older heroic general. And think of him also having access to ungodly abominations that are just lurking in the depths of some Hyperborean cellar somewhere or dungeon that were crafted by necromancers that, again, they're eager to just get rid of in battle. So they just throw it out there, and it just goes, and they burn away all that's left of their dark, abominable resources, while also slowly cleansing both their reputation and also striking fear into the hearts of their enemies and claiming this was because of Bor, his strength, his might, and our new god king, who is Odin. And that's how I think of all of that going. So that's the first thing. Bor is just very, very cool to me. Now, obviously, I went on a huge rant about how I think that part of Hyboria will play out, but let's talk about him in the current day, obviously. And, of course, the cool thing for the theme of this episode of All Gods and Conan is just the fact that they have anti-slavery and anti-necromancy as one, which I really love. So they're hardcore against necromancy and against dark and demonic gods, obviously, but consider slavery. They're very pro-freedom. They are Vikings as the soul imagines them. They're when the Nords from Skyrim are really well written. Basically, people will often mod the video game Skyrim, which recently got a terrible update, to be this, a very realistic, down-to-earth, but that's not what the Hyperboreans are, and that's not what the Nords are. They are Vikings as your soul imagines them. True freedom fighters who genuinely hate slavery. And these people are currently oppressed by a dominant culture which does not represent them, openly hates them, and openly seeks their total corruption into these gross, cowardly, assassin necromancer hybrids. They want to take the same blood that was put into generations upon generations of breeding noble, heroic warriors who spread not only an honor culture to almost all of northwestern Hyboria, but also, in addition to that, spread through Mitra charity, humility, kindness, spread this, and took that and twisted the potential, that same potential of the Hyperborean people, and turn it into this gross, evil, twisted thing. And they are the ones standing against that. They are the one fighting against that. And one big practice that they would fight against and they would lead a crusade on under Bori, is a crusade against slavery, which is not something that I think a lot of people think about when they think about Conan. Now, Bori's only appearance in the Conan comics was appearing to free Conan from slavery. This is kind of the only time that we really see him called to be manifested, is when someone that he judges to be a noble warrior has been enslaved to someone he deems to be less noble. He will literally divine intervention in there and go, it's like, nope. It's like, nope. And then you're gone, you're out, and you're ready to go take revenge. So that's just very cool to me. I like the idea that if you were doing like an all-Viking party in Conan, you might have some Nordheimer tribesmen who have to be forced to work together, and Asgardian has to work with a Vanir, and someone from Asgard has to work with someone from Vanaheim, and they're just so, they just hate each other all day, and then they're calmed down by this wise, older, Hyperborean man that they at first think is this evil degenerate, because obviously he's from Hyperborea, right? What's the main export of Hyperborea? Oh, great. Slaves, necromancy, and pain. Wonderful. But then what happens? The old Hyperborean tells him of all the things he's been through and why he's willing to fight, and the two young hotheads, they calm down. They realize they can put their differences aside because they're all fighting for the same morals, the same goals. Because right now, 2 worshippers of Ymir and 1 worshipper of Bor are going to go slaughter undead ass. And it's cool. The chief god of the Proto-Indian-inspired country of Vendhya, Asura is the father of Mitra in the religious pantheon of the culture. The morality mimics Mitra's in many ways, such as humility, following the law, and charity being held as higher values. However, there are a few key philosophical and practitioner-based differences. Followers of this god, as is common practice in the country, will burn the dead after death. Having an open hatred for the undead and belief in them is a key feature of their religion, viewing a proper death as the only real gateway to enlightenment, meaning also, of course, a better reincarnation in the next life. In addition to this, they also believe in reincarnation, which has been shown to be canon in Conan many times as an actual phenomena. This means the concept of karma, what goes around comes around, and dharma, what you do in your past life affects your future one, also applies. A lot of the fun of this god comes from the moral ambiguity of the caste system associated with them, as untouchables, the lowest caste, are treated as chattel to be disposed of at the pleasure of the priest caste. So this can be a good source for an otherwise heroic group of warriors being responsible for mass killing of the innocent, or being in a situation where you have people who are otherwise good, but then this very specific part of their culture seems like, oh wow, this seems like a big area of corruption here. So when it comes to Asura, this is a god which is already very popular. So the practice of him is not hidden, it's everywhere in Vendhaya. The interesting aspect of him, and this is something that Mongoose Publishing did very well in fleshing out, but also it's talked about here and there in a few different Conan stories, where it's casually mentioned that worshippers of Asura are often wrongfully mistaken as worshippers of a dark god. People, for some reason, in Western Hyboria, get Asura confused with Set. And they get him confused with Set simply because you have to cross through Stygia more often than not to get to Vendhaya, I assume, from Western Hyboria. It's one of the main things they get wrong about Vendhayan culture. And this is very interesting for a number of reasons. First, you already have the inherent moral ambiguity of the caste system within the nation. And I'd really like the idea of an arc of a character who goes from a noble knight, heroic, slaughtering his way through undead. He's in Vendhaya. He is effectively a knight in Vendhaya, a warrior of virtue of some nature, perhaps not the word knight. But he would be slaughtering his way as a crusader of Asura. And then he would find his way back home, but he would treat the untouchable caste with this great contempt and hatred and demonization and persecution. And of course, then he himself leaves Vendhaya, he goes to the west, and then despite having more in common with the warriors that he was thinking he was going to fight alongside, maybe knights of Mitra, Aquilonian knights, things of that nature, he is met instead with hostility by those same people, and he meets effectively a carbon copy of himself from the west, who treats him with that same level of hostility, and he goes through a bit of a character arc. Oh, discrimination is wrong, but effectively, it's actually a pretty interesting dynamic. Seeing just raw brutality of humanity play out the way it does within Asura worship, and the misunderstanding and persecution that Asura worshippers have to go through outside of their borders, but then also the persecution they will put others through within them, all while also being the deterrent against the undead and demonic forces in the nation. So this is a god that sadly I don't have a lot to say on, because not a lot needs to be said. Inherently in the concept is richness. Inherently in the concept is so much complexity for you to play with. If you want an arrogant fool who learns a lesson about treating others the way he would like to be treated, if you want the story of a basic, straightforward slaughterer of the undead and demons to protect his homeland, and if you want the story of someone who, say, is coming from outside the land and has to learn about this new world, and this is definitely good for any dungeon masters out there whose players are not understanding or well educated on the world of Hyboria, first send them this video, but instead of sending them this video, put them through the dungeon adventure first, then send them this video. Because once they get to Vendhaya and they don't know what's going on, like they might be educated on Aquilonia, they might understand Hyperborea, that's what a lot of the Conan fans like. They stick to northwestern Hyboria, they like those countries, those are part of where Conan's adventures are, as well as the Middle East, so they like that and they like Stygia. But if you can get them here and you can get them to not know anything about Vendhaya, that would be very interesting to see them as players from a meta perspective, but also them as characters not know that they're walking into a place that actually is very similar to most countries that worship Mitra, and actually considers Mitra to be one of their highest deities, literally being the son of Asura. So, yeah, inherently a rich god to play around with, as the chief god of any country would, and of course that is also true for the next god we're going to be talking about, which is Erlik. Being the chief god of both the Hyrcanians and Turanians, Erlik is a truly interesting figure, as it's difficult to say whether he counts as divine or demonic. Originally, he was a divine being who tried to create true sentient life. This leads to some interpretations in which he created humanity and others in which he tried to create an abomination, false humanity. For this crime, he was sentenced by other beings of a similar nature to the hell realms of the Outer Dark, before the time of Old Night. Important to mention, unlike other demon gods, he was not sentenced there before, after or during that time. He wasn't sentenced there with all the other demon gods, and the reason why it's hard to place him. Even as a demon god, he devotes himself through his one-armed prophet Tarim, also called the Living Tarim in symbolism, being a philosophy similar in nature to the Holy Spirit in Christianity, represented by statues of a one-armed man, similar to the dove symbolism in Christianity, to teaching the morality which he himself seeks to live by in his eternal state, despite having to contend with demons. Reject alcohol, premarital sex, and usury or debt slavery. Honesty, loyalty, and temperance are the key values of those who worship this noble but still dark god, who is said to judge them upon death. And this is a very interesting figure because he serves both the Abrahamic Yahweh Allah role, but also in that same way is serving the Satan role. In an actual, it's a very complex figure. Erlik is a very well-written god in Conan. And of course, what makes him so well-written is everything I just said actually only applies to the Tyrannian interpretation of the god, which is more organized and controlled, and where you'll see all these great monolithic temples to the god. And this is found in the Turan map in Age of Conan, but it was also found in the Age of Conan maps mod, which was done by Faceman for, which I, by the way, am the reason my video on his mods, or why he changed his name. I want that on record. I don't know when they'll be updated, but he put all the maps from Age of Conan at Conan Exiles, and we have a video on it. But you can see that beautiful Turanian map that has been used in it's just such a cool way to demonstrate the power and worship of this figure that just really hits on all three Abrahamic religions. You can see commonality, obviously, with Islam, but also, as I mentioned in the intro, Christianity, Judaism are also very represented here as well. It's just okay, so you have Tarim, which is very much he's not a Jesus figure. He's very much a Muhammad figure, but almost like Muhammad mixed with very specifically Tyr, the one-armed element and the warrior element of sacrificing for the tribe. That's the one-armed symbolism, which is almost always true in most mythologies. So the warrior who sacrifices for the tribe by becoming a prophet, which in turn loops back around to a narrative that makes him much like Jesus crucified on the cross, but not to the degree that he is holy, except he is holy because he reincarnates. So none of that probably made sense, but it's awesome. Anyway, the living Tarim is then worshipped kind of like a concept of the Holy Spirit or a concept of a supernatural being watching over you as you follow these practices. And before we head into Hyrcania, because that is going to be fun, because he's not just the chief god of Turan, he's also the chief god of Hyrcania, but we'll see that the worship differs heavily, because you have this very basic setup with Erlik, but in Hyrcania things split apart a bit. But before then, if you're a priest of Erlik, that is a really cool job to have in the Conan universe, because in the Conan universe, priests of Turan are also lawyers who are also magic users. And that's really cool because the dual demonic divine nature of Erlik makes it justifiable in one of the few places we can actually name, because of course many people are coming to the Conan universe. They're coming to my videos from D&D 5e, and they come from these universes where, all this magic that we're talking about that is genuinely awful and evil and involves all these sick, twisted rituals that sometimes just involve torturing the pain out of someone are actually good. If you want to be the good guy who uses dark magic, if you want to be the good guy but still a dark wizard, well, not fully, but you can do it by being a Turanian priest lawyer of Erlik. Your job is to represent people in court, to argue legal cases, and to understand and be skilled on magic, and just next to a judge who is also a skilled sorcerer like yourself, will be a court mage, a court sorcerer who is also an expert on magic, which you could aspire to be. That is the literal job you would have in this society, and it's really, really cool, because you would be skilled in both divine and dark magic at the same time. It is one of those loophole positions that I love with all my heart and soul. It is just so cool. I like it. I like it a lot. I like Erlich. He's really cool. And also another element, before I forget, because we just mentioned law, being anti-debt slavery, which I just love. You are a sorcerer who hunts down loan sharks. You are a sorcerer who takes away the power from the greedy banker who foreclosed on someone's house, who controls people through debt and through the power of, lending money and predatory lending and predatory dependency. One of the reasons I think this position is even possible, and they don't just become fully corrupted by evil, is that their entire lives are dedicated to fighting people who use decadence as a weapon. I mean, if you think about it, that's what their entire culture is built around rejecting. It's built around rejecting the idea of sex before marriage and hedonistic orgies, and you reject the idea of using all of this money to corrupt people, to take away their freedom while they think they're gaining more luxuries because they're taking out more and more loans. They are going after those people. They are inherently learning not to replicate their behavior, because by punishing them, they also punish the inner evil in themselves that would do that. And so no matter how much darkness they keep exposing themselves to, every single day they are beating that darkness out of them, because that is what it means to worship Erlich. And that's why being a priest of Erlich, which is also being a sorcerer of Erlich, which is also being a Turanian lawyer, is so cool. Of course, with the heavy difference that has just as much diversity as all the sects of Islam, all the denominations of Christianity, and all the varying different practices of rabbinical Judaism put together are the Hyrcanians. And all of that, by the way, all that schism energy with every single thing being so far apart from the same central core that it's also coming from, that mixed with every denomination/sect is also a part of a barbarian tribe that has its own alliances in Hyrcania, along with its own view towards outside cultures. Now, this isn't a podcast on Hyrcania, but it should be in the future. And for right now, we can just say this is your perfect blend for your homebrew Erlich worship. We already showed you through that opening quote, well, not opening quote, through that opening intro to the god, and through our little conversation on what it means to be a sorcerer of Erlich. So now, if we have sorcerer heroes to some degree, which is very rare in Conan, real sorcerer heroes, meaning a full-rounded knowledge of sorcery, not just divine magic, what do we have if we have barbarian sorcerer heroes? This is your homebrew for battle mages, baby. This is my jam. This is what I do in life. This is what I play in every fantasy setting. I always play a spellblade, a weapon in one hand, magic in the other. Of course, I got introduced to this through Skyrim. I've already mentioned that game once in this Conan podcast, but no, it's true. That's what I like. Anything that is magic plus physicality, where I have to be on my feet and on my toes constantly, both mentally and physically, through both attuning with the spirits of the world. That can be a paladin, that can be a blood knight. But the battle mages, baby, that is where you're going to find them, in Hyrcanian Erlich worshippers. Once, Ishtar was likely a divine female incarnation of Mitra, but in modern times, the outer god Shub-Niggurath subverted the worshippers of this goddess, slowly turning them into secretive cults dedicated to the black goat of the woods, only using Ishtar as a cover. Known as the mother with 1,000 young and the wife of Yog-Sothoth, her worshippers are blessed with healthy offspring in exchange for dark deeds of worship. These include, but are not limited to, blood orgies, human sacrifice, and what can only be described as xenobestiality. So let's start by rehashing and expanding on Sandy Peterson's points on the name Black Goat of 1,000 Young, and from there we'll move into the connections with the Cthulhu mythos, because obviously it's an outer god, and the Cthulhu mythos also exists in Conan very directly. It's not like some hidden piece of media, it's a very direct connection. What she did during the end of Elder Night, very unique there. I was very surprised to learn that. And then go further into the fun monsters and allies a villain using this god would have access to. You know, one of the fun things about Shub-Niggurath is that even though the cults are so diverse, they have this camaraderie to them, because each of them have a different interpretation of Shub-Niggurath as a life-giving, love, sort of mother goddess figure, to the point where one thing we're going to get into a little bit later, satyrs. Satyrs. I don't like the demon mommy milky. I don't like that. It's really gross, but that's what we're going to do. We're getting into it. I will say, before we go any further, I just want to add this brief note. Of the outer gods of the court of Azathoth, you know, Nyarlathotep has this whole thing where his connections to the Dreamlands make him hate his job, and he becomes a very relatable figure, where he's almost Jim Halpert from The Office to some degree, goofing off as he's tormenting souls of the innocent, but it's like just a prank bro, and he's just miserable otherwise. Yog-Sothoth almost has an old man personality to him when fully manifested, not to be confused with his Yog manifestation, which is really more just one of his horrors or one of his masks that he wears, but his cannibal god is much more savage. However, him as a cannibal god is much more savage. However, the fully manifested version has a kids these days mentality and was always very neutral and dismissive of humanity, but you can earn his respect if you love knowledge enough and are willing to sacrifice your sanity for it. The thing about Shub is just the fact that, man, you know, we'll call her Ishtar. She does not have a personality. She does not care. She only exists to give life. Her will is totally unknown, and of the outer gods, she is the one who best represents the concept, because she is simply an entity. Not an entity with will or desire other than procreation, but merely an entity. One concept I actually want to go over again before we go any further is that we talked about the wife of Yog. Well, she was also the mate of Hastor. She was the mate of almost everything in the Cthulhu mythos, because in many ways she is the void. And going into Sandy Peterson's breakdown of the black part of the name, Black Goat of the Forest with 1,000 Young, is that, you know, the black element here is not referring to a literal physical form, but possibly, very likely, and this is what I took away from his dissection of it, which is the blackness of the void. It's literally very much similar to Nyarlathotep's concept of nothingness, which is, of course, very ironic because Nyarlathotep is the most personified of the outer gods. Shub really embodies the term. She is void. She is nothingness. She is very specifically the primal concept. So cavemen, early religions, they had a concept of darkness, that darkness wasn't merely the absence of light, but rather that darkness emanated from a source. And Shub, in many ways, is that source. The Dark Young are that source. We'll going over them a little later. But that is what she is. She is the primal source of darkness. And so when we say black, we mean that dark black void, but darkness as a living thing. So think darkness as a living thing. That is the black of the black goat. And then obviously the goat imagery, and I have to give full credit to Sandy Peterson on this one because this is a great contextualization of it. The Migo, who were originally the fungi creatures, the fungi crustacean bug men, who are also not fungi crustacean bug men because they're matter from another universe, but also not matter from another universe, but also matter from this universe, which is more cosmic and horrific than we would like to believe. These guys who do these crazy lab experiments on humans accidentally, likely, transmitted the knowledge of Shub-Niggurath as this kind of mother goddess to a human brain once, And the way the human brain manifested this, and the Migo are most famous for using humans like lab rats, usually in the experiment of body swapping. So I could easily see one of the less ethical Migo, if they even have ethics, one of the great, well-written creatures, because we still don't know much about their psychology, but a less ethical Migo literally using a Migo in an experiment, switching a Migo consciousness for a human consciousness, and them learning about the religion that way, which is what Sandy Peterson theorizes. I really love that idea, because the human mind then contextualizes that, and this is bringing it into my theory. The human mind contextualizes their version of a mother goddess as something similar here. The black goat. Goats give milk. And in the in quotes, milk, which is secreted by the udders of Shub-Niggurath, is actually one of the things that allows for the mutations into satyrs. And this is very, very, very cool. So let's get a little bit further into that. Expanding further, the general point about satyrs being these kinds of, and this is, I'll just straight up cover them here, they are human-animal hybrids specifically, but specifically it's more like they unlock within man, because again, this is also concepts of reality warping, and generally the way Sandy Peterson does it, because I really love his take on satyrs, because he really takes it away from just being billy goat people to being genuinely, human owl hybrids, human horse hybrids, human moose hybrids, which all look phenomenal. His adventure Panacea, you should really, really check out. I left a link to Seth Skorkowski's review of it on in our source list. But just the fact that these are animals or humans who imbibe some way, in the Adventure Panacea, it's a pill, but who imbibe some way the milk of Shub-Niggurath. And once they do this, they start to mutate and gain the features of, a lot like a gangrel from World of Darkness, the features of an animal that they most identify with, or just random animals, though I do like the idea of a satyr being primarily made up of person and a singular animal. You could easily mix and match the features, have these goat hooves with... you could really look like, if you wanted to, the Jebel Sog representation in Conan Exiles, if you so desired, which would be really, really cool. But I also really love this, going back to the concept of black as living void darkness. And black as living void darkness within the primal mind, it's really our intuition and our intuitive minds when looking at a dark space. The reason that, some people, they, even as adults, get scared when they're washing their hair because they don't want to close their eyes because they're, there's like, demon. And it's like, but that's what it is. It's the fear of the unknown and the unpredictable. The credit I really want to give to Shub-Niggurath and the writing of H.P. Lovecraft is that while most of the cosmicist writing of H.P. Lovecraft is usually very comforting in a way, because there's a dark, chill-out factor to, of course it's scary, of course everything's going to die and burn away, and there's almost like a chill, active nihilism to the whole thing. But with Shub, man, does she actually scare me, because she cannot be reasoned with, because it's like dealing with some type of... Because the deep ones are amphibians, but that amphibians, amphibious aspect, it's skin deep. It's skin deep because ultimately they are creatures who, on some level, you could possibly reason with if they don't murder you. However, when I am dealing with an amphibian or a fish, one of the scariest things about that is that they are not really capable of being reasoned with in some cases. When you're dealing with a less intelligent creature of any variety, that is always scary, especially one of titanic size and infinite power that could easily destroy you, like Shub. So that's the real point I want to give to Shub, is that she actually scares me. Not much in the Cthulhu mythos does, like there are different fears. It doesn't hit like that, but Shub really masters both cosmic creeping dread horror and gothic horror all at once, just immediately hits both. There is a great reason to use Shub as Ishtar, as a homebrew adventure campaign in almost any session. If you're looking to homebrew a monster, well, look, the 1,000 Young, that's the last bit of the name breakdown. The 1,000 Young is literally just an exaggeration, again, me taking from Sandy Peterson, is an exaggeration for infinite young. It's just a way to symbolize near infinite young. You want a homebrew monster in Conan, an abomination of Ishtar, an abomination of Shub-Niggurath, is exactly what will work. All right, so let's talk about easily one of the most unique uses of Shub's power. Because the thing about it is this. Obviously, if you're doing an Ishtar cult, you will have your own prayers, your own homebrew prayers, your own homebrew phase of the moon that this will be done on, etc., etc. They differ dramatically, as I said previously. But again, there's this inherent connection. And just to show how diverse this is, Out of the Aeons has this amazing section where the literal, I guess you could say, the divorce of Yog and Shub during the time of Old Night. So in Conan, this is very relevant because this was when humanity was first kind of inheriting the Earth as the dominant species. And one of the first things that happens, one of the first things is that Shub takes a side against her most used mate, who is Yog. And this is pretty amazing stuff, because Shub, an outer god, is literally, not in a backhanded way, but just outwardly taking the side of humanity. And if it makes sense, because the time of Old Night was also a time of war. And the things that specifically were being warred with were demons. Now, this makes a lot of sense if you understand Shub's purpose. Now, we already went over how Shub sort of likes to mutate things. Don't worry, we'll get deeper into that. But she likes to mutate things and have things breed with other things and breed with and make more biological life. Well, the demon gods, the old elder demons, they weren't those things. They were astral entities, divine entities above at this point. So out of an alliance of convenience, and I just find this so interesting, she takes the side of and aids humanity against demonic hordes. And all of this from a story about weird living mummies and the evil stuff that demons were doing to people, where it was actually a lot of crossover with our next god, Ajujo, because one of the demon gods that she defeats and kills under the behest of a priest is that Shub defeats this demon god that was sticking people into living mummies, like they were being petrified and turned into this thing that had its brain and consciousness kept alive as its body was fully petrified and aged and died, and it was just horrific. But she defeated them at the behest of a priest and cult. And that goes into really what we're talking about here. It's about the cult in question. Now, of course, the way to get Shub's favor, that doesn't change too much. So she's still basically Conan Slanesh in the sense that you're gonna be banging a demon. You're gonna be banging a xeno magical, evil satyr mutant demon dark young from the it's awful, it's bad. There's a reason she's still an evil god, but I really love that this is just such an interesting character-filled part of history for Shub and for the cults of Shub, because it gives you an idea that no matter how hedonistic and gross, sick, twisted, and morally debauched and murderous these cults are, no matter how much they are sacrificing virgins on an altar, followed by a blood orgy, followed by banging a horse with like a dragon fire-breathing butt or whatever, no matter how much that happens, the cults of Shub are always pro-biological life, even as gross, insane, complex, and destructive of humanity that can get. Again, there's another overlap with the Beastmen, obviously with the Satyrs, but there's that other overlap with the Beastmen from Warhammer, where you have this thematic overlap, obviously, that they're not in the same universe, but where you do have this kind of thing that is worshiping the ever-changing mutations of these animal men that then go out and try to spread more life, no matter how abominable it may be. It's an ocean of creation and chaos, and that can make a good force against demons. So Shub, if you are trying to do an anti-demon cult, and then you're like, oh god, that would be so good. So you have an Ishtar cult, And the Ishtar cult originally look like good guys to the party that you have if you're a dungeon master. And you can use them that way. It's like, oh, it's a cult of Ishtar. Ishtar, it's just like, it's basically just Mitra but female, no big deal. It's just Mitra but female. It's like, okay, cool, that's great. Let's do that. And it's like, nope, blood orgy. And that's great because you go in to defeat demons and then nope, blood orgy, but for different reasons. And I really do enjoy that. That's an interesting bit of history. So one big element you're going to get, and you should use this as much as possible, Iebon, Ibon. So the Book of Ibon is a grimoire, and it is a grimoire largely containing all of the various tactics and practices and beliefs and ways to summon through ritual various different entities connected to Shub-Niggurath. And one thing that you're going to find about these entities is that all of them are mutated elements of other parts of either the Conan or Cthulhu mythos. Now, I could start with the Dark Young because they're the most iconic, but I'd rather start with the Little People because they're easily my favorite. They're literally just a cult of degenerate serpent folk, that is to say, serpent folk who've downgraded to the point where they have intelligence on par with humans, who basically drank the milk of Shub and became more lizard-like and tiny and far more violent. And so they've become sort of these pygmy serpent folk, the really lizard folk, tiny lizard folk, new lizard folk is what the Little People are. And they have become these kinds of extremely savage, simple goblin things that just run around and stab and kill whatever they can and can be summoned up with a simple blood ritual or sacrifice, similar to most of these. Most of these require a blood orgy-like sacrifice or a blood sacrifice of some type. When it comes to Little People, just insanely fun. Then the Toko Toko, they're a first example of humans taking the milk of Shub-Niggurath and then mixing that into an herbal elixir and herbal remedy that sort of over time allows them to do things like disconnect their body parts, do effectively ghoul-like things. In many ways, they are, to some degree, considered ghouls, but they have far more abilities than that. They're naturally psychic and have abilities in that way. They use it to enhance their consciousness. Toko Toko are likely the only truly psychic, other than the Dark Young. The Dark Young also have psychic abilities, but they're, in many ways, the only, I would say, they mutate in the direction of intellect because in some ways they've unlocked through their own specific type of sorcery and cannibalism a way, likely through fusing actually the milk of Shub-Niggurath with specific cannibalistic rituals similar to ghouls to prevent the loss of their intellect and then triple down on it for psionic capabilities. Because one of the things, if you've played the Isle of Sipta expansion with the Toko Toko people in Conan Exiles, they have the ability to send out this psychic wave, and that's a toned-down version of what they can do because they really do have effectively a form of psychokinesis, which allows them to do all their crazy stuff. You can technically consider them a type of undead, but again, it's better to fit them in that very specific and unique black goat category of entities, similar to the Little People, which I just really love because they're stupid, crazy, like lizard goblins that just stab everything, and I love them. You may have noticed a theme so far. When ghouls imbibe the milk of Shub-Niggurath and convert to that worship, they tend to become something like the Toko Toko people. When serpent men do it, they become something like the Little People. So it clearly interacts with different entities in different ways, but what about when just simply raw humans, no rituals, no extra stuff, interacts with this milk? Well, they become the satyrs. It's also true for when humans do. I once again reference the Sandy Peterson adventure Panacea because it has some great examples of this, humans just casually becoming goat-like, other humans becoming owl-like, etc., but also dogs that develop human-like heads and the ability to speak and gain consciousness, some very good body horror stuff. I would go so far as to say satyrs are most effective from a horror perspective when it's an animal that gains human-like sentience and the ability to speak, but it still has the lack of inhibition of a beast. So a particularly angry and savage animal that just has a bad personality gains this ability to use human speech and intellect, but they're already this hulking great wolf or lion. something even like a wolf beast. We went over those in our Werewolves and Conan video, but a demon-possessed wolf then also gets the milk of Shub-Niggurath, and you get this kind of talking, man-headed wolf thing that just looks like something out of a psychedelic nightmare, and it's chasing you through the woods, crying and screaming like a baby as it slowly learns to speak and then tell you why you suck before it kills you. And it's just great. So, Satyrs, phenomenal stuff. If you want any kind of homebrew monster mash, Satyrs are where you go to. But again, remember, it's Shub-Niggurath, so your homebrews are very, very welcome here. So, for most cults, they will still have their own individual moon phase and everything, but if you want the safest possible and most powerful Shub cult, then that's going to come from the new moon cults. Because if you offer a blood sacrifice on a new moon and perform a ritual to Shub, you can summon the living tank of Shub worshippers, of Ishtar cultists in this setting, and that is the Dark Young. And the Dark Young are pretty amazing. They are about the size of giants. Actually, if we're using Conan giants are about the same size as normal vanilla Skyrim giants in a way, so they're about, I would say, a little taller than that if you count the tentacles, because the tentacles make them like twice the size and length, but they're these incredibly tree-sized, we'll say, entities that look like what many people assume Shub-Niggurath's physical form, should she ever manifest, would look like, but obviously smaller, which in this case is to say a mansion-sized giant thing made of a mass of writhing black tentacles with 4 goat legs at the bottom. And this entity literally will just exist as an extension of the will of Shub, and as we already went over, she doesn't have much will, but she does have a love of life and obviously a maternal feeling of protection over her young. And so the Dark Young, while not an actively threatening force, will enact the will of, it seems, and this is the way Panacea, again by Sandy Peterson, plays it, will initially simply act as a protecting force, but then as it stays summoned and it stays around, remember, it doesn't just go away after the night of the new moon, but on the night of the new moon, after the blood sacrifice is offered, when it's summoned, it will slowly begin to adopt the personality and desires of the cult. And this is a beautiful thing, too, because this entity had no now, it might look grotesque and horrific, but it's a new life. It had no personality until it was birthed into existence when you summoned it. And what you did was you infected it with the cult. And a great storyline here, a great way to open a storyline, would be a cultist trying to leave. They've rediscovered their humanity. They've discovered how horrible what they've done is. They had a coming to Mitra moment, as you would say in Conan. And they realize they need to get out of there. They need to get out of there. They need to run. But the Dark Young, which has the same psychic abilities that, say, a Toko would have, knows that they're about to run. And so a tentacle comes up from behind and breaks their neck and then consumes them whole, converting their mass into something like a few baby Dark Young, which I would probably homebrew that. I love the idea of tiny Dark Young running around because the first Dark Young is there, and anything it eats, it just poops out more Dark Young. I would love that, but, you know, obviously weaker ones, but tinier ones. I'd like a pocket-sized Dark Young that just beats the crap out of my enemies. It'd be funny. Anyway, the Dark Young are phenomenal, living tanks, just very iconic for Shub on a new moon. Just the Book of Eibon, E-I-B-O-N, Eibon. Look it up. It's a great tool. It usually comes in the form of a scroll with a skull on it. I absolutely love this god. I absolutely love that it scares the crap out of me. Now moving on from the Black Goat to the god of the Black Ones. The beautiful and most enchanting thing about the Hyborian Age is that we are like archaeologists looking into a forgotten time covered up by the ages. Nowhere is that more true than a Zhuzhou, who is responsible to the best of our knowledge for the nightmarish state of almost all of southwestern Hyboria, unleashing his children, known as the Black Ones and Grey Ones respectively, upon the area. It is likely that they were only beaten back when the population discovered they were unwilling to fight other demons. Using this weakness, many turn to the dark gods as well as mythos entities for aid, which explains the often demonologist or elder magic-focused societies one might find there. So to talk about a Zhuzhou is to talk about the Tumbalku tribes. And the Tumbalku tribes were the ancient civilization of the Black Ones, these demon supremacists, during the time when they were in full force, they were in full function, slowly over time trying to take back the earth by converting various different humans to his worship, possessing these humans with demonic spirits, making them undergo a great ritual in which they are dunked into a pool, a sealing ritual, but instead emerge as crystal-skinned, either black or gray in some cases. Ones, basically just ones, and they are the children of the Dark One. And actually, the Dark One is very fitting because Ajujo in many ways is the king of dark gods, in the sense of dark meaning demon gods in this sense. Because when we talk about the demon gods, we're usually talking about entities that originally were these astral divine beings that had to deal with the fact that their homeland, Earth, was taken from them by humans and divine beings rising up against them. The way they cope with that trauma defines how they act as demons when they're in the world. For Ajujo, it's very straightforward. Nah, demons are it. Demons are what we're doing, and if you're not a demon, you're screwed. And that's basically it. This is why he's willing to fight elder gods. It's the reason he's willing to fight outer gods. It's the reason he's willing to fight humans. It's the reason he's willing to fight everything that isn't a demon. But as soon as other demons come along, the Tumbalku Empire, it just almost immediately collapsed overnight, because the whole dream these demons were fighting for, especially these specific hybrid entities. So there's this thing called heraldry. It's when you become a half demon in Conan. You can actually pray to a demon, replace half of your soul with that demon's power, and become a half demon. When you are a herald of Ajujo, you become a black one, you become a gray one, depending on the general nature of the ritual. If you undergo the pools, you will likely become a black one, meaning if you try yourself to become a herald of Ajujo while also undergoing the same sealing ritual that they use to lock people in small statues as a form of imprisonment, then you will likely become a black one, which is a crystal-skinned, somewhat giant figure. It's very cool, very powerful obsidian giants that are ready to slaughter all around them. But if you do not use that, that is likely what causes the Grey One appearance, because we often see from the Grey Ones in Isle of Sipta that they are more flesh-colored. They have a lot in common with Acheronian demon souls that possess humans and cause them to mutate, so that seems to be normal heraldry. But regardless, in both cases, we see an erasure of personality, which does not usually happen in heraldry. In heraldry, usually you retain your personality, you gain a little bit of the will of the demon, but you are in control, and you know your power comes from that source. And really what makes you generally a force for evil when you become a herald is the fact that you're already very committed to that demon god to become a herald of them. But in the case of the Black Ones, we always see a clear erasure of identity. It's always a clear erasure of identity. Right, so back to the Tumbalku tribes. The Tumbalku tribes collapsed almost overnight once they had a literal dark god worshipping southwestern Hyboria rising up against them, because if you're fighting for demon supremacy, if you're fighting for demons to take back the earth, because it's pretty clear that the tricky business, so to speak, that Ajujo did, and this is sort of foreshadowed by the sealing magic, it seems pretty implicit that they accidentally, that when you become a black one or a gray one, your will is replaced with the will of Ajujo. And so, fully and completely, the desire to take back the earth for demons comes about in you, and you are willing to go to war with everything. But seeing that there were all these civilizations that were able to make deals with demons, appease demons, work for demons, around demons, doing demon-adjacent activities, would have been an incredible destruction to both Ajujo himself, as well as the morale of every black and gray one there. Because the whole point was to take back Earth for the demons. If demons are already there, and demons are already living it up, one of the examples we're going to get to later is the True Gods, and the True Gods have a demon that's just more than happy to sit where he is, then what's the point? And so now you have these sort of cults of the Black Ones that do generally do what they do, but I guess they're content, and that would make a lot of sense, that in the face of being so thoroughly demoralized, which is what would happen in the event of a demon uprising against a demon supremacy movement, because what's the point? You eventually get to a point where you still believe in your cause, but you're okay with doing it incredibly slowly. And so the retreat all the way back to the Isle of the Black Ones, which is just almost an ocean now away from where their territories previously stood. And that retreat back to places like Tortage and places that are off the coast of really it's still southwestern Hyboria, but it's along the further north of the coast. And that dramatic reduction in territory, it makes sense because now the goal is slow growth. It's slowly hoping that other demons see the light of Ajujo. It's a peaceful convert of other demons with a forced convert of humans and other groups. When it comes to the Black Ones and magic, they're two unique trademarks, and by proxy, the unique trademarks of any Ajujo cult would be the hypnosis spells and hypnosis magic they do through dancing. So this dancing is done to induce a kind of religious euphoria and experience, which also activates the spell in the dancer to be able to be applied to those observing the dance. And this creates this kind of hypnosis which will keep them locked in place until the end of a sealing ritual. And this makes up for, and is also, of course, very complementary. This is what, in the Conan universe, in the expanded Mongoose publishing aspect of the Book of Skylos, which expands on the magic, they would call this mesmerism. So they're known for mesmerism and also the sealing magic. This, of course, as I just said, makes up for the fact that the sealing magic often takes a long time to perform. But again, we go into this. Why seal things like Giant Kings? Why seal things like Thunha? Why seal things like Migo and all these other entities? Well, I think the goal is pretty simple. The goal is brainwashing. And so from here, you can get an idea of the kind of caste system or hierarchy that Ajujo wants to set up, and also the kind that existed during the Tumbalku Empire. Remember that the Tumbalku Empire, the Tumbalku tribes, but they might as well have been an empire? I'll call it the Tumbalku Empire. During the Tumbalku Empire, and the other reason I use that term is because they were the southern neighbors of Acheron while all this Black One stuff was happening for the first time. Acheron was rising and falling. But the hierarchy would have gone demons on top, humans and other entities as servants and slaves and worshippers on the bottom. So why not just kill? I think the sealing mechanism is a form of brainwashing, and that the longer you stay in one of those statues, the more you will revert to a sort of savage, consciousness-less state, where you can be plied, you can be controlled, you can be indoctrinated, and eventually you can be used as a herald, or if your will is broken, you can be broken into being a slave of Ajujo and the Black/Grey Ones. I'm actually reminded of the oldest concept of what a zombie is in old tribal rituals, the idea that a person was under hypnosis rather than any kind of undead, and this plays into that very nicely. To be a zombie in that sense is to be a servant of the person who controls you and has control over you, and that's obviously the whole theme here, toteming equaling control. So to be a zombie of Ajujo would be to be a servant of Ajujo, and so you would have the Black Ones, the zombies on the bottom, Black Ones in the middle, Ajujo on top, and the rest of the demon gods on top. And of course, on top of where? Earth, taking it fully back for demonkind. So why would a normal human from the Black Kingdoms, the Black Coast, or Stygia, these being the general places where the modern Ajujo cults are, want to worship this entity? Well, the reason mainly is a promise of power, but also an Enlightenment philosophy. It's very similar, and a great comparison is the Acheron revivalist movement that exists in Stygia. In Stygia, the Acheron revivalist movement, despite all history saying to the contrary that the ancestors of the Stygians did not do very well in the great demon empire of Acheron, well, That doesn't really matter, because also there are a bunch of disenfranchised youth, there are a bunch of disenfranchised, all these people in modern decadent sort of Stygia that are eager to jump on any bandwagon promising them a better economic and social tomorrow and the same decadent lives that likely powerful sorcerers enjoy in their current hierarchy of civilization. In the same way that they enjoy those decadent lives, we could take that back to the Black Kingdoms and the Black Coast, and we get a simple sense of military or militant power. It's easy to encounter a gray or black one ruined temple and find what are basically these powerful warriors that stand at, the black ones are very tall. The black ones and gray ones are both very tall, about, I would say, at least 25% larger than a fairly tall human. And so they're tall, they're strong, they're capable. You're not aware that you're joining a cult that's going to erase your mind and put you into a hive-like state. No, you don't understand that. What you have is a genuine cult-like mentality that is preying on people who are weak, preying on people who are misguided, and promising them that they will get stronger, but in exchange for that strength, they lose their identity. You can even have an entire concept where the concept of demonic supremacy or becoming a demon, this kind of power, enlightenment, or fairly unintelligent or barely even researched dark sorcerers come around, and they sit around and they think, aha, well, I know what heraldry is. This'll be just fine. But it's not. It's not fine. You say you're fine, but you're not fine. You're a black one. In more philosophical Stygia, you could have a concept where demon supremacy or becoming a demon is a form of enlightenment, or this sort of master demon race evolution. And then on the Black Coast, where almost everything is ruled by piracy, of course, that symptom of power is there. I think a Black Coast story where someone, say, escapes a Black One cult or is coming from a Black One cult is definitely one that it's going to resonate, it's going to hit home, because you have this very simple story of someone who wants to become strong, goes about it the wrong way, and nearly loses who they are as a result, and needs to find a new thing. And so that makes a great segue into joining an adventurer party. And that's pretty much all for Ajujo himself. Ajujo is pretty simple, I would say. Hypnosis plus sealing magic equals Ajujo. There's always more to go over with that. It's so unexpanded, because what I've gone over in many cases are theories. Absolutely, but they're so implicit, they're so in your face, they're so there, that nothing else makes sense for the current state of southwestern Hyboria. It really doesn't. And with humans having this tendency to slowly over time and over the generations reject demonic influence, we also see as the Hyborian age ends, as we move away from that, how those dark or demon gods fell into obscurity, and how all the dark gods slowly became obscure and in the shadows during the time of Solomon Kane in the later 1700s and 1800s. And speaking of strange, obscure theories, let's move on to our next god, Yun, and the cult of the Yellow Skull. If you'd like to practice your own sealing magic, then you'll need today's sponsor, Ronin Craft. Ronin Craft is an independent 3D model printing service with an excellent customer review score on Etsy. Specializing in both fantasy and sci-fi, he's the perfect match for all your tabletop needs. Because with Ronin Craft, you'll get quality that surpasses any master. Yun is a tragic god from a power perspective, doomed to play second fiddle to the Scarlet Circle of Katai forever. While we have Yun as a demon god, many have linked the figure to Cthulhu's half-brother Hastur, also known as the King in Yellow. Whereas his brother influences much of the West, at this time, Yun influences the East. This theory is supported by the constantly comically failed assassination attempts against the Emperor of Katai, who is the political enemy of the cult of the Yellow Skull, Yun's primary worshippers. The theory holding that this is not Hastur's true goal for his followers. One concept that I'd like to cover before we go any further with this god is the unique concept of Yun's followers, having people pay them for the specific type of necromancy that they perform, and it's specifically to be able to have fluent conversations with dead relatives or ancestors. And this kind of unique paid necromancy, dealing specifically with aspects of memory, sanity, these concepts are incredibly important two Hastur-Yun connections, because once you understand that their version of necromancy, very unique to the Cult of the Yellow Skull, is playing with very fluid, very accurate depictions of memory, and that one of their rituals deals with a lotus flower, with them actually going mad for a temporary time to be able to be converted to the religion or learn that specific style of necromancy, it becomes an obvious allusion to Carcosan sort of magic, the sort of kingdom of lost dreams in a way. And Carcosa being sort of, I would argue to some degree, if we're using Conan logic, it would definitely be part of the Outer Dark, and this sort of realm ruled by the King in Yellow. And this idea of slowly wanting to bring about a mad emperor, that might be one of his goals, but obviously they can't happen overnight. It can't just be, this or that random, oh, well, we just assassinated the emperor and now random new guy is in charge. It has to be some ordained person who can both handle the insanity of the hallucinogenic lotus rituals and master the specific type of necromancy while also being slowly infected by the King in Yellow to the point where he can literally bring about Carcosa on Earth. And from here, we can go further into the idea of Hastur as Yun. Now we go into the specific theology of the Cult of the Yellow Skull and how they contextualize in their place in Kitai their view of the figure of Yun or Hastur as the Emperor of the Underworld, and how the Emperor of the Underworld must bless or ordain, in the same way we just went over, the person who will be the true future Emperor of Kitai. And of course the theological aspect of that, how things are taken and sort of the whisper game is played, and down the line you have all these different members of the Cult of the Yellow Skull who either think they are the ordained future Emperor, or they think that this next new person will be. So you have all these failed assassination attempts because you have all these false emperors not truly blessed by Hastur, and we don't know really when he will unveil this plan. So I have this little timeline in my head of how I think things will go. So we already went over how their sort of failed assassination attempts of the Emperor of Kitai make sense, because obviously that isn't the time yet. It's not the time for their prophesied Messiah figure to come, their insane Messiah figure to come. It makes a lot more sense when we understand that madness brings them closer to the divine. So the end game of the Emperor of Kitai being this figure that is largely controlled by the Cult of the Yellow Skull, who is at this point fully enlightened to Carcosa and fully enlightened to the will of Hastur. Now this makes me think that Hastur, who is characterized as being much crueler in effect than Cthulhu, is actually trying to make them into mad, overpowered necromancers until one day they are strong enough to perform regime change to put an actual mad emperor on the throne. Remember, they consider madness close to divinity, and if madness is going to increase their ability to when mixed with necromancy, and this is of course great, it's what's so great about Ishtar instead of just doing Shub-Niggurath or doing Yun instead of just Hastur, is that we're mixing the necromancy that exists in the world plus the magic of Hastur, or the King in Yellow, to create something totally new, which is that kind of, hey, it's necromancy, but it's memory focused, which we usually don't see. Remember, zombies are usually very, very much that kind of brain-dead stereotype in this universe. Savage, hungry, bloodthirsty, and almost always demonic in nature. But in this case, this kind of unique yellow sign, if you will, necromancy, bringing people back from the dead to be able to talk. Now, man, that's amazing. That's amazing for uniqueness in the setting. Because what you have, when we take that back to hallucination rituals and that lotus flower that they ingest causing madness bringing them closer to divinity, and that divinity being really the source of power for their magic, is you have this idea that over time they become madder and more insane, crazy necromancers capable, effectively, I guess you could say it's kind of an ectomancy, but it's more like bringing back these lucid and very surreal people. And you can just imagine people having almost full resurrections, but being these zombie humans, effectively, is who they're talking to, and ghosts just fully lucid, walking around the world. It creates a very dreamlike setting, but also it's a way to create a very powerful army. And what we could be seeing is the sort of Acheron of the East, in a way, that's in the making. And obviously we know later that this doesn't really pan out in many of the Hyborian timelines, but it would be a very interesting alternative future. So I believe from here, he will in turn act as kind of an emissary to Yag-kosha on Earth. And this kind of Yag-kosha on Earth filled with, again, mad zombies, mad ghosts, mad necromancers, centered in Katai, but then expanding all over the world, which is very cool, will usher in the sort of manifestation of the King in Yellow, whenever he so desires, giving him a foothold on Earth and bringing Yag-kosha effectively to Earth. And the sort of final note on this being that the symbol for Yun could be one of the interpretations for the yellow sign. Now, people often wrongfully associate the yellow sign with the specific image of Robert W. Chambers' book, and that's actually something done randomly by an artist, but it's actually never actually specified. The yellow sign looks different to every person who perceives it. Of course, much like with Shub-Niggurath, I really like the idea of Yun acting as the face of Hastur in Katai. These are the priests of Yun. They will let me talk to my ancestors if I pay them gold. And also when they are teaching necromancy, and I don't specify this on the page, so I want to make a clarification to what's on the page in front of you, which is that it's not that they have to perform human sacrifice every time they talk to the dead, but rather a recently dead corpse will make a better vessel for speaking to the dead. So it is a bonus if you are looking to employ their services that you are capable of sacrificing someone to Hastur. However, you can simply use a corpse as well, though if the vocal cords are already petrified, then what's the use in trying to speak to something that can't talk? The final note on geography being that they are located in that famous place of Purple-Towered Pai Kang, and you've heard that reference several times, but that's pretty much it. They're headquartered there, that's about it. They're still very well known and have headquarters literally all over Katai. I do kind of like the underworld pope view they have of Hastur. I really do like the comparisons in a way to being blessed by underworld pope who is also crazy. Crazy underworld pope. That's great. Moving on. In the Conan universe, to be a thief is also to be a murderer. Nowhere is that better represented than in the six-armed elephant-headed god, Bel, worshipped nomadically across the supercontinent. Wielding 6 swords and accompanied by an undead thief army, Bel embodies the most comical interpretation of might makes right. There are really 2 sides to Bel. And the first one is that of a very powerful banditry god. Because when we're talking about thieves in Conan, it really does make more sense to call it banditry, especially after this heavy influence of Skyrim. When you think of banditry, you think of robbing someone at a roadside, or if they are breaking into your house, very obviously killing the person and then taking the valuables. Because that is what we are talking about Bel being this sort of might makes right god of. But the reason I use the word comical is that you could also think of him as a thief nerd, and I want to go ahead and get my favorite part about Bel out of the way first. Firstly, he's a nomadic god. We don't actually know. It might have been Vendhaya that he originated from. I'm sort of judging by the elephant head, but we don't really know. But he's a nomadic god, worshipped almost everywhere. But his priests of this god must never buy or trade for anything. If they do, redemption so if you do buy or trade for anything, you're sullying your name in the eyes of Bel. You're sullying your name in the eyes of Bel because he is that strict about you being a thief. He is that autistic about thieving. If you do buy or trade for anything, the only way you can redeem yourself is by stealing something of 10 times greater value to regain your favor in the eyes of your god. And that is amazing to me when you have this very, very specific desire for a thief god. If you want to talk about a thieves guild, try a thieves cathedral. I mean, really, when you have these outposts, I really love the idea of the thieves guild in Elder Scrolls. And when you want to have that, but you have it so much more realistically, where we all know why we're here, we all know what we believe in. We are, of course, worshippers of Bel. We are here to ransack this local village and take from them their valuables and their homes, and in doing so, we earn the right to reincarnate in Thief Valhalla as one of Bel's many undead heroic warriors. And of course, this also opens up ideas of necromancy, because if you're performing necromancy on, say, a famous thief or someone who was executed for being a thief or a bandit, you would view that as summoning a champion of Bel to your aid. So there, again, this falls into a bandit, spellblade, kind of bloodblade necromancer, boneblade necromancer, who's running around the world trying to summon up this kind of demon horde army to embody Bel and try to be more like him. Going back into there are no gentlemen thieves, there are no, I am a pacifist and I will sneak in like a cat burglar and take your valuables. I'm reminded of a story that was told at Howard Days by the Funcom crew when they were talking about sadly it failed to launch in the sense that it was failed to be picked up, but it was a really cool game that they showcased, which was an actual Conan ARPG, just action game where you play through the life of Conan the Barbarian. And one of them was him encountering this they were talking about working with the voice actor who recorded the lines for this Prince of Thieves, this character named Taurus of Nemedia. And the voice actor had this image in his head. He had the wrong image for the universe in his head. And so he thought of himself as a gentleman thief. And he had become this character in his head that was, no, he never kills, but that's just not how the universe of the Hyborian Age works. Of course someone will find you. There is no magical sneak eye that's going to close up so that you never make a noise. You're going to have to kill someone to get what you want. And this just really brings it home. And they talked about the voice actor himself having this total mental breakdown because he couldn't handle the brutality of the Hyborian Age. And that I just find it's so characteristic of the universe, and it's characteristic of Bel as well, because of course Bel would be someone who would champion someone like Taurus of Nemedia, and Taurus of Nemedia was likely a worshipper of Bel. We don't know that for sure, it hasn't been confirmed, but he likely was, and I really like this idea. So taking from others is this kind of form of honor, which shows, sort of showcases in this way that he's less of a god of stealthy thieves and more of a god of bandits on the roadside, and we already kind of went over that. Bel is a great example of why it's very, very smart to keep the classification of Conan gods so soft and so loose, because at the end of the day, Bel has morphological qualities in comparison to Yag-kosha, very much in common with the Yag-kosha. He could possibly be one of that race. He could be a divine god from a pantheon that split off, as I said before, or he could be a demon god in disguise as a divine god. We just don't know. What we do know is that Bel is fairly unique and very fun with the philosophy of the people who worship him. Straightforward, in your face. It's just something that, when it comes right down to it, Mafia Valhalla, elephant-headed, six-armed god, heavy metal demon army in the afterlife, justification of necromancy, and go steal shit. I just don't have more to say. If you're looking to be a thief and a bully character, then this is your god. The true gods, for the most part, are an interesting geography-specific religion, confined to the mountains of Kazenkian, between western Koth and Middle Eastern Zamora. The Kazan Hill people are extremely hostile to outsiders. Their pantheon is philosophically elemental in nature and was likely the inspiration for the Four Winds religion in the Conan movie. The first three of the Four Winds are merely metaphors for how one should live their life. Earth is about a vow of poverty, wind is about exercising intellect over primal urges, thus waiting until marriage to have sex, and water is about respecting human life by following the law, thus breathing life into the civilization by maintaining it. It all sounds like a normal, almost divine religion, until you get to the fourth wind in their elemental pantheon. The Wind of Fire is an eternally hungry demon made of hellflame that hungers for souls indiscriminately, and who has warped the minds of the worshippers to be hypersensitive to any minor infraction as you get to be demon food, punishable offense. And so far, we've gone over demon gods and dark gods and outer gods. That would be great for a thief. That would be great for a fun body snatching, in a way, adventure with a Jujo. or you want to have your cosmic entities Shub and Yun have you covered. Here we come to a special kind of villain, a special kind of evil, the Puritan. Someone who is so corrupted by their faith, so blinded by a genuine, and I'm usually on this channel. Some people complain in the comments that I go on rants about the benefits of faith. Well, don't worry. Here's a rant about blind faith and how that can truly destroy your mind by turning you into a hyper-neurotic, super-authoritarian who must, if your OCD is not pleased, the world is impure and must burn. And that's exactly what you would get with the Kazan Hill people, because you would have this, and I want this to be, and this is how I want to play the Kazan Hill people if I ever get the chance to run a campaign where I use them in a plot or a story or a setting. I want them to be a near Enlightenment level civilization. I'm talking public education. I'm talking just almost everything you could want from a resources and needs perspective is fulfilled. I want them to be very affluent, very wealthy, very well educated, very kind, very polite. I want them to start off as the best people you could possibly meet. And then over time, you just start notice, maybe it starts with some guy's eye twitching because someone didn't wash their hands, or various different odd laws that if people don't sort of practice, you have an escaped criminal, and you go through this whole thing where you're tricked into helping get this escaped criminal. And it's like, well, what did he do? Oh, he walked across the sidewalk before he was given permission. He walked across the road before he was given permission by the local guard. This is the kind of thing, literally jaywalking. This is the kind of thing that we need to see from a work of the true gods. So they're hyper-authoritarian, and that's there's sort of a commentary on what it means to have a culture where redemption or revitalizing one's public or social image isn't something that you're capable of doing. You make one mistake and suddenly everything in your life is a constant state of fear. Will they find out that he jaywalked? Oh yeah, no, that's another one. He jaywalked, but the guard didn't tell anyone, so he could be living in a constant state of panic and fear as a guilty man because he committed such a minor infraction that any time anyone finds out about it, he will be demon food. There's no saying you're sorry. There's no being, in quotes, be better. There's none of that. There's literally just, you messed up once, now you must die. You committed a slight social taboo, which we are now neurotic enough to believe in as this kind of powerful affront against the divine. You may as well be a demonic entity because you have jaywalked. Now you must be slaughtered. Conrad Kurz on speed dial. And it kind of reminds me of, it's kind of like a reverse flash of some societies in ancient Greece, which, due to the fact that, being a war criminal basically meant that you were part of a losing team in a war, or in a battle, effectively, and you were captured, but that happened all the time. So POWs were a very common occurrence, and because of this, and these city-states lived relatively close to each other, and all these people kind of knew each other, they would, in many cases, not keep criminal records. Of course, this wouldn't be carried over to Rome, but in ancient Greece, they wouldn't keep criminal records. This would be the opposite. This would be everyone has a criminal record of everything, and you have a record of how suspicious you are. Not even a criminal record. If you had any crimes committed, you would just be fed to the fire demon. But if you had any kind of criminal record, it wouldn't be a criminal record. It would be like it's the social credit score, and it's how suspicious you are, and you have 5 marks of suspicion. There's so much area for homebrew. Really expand these neurotic authoritarian elements. Really expand how robotic, and it's at first it looks beautiful and nice until you realize all the people have to behave like robots or they get fed to a demon. That's the start of this. Oh, and it's so good. I need it. The other element, of course, here is the Wind of Fire, who is just, I just love the idea. There's just something so charming about the Kazan Hill people and this entire culture that has been slowly corrupted by this fat, happy fire demon that just enjoys his life, consuming souls, eating the guilty, just doing that on his own time. He has no desire to leave, no desire to start an empire. If you want the anti-Hastor, it is the Wind of Fire, because he is just happy in his element, consuming random souls, twisting the minds of people to worship him. This is, well, I say the anti-Hastor, really the anti-Ajujo, because this is the example I was talking about earlier. he not only interacts with humans, but the Wind of Fire is so dramatically happy to be here that he doesn't care. He doesn't care if someone is trying to, rid the world over there in Katai or over there in Aquilonia of demonic influence and demonologists. It's just him. It's just him, just hanging out, just chilling in his little fire pit, waiting to get fed food. And so, also the contextualization of the Wind of Fire, I should say. There is a cave. It's a large mountain civilization. It's a mountain civilization, not a large mountain civilization. But it effectively, the demon lives in a cave. So that's the only thing that really is well known about them. I really love the Kazan Hill people. I think they make great villains. I think they're the Hyborian equivalent of, Welcome, I believe, what was it called? Welcome to Pleasant Town, Perfectville, where they go back in time and it's this idyllic 1950s society, but it's void of color, but it's like a much darker twist on that, where you go into the Kazan Hills and it's like, wow, these people are so well behaved and so nice, but then you see one guy forget to say thank you after someone gives him food, and he's just dragged off and beaten to near death and then thrown to a demon for food. I can't say more about it. I just really love this concept. I would love to see them used in anyone's campaign. Obese and narcoleptic, Ithaqua massive intellect is matched in size only by his massive laziness. 2.5 million years ago, he taught many wizards great magic in exchange for human sacrifices, who are his favorite delicacy. Today, he is likely worshipped in secretive underground cults from the Pictish wilderness to Mayapan, deep under the Western Ocean. Ithaqua is incredibly fun to talk about, just because he comes with his own DLC expansion. Those series of underground tunnels, caves, and networks that I was talking about at the introduction of this god are called Nakai. And Nakai effectively is its own underground nation that exists separate from the underground tunnels and systems of the Serpent Men and other ones that might be the last surviving lizard men who were formerly Araman worshippers, if any of them survived. And we really do need to do just a Hollow Earth episode of Conan lore, just any element, because it's so good and it's so underutilized, and I could easily picture in a group of adventurers coming across a Ithaqua cult, and they ultimately function within a small part of an underground fortress that is technically claimed as part of Nakai, but it is located right next to a Serpent Man underground lair, and you have to now fight the Serpent Men because you messing with the Ithaqua worshippers now accidentally made the Ithaqua worshippers discover the Serpent Men, discover the humans who also already know about the Ithaqua worshippers, and now it's a three-way war. And I would love every second of that. As for Ithaqua himself, a fairly simple entity. If you take to him in this secret place human sacrifices, he will gift you with magical knowledge. Once again, we have a great plot hook for anyone who wants to be a sorcerer, or perhaps a runaway sorcerer who, they learned their magical knowledge. I instantly think of a sorcerer redeemed, or a person running away from their dark past. Like, I know how to do this magic, but what I had to sacrifice was something like his own daughter or his own son. He's done horrible things. That could easily be a quest giver, a main antagonist. Very, very, very good ideas there. Of course, another fun thing about Ithaqua is just how simple his design is. He really is a big, near-gelatinous, tentacled frog man. And that's really all he is. He's Big Frog. The question of, are you in good with Ithaqua is, do you work for Big Frog? Do you know people who work for Big Frog? But if you do work for Big Frog, you get frog spawn, or sort of greed hunters, as I've dubbed them, of Ithaqua. These are easily my favorite creatures to come from him. They were featured heavily in Clark Ashton Smith's original Hyperborean cycle. In the story they're featured in, a moneylender is lured into their lair through the idea of magic gems. The concept of magic gems that are purposely placed near him and near the greedy. So really they're just man-eaters, but these giant frog spawn, basically think of them as the frogamoths from the weirder aspects of D&D. I believe I put that as the picture on the page graphic in front of you. And these creatures hunt by sending out fake gems and jewels that seemingly are actually just spawned from them. One great twist I would like to make, especially after seeing the recent episode of Delicious in Dungeon, is the idea of them secretly being eggs for the Frogamoths, which I'm just going to call them Frogamoths because they're never getting an actual name. You could call them Frog Spawn, Ithaqua Spawn, Greed Hunters, whatever you want to call them. But these giant tentacled frog monsters, which are very clearly spawn of Ithaqua, they will lure them in with that and then just consume them. They love taunting and sadistically torturing their prey. So unlike their absentee, lazy father, the personality of these frog spawn are incredibly sadistic towards those they torture. It's important to remember that while they share the insane hunger and desire for obesity levels of consumption that their father has, they are creatures that fundamentally are enjoying the pain of others. They're almost, it feels like there's a story being told of these Frogamoth-like creatures being abandoned by Ithaqua to do what they want and being in kind of rejection and rage of that, and in many ways seeing humanity as the perfect thing to take out their anger on. So this is how these creatures hunt. It's just a very cool aspect to me. The short story it's a part of is very satisfying to watch just because the moneylender who gets killed is such an awful human being. Now, the second group featured heavily into Ithaqua worshippers, and ultimately the body of the fellowship of Ithaqua worshippers are the Vormi. And the Vormi come in two forms, and I think they come in these two forms. I'm going to go ahead and say that it's probably hierarchy of religious closeness or supernatural closeness to Ithaqua, because it seems as though amphibian-like qualities do get bestowed upon some of them. Most Vormi, their basic form, are ginger-like yetis, and they're likely a form of ape man, which we didn't cover in our All Ape Men and Conan video, which you should check out. But the Vormi are effectively just ginger yetis. That's effectively their entire thing. They are red-haired yetis. But in addition to being red-haired yetis, what they do is as they get closer to it, they become more like the Vormi of, well, Saturn is the planet that Vormi also exist on, but they become more like Ithaqua. They become more amphibian. And while they keep their red hair, they keep their seismic strength. At the same time, their neck starts to cave into itself. Their neck almost fully disappears, and their skin, what's visible of it, becomes green, and they become more amphibian-like. They adapt all the positive qualities of an amphibian. They have like more control over how long they can hold their breath. They have all of these enhanced physical abilities that are based around being an amphibian, and a lot of weaknesses, obviously, too. I mean, they now ultimately breathe through their skin to some degree, in addition to breathing through lungs. So there's a lot of cool elements to that. They're a lot like Yeti Deep Ones at higher levels of Ithaqua worship. And there's no reason why humans can't also do this, because obviously the human interaction with Ithaqua is based around the idea of you sacrificing human, and in turn you get magical knowledge from Big Frog. You're working for Big Frog, and we're here to take you down. Down with Big Frog. We all know it. They're putting chemicals in the water. No, but the issue of Big Frog is that you just, you give him the human sacrifice, he gives you magical knowledge. Well, okay, let's talk about that, and let's talk about building up a real cult of Ithaqua worship. Now, don't get me wrong, the Vormi are very cool elements, especially since when they reach a certain level of Ithaqua worship and they go to Saturn. Saturn is also a planet that, by the way, Ithaqua just casually travels to. Yeah, Saturn is a thing. That deserves its own episode. We do need to do the other planets in Conan, because there are things on the moon, there are things on Saturn, there are things on Mars. There are a lot of things. But we'll keep it focused on what you would encounter in the Hyborian Age right now. And that is that a human worshipping Ithaqua might be a good example for a red herring deep one. And that would be very interesting to me, that they worship Ithaqua, they get closer to Ithaqua, and in addition to learning all these magical spells, they also develop frog-like amphibian qualities. And it would be very easy for someone well-versed in Dagon worship or Dagon cults to be like, wait a minute, I know what you are, and then try to use something that wouldn't actually work on him, or would work on him but would misdiagnose it, and it would still be a good false lead into the larger Ithaqua worship, which, of course, the Frogamoths, oh, man, if you have an all-thief campaign, and fighting the frog spawn of Ithaqua, if you have I love it. And so we have the Vormi, which are more or less a testament to the fact that he lives underground. Ithaqua lives underground. We have the frog spawn, who are more or less a testament to the sort of totem that Ithaqua is most associated with. But we also have now the entities that are incredibly powerful, but also are a testament to his magical abilities and his ability to shapeshift. And actually, before we even talk about the formless spawn, let's talk about his own theorized reincarnation. And again, this could have been a half human, half Ithaqua. It could have been the end result of Ithaqua mating with a human, him playing with his food, so to speak. And that is Kainagathan Zom. And no, I am not going to be able to pronounce that right. I am already terrible. Hyrcania. So there you go. That's me when I talk about Conan. But, you know, when it comes to this shape-shifting form, it does follow a more of a, I would say, when I'm talking about the theory that it's just Ithaqua incarnated, I don't agree with that. I think it's definitely a half-human, because when it comes to Ithaqua, Ithaqua is focused on one thing, and it's eating people. He doesn't eat them in this kind of grand, tormented succession like his frog spawn do. He does it simply to consume. He enjoys endless consumption and eating, and this entity, this kind of undead executioner, this kind of thing that just showed up one day and caused the downfall of an entire city 2.5 million years ago, well, he also enjoyed kind of this, I don't know, playing around. He enjoyed the concept of playing around with different people who thought they could kill him. He would openly show, despite the fact that this entity, that this man-shaped thing could just kill anyone who could beat him, he just showed up for his own executions time and time again, just to prove the sort of fervor of the humans wrong. And I think in that there is a kind of sadism and a desire to demoralize. And I think that from there we can sort of extrapolate what Zom was. And Zom, I do think, really, really was just a half-human, half-Ithaqua. I think he was one of the only examples we get of a demi-old one, you know, something like that. And I really enjoyed the story. All of this is in the Hyperborean cycle, which you should read. Seriously everything I've talked about, including the 7 Gyases, which the Hyperborean Archives just released a new sort of rendition of, which was very, very good, that I greatly enjoyed. And you should check out. It's literally about a guy who insults a wizard to his face one too many times and gets sent on the longest diss trip that you have ever been sent on. He is literally told by every single level of an underground, which by the way is great for world building, by an underground group of different mystics, including serpent men, including monstrous formless spawn that eat their own young, that he's a jerk and that he's ugly inside and that no one wants him. They don't even want to consume him. And that's just how Clark Ashton Smith wrote, because he was great. Because there's all this, not unintentional. It's not unintentional. It's clearly self-aware comedy for the sword and sorcery genre that he was writing for. And Clark Ashton Smith definitely deserves all the credit, not just for creating Ithaqua, but for making, honestly, some of the best stories I have ever read in the shared weird fiction universe of Smith, Lovecraft, and Howard. Now, when it comes down to the formless spawn, which I really want to talk about, this, again, they can take any shape and they do his bidding. They are bound to their master, which is usually going to be an otherworldly entity or a very, very, very powerful wizard, mage, sorcerer. And what formless spawn are able to do is literally take any form. The only way to seemingly beat them is with the Elder Sign, with magic, with any form of magical power like that. But of course, this is a formless spawn, and formless spawn have been adapted into D&D before, and you can easily use them that way. Personally, I just love the diversity of henchmen, of cronies, of worshippers that Ithaqua has. I love that you'd have the human cultists who are desperate for magical knowledge. You have red-haired yetis that sometimes turn into frog-like red-haired yetis that are desperate for his power. One thing I was trying to mention is that when the Vormi do eventually transform to the point where they do seemingly move into being Saturnite Vormi, the Saturnite Vormi are actually cultured. They have an entire mating ritual. They have an entire culture where they have a queen that gets to the point where they mate with some of the best warriors of the tribe, and those warriors of the tribe then are eaten and consumed by her after she takes their seed. And there's just like an entire thing that happens where they grow intellect over the course of worshiping to Tsathoggua. So you have those three already, but then you also have obviously you have the Froggamoths and everything else, and you have the Formless Spawn. You have all this cool stuff running around with this one entity, in addition to, like I said before, basically the Blackreach of the Skyrim that is Hyboria, the much more diverse Skyrim that is the megacontinent of Hyboria, which is Nakai. And Nakai, as I said before, at this time would likely stretch from the kind of entire western half of the underground of Hyboria, if not larger, if not extending into the east, all the way under the Western Ocean. So you think about this, your next door neighbors with Cthulhu. We don't know where Cthulhu is. We just know that he's somewhere in the Western Ocean at this point. But you're underground, you're next door neighbors with Cthulhu, and you're just going about your business as a normal, a normal red-haired Yeti, and then stretches all the way into that very far-off continent, far, far to the west of Mayapan. And so that's definitely what we have when it comes to, Tsathoggua. I think that definitely covers it. Let's move on to Nemain, a.k.a. Morrigan, one of the goddesses that would go on into modern times. Morrigan would be one of the gods Conan himself learned about as a boy before the destruction of his village. A Valkyrie-like figure, she is the goddess of battle panic, said to take the greatest of warriors dead on the battlefield as her husbands. So Nemain in later Celtic mythology will be a very real figure. She is a goddess of battle who picks the best warriors from the battlefield to be her husbands. And Black Dragon Tavern, I can't recommend enough his video on the actual cultural figure. Now, Nemain is actually here because as Morrigan, the name Morrigan, she was mentioned in Phoenix on the Sword. Now, mentioned in Phoenix on the Sword is a big deal just because it's the first Conan video, it's the first Conan story published, and that does ultimately make these gods canon, but you can also tell this was very early. It's when the inspirations for Conan of Celtic mythology were very much being worn on the sleeve, which, I mean, as many people pointed out with Iranistan, the inspirations are worn on the sleeve still, but this was very obvious, and this will actually be the case for Manon MacLear, and I believe one other god that we also have to talk about by the end of this. But we're also talking about Sobek today, so, later mythologies adopting the Conan gods is really what we're here to talk about. But that's effectively what it is. She is a minor god. She is one of the gods that Conan prays to other than Crom. Of Conan's home tribe, this was one of the minor gods. Her main thing is presiding over battle panic and war. She is more or less the tempting goddess of sadistic war that urges you on and encourages you to go forward in battle. And this is just what she does. That's it. Now, we could also integrate the real-world mythology of her, which is what I think was ultimately Robert E. Howard's intention with her, because this is back when he was just straight up, this is just the Celtic mythology, it's okay. Because originally, remember, Conan was historical fiction. Before the Hyborian Age was really written out, it was just going to be historical fiction. And this stuff, I mean, all these different names which different tribes in the area of Samaria likely had for her. She's likely a Sumerian-specific god that was worshipped all throughout there. I'm sure you could spread her around. Like many gods, again, very minor, battle panic, moving on. I know we didn't spend a lot of time on her, but that's it. I deeply recommend Black Dragon Tavern's video. And what he will talk about is the idea that if a warrior is brave enough and strong enough and dies on the battlefield, she will try to make you her husband. In that way, she actually has a lot in common with the Valkyries of Norse mythology. In that way, and I think the concept would effectively be that there are different incarnations of her for each man. So in that way, she might be like an entire race of Nemains or an entire race of Morrigans, who are literally just there to make a warrior man happy in the afterlife by giving him a true war, instead of a war bride, a warrior bride. And basically challenge him even after death to be stronger and stronger in combat and always chase her through there. So that seems really cool, really powerful. So if you like warrior ladies, Nemain, aka Morrigan, is for you. one of the children of Jebel Sog and the father of Minotaurs. Pitior acts as a demonic guardian of marriage to his followers, ensuring male sexual prowess, protection from nightly harm, and the sending of his scariest children against cheating husbands. He is worshipped across Turan, Stygia, and Shem. The entry into Pitior is always going to be a basic fertility cult, and it's easy to find a fertility cult, especially with this god in particular. He's fairly commonly worshipped, and even then fairly commonly worshipped across 3 countries, one of which is very large, which is Turan, another one which is Stygia, which is very commonly featured, and I'm sure will be featured in many people's campaigns, and then obviously Shem, which I'm sure many people would like for its Old Testament references. Now, when it comes to a basic fertility cult, you know what to expect. There are fire rituals, there's this kind of big lead-up to what will likely be something of an orgy, or if it is separated, they have smaller tents they have smaller hippie sex tents, as you may consider. But the real meat of talking about Pitior is, of course, that he's one of Jebel Sog's kids. And I really love the idea of Pitior, because whenever we talk about Jebel Sog, and obviously, if you're watching the larger supercut I'm going to make of all of these later, then you probably already have the section on Jebel Sog. But Jebel Sog's belief, after he, like many dark gods, was sentenced to the outer dark, he coped with that trauma, like all the dark gods cope with that trauma, by saying, okay, this wouldn't happen if blank. And for Jebel Sog, this wouldn't happen if all life was united, and that's why he invented something called the primal language. And this primal language can be spoken by all living creatures, beast or man. And his goal is uniting beast and man as one. And this also extends to plant life, etc., but that's not very important right now. When it comes to each of his gods, each of which it is children, dark gods, they all embody, each of them, their own animal totem. Hanuman has the kind of bull ape, which in Conan is a gorilla aspect. The concept of Jill has the raven and crow dynamic to her. And then when it comes to Pitior here, we have the bull. And in addition to all of those, we also have the werewolf. So going down with all 3 of these, you have Hanuman and his various ape men, who sort of is responsible supernaturally, mystically for, in a way, cursing humanity through their partial relation in DNA to chimpanzees, to apes, to devolve into that when the devolution of humans into ape men happens, no matter how it happens, it is partially due to the influence of Hanuman. And he, in a way, is like a hammer. He is bulldozing through when it comes to this. Jill, on the other hand, is obviously the Air Force. I mean, that's pretty much what she has to offer. We have her own section on that in part 2 of this same series if you haven't seen it yet. But she effectively creates harpies and crow men and these various different entities of bird folk to hunt and kill humans and rip them apart and tear and flay their flesh apart. That's usually what they do to their victims. And both of these together make good frontmen for this system. Let's say you had the forces of Jebel Sog united, and you would have ape men at the gates on the ground, the ape men army, and the air force of crow and harpy people. But then you also have the sleeper agents from within. This is where the werewolves come in. Right, so if we already have sleeper agents in the form of werewolves, and for that matter, his other child, Germanica, with the were-hyenas, though that didn't really go as planned, to the point where I'm sure that Germanica is not, especially since he married into another demon god, he married into one of the incarnations of Derketo, I believe. Yes, he married into one of the incarnations of Derketo. So, I mean, I imagine they don't get along very well. I imagine they don't. Germanica is one of his more forgotten children. But when you have were-hyenas and werewolves, more werewolves than were-hyenas, who act as sleeper agents on full moon nights for Jebel Sog, they will literally just rip out of their own skin in the middle of a full moon night and start rampaging without any control over their own behavior and killing humans. And then in addition to killing civilized humans from the inside, you have the ape-man army and the Harpy Air Force. What role then, after all that lead-up, after that 4-minute rant, after that lead-up, what role does Pitior serve? What role does Pitior serve? What's left for him and his minotaurs and his bullmen? Well, what's left for him is the role of a cultural enforcer and propagandist through marriage. What is the oldest form of military propaganda that exists on the planet? It's the image of a beautiful, half-naked to naked woman who is on the side of the people who are going and killing and going and slaughtering. And what is one of the oldest sexual imageries in all of mythology? Well, obviously it's that of the bull. And what is the main thing that Petior is focused on and associated with? Well, obviously that's male fertility. Now, while bull men are much more common than minotaurs, you have these super space marine looking men without any of the gross tubing or wiring of the space marine of Warhammer 40k. And then in addition to all these bodybuilding men, you would have all these attractive women following them. And this idea of, one, propagandizing. Obviously, the fertility cults are an obvious form of propaganda because, come join Jebel Sog's side, you'll get sex. But in addition to that, you'll also have just the idea that our men are stronger, our women are more beautiful, and of course they hide all the failed attempts at creating bull men. By the way, you'd be happy to know that if you're a critic of Petior, a critic of Sagian ideology like I am, then you'll be happy to know that in addition to creating bull men, most of the king bull mating with women manifestations are gross, weird, inbred, dead infants. And to get a bull man, all these different conditions have to be met, and usually takes a bunch of failed tries to get there. And in addition to that, the women are horribly traumatized because obviously they've been, by bulls and by bull men and by just everything in town, really. So this is actually very evil, but the way it functions in terms of a surface-level propaganda is our women are more attractive, our men are stronger, and then, of course, you have the power of minotaurs. Minotaurs can actually only be created, and we talked about this before. The main reason that through the traditions of the Petior cult, minotaurs are created at all is that the husband has been disloyal to the wife, and the wife is invoking Petior. So this is very interesting that the marriage bond or lover for life mentality exists within Petior worshippers, because that's what the Minotaur is more or less indicative of. But that if you ever cheat on your wife or husband, they will do a ritual to transform a bull into a Minotaur. And this Minotaur will come after you, and it will hunt you, and it will kill you. So this idea of Petior as a cultural enforcer and propagandist, and his cult as cultural enforcers and propagandists, in many ways serves the role of a tempter to come over to the side of destroying civilization. So obviously, Jebel Sog's kids are always fun to talk about, because we have the good side of the barbarian archetype in our main character Conan, don't we? Because he critiques civilization, he comes in and he says no to when civilization is too decadent to get things done. He says no when the legal system is too complicated and corrupt and real justice can't be done. That's when Conan comes in. It's a delicate, in many ways, you would never think of Conan this way, but in many ways, what Conan performs when he meets a civilized society is a delicate surgery of restoring the fallen heroism of the people he is talking to and dealing with. And if they can rise to that challenge, he will respect them. We have several evidences of that. But if they can't, he won't, and he may have to get into conflict with them, and he may kill them on his own journey to do that. That being said, the dark side of critiquing civilization is all of civilization needs to burn. The millions must burn, things of that nature. And that's effectively what this is. Petior is the Chud meme. He is Chud Petior. And if you choose to worship him, you're probably, crazy. That's not good. Our final point on Petior goes all the way back to the straight-up normal minions of the cult, which I really want to have that kind of ancient version of crazy hillbilly people / the hills have eyes / ancient chainsaw massacre, deformed mutant killers that effectively exist in this cult. All the people who have to keep their faces hidden or hidden under hoods or only come to the orgy when everybody is too drugged up to say no. This kind of group of people, these monsters that just exist underneath the surface of this very, very powerful propagandist version of this cult, who have been taught to more or less aid. Like, I would love to see, if the forces of Jebel Sog were united, I would love to see a few of these deformed Pitior mutant children who grew up in this sort of inbred cult aiding the ape men and helping the ape men fight and attack. It would be very, very interesting and very, very powerful. But that is effectively Pitior, and with that being Pitior, let's move on to our next god, Sobek. I've been looking forward to this one. A great old one who will one day hide as an Egyptian god, the obscure Sobek makes his home wherever his cave-dwelling cults may be found. Using the crocodile as his totem, he blesses his warrior priest followers with the magical ability to endow animals with human traits. Knowledge through combat is their way. So the first thing I have to do when talking about Sobek is, without a doubt, recommend to you Eradication, a colleague of mine, one of the only other Conan YouTubers on the internet, and his phenomenal video on this he did a while ago. Ithaqua is actually his favorite great old one, and I was meaning to do these gods, both of them in the same video, a long time ago. I could have done a dedication to him. I don't know why he's not going through anything horrible that I know of. So, just go check out his video. It's phenomenal. It's wonderful. We're going to be covering some of those same points here, but that video does function as a good companion piece to this section of this video. In the same way that Clark Ashton Smith was more or less responsible for the lore that we get on Ithaqua, a writer named Robert Bloch, who would actually go on to write a very famous horror story not connected to the Cthulhu mythos, though you could consider it fan canon, Psycho, a very famous horror story, actually expanded on Sobek very prominently, and he did so in a story featuring Nyarlathotep worshippers and more or less a adventurer or an archaeologist going to this general area and studying this cult of Nyarlathotep. And in it we get a lot of background lore on Sobek, Anubis, and how they were worshipped in ancient Egypt, and from that, how the Sobek worshippers in Conan Exiles and how Sobek would manifest in his cults in Conan Exiles. Why are these alligators and crocodiles so friendly to their worshippers? Well, we know now why, and that is actually something that I'm very excited to talk about. We're not talking about it yet. That's not what we're talking about first. First, we're talking about the cult structure, but we're going to be talking about anthropomancy, which is going to be a very cool, very unique type of magic that seemingly Sobek, Bast, and Anubis can do. Now, Anubis is also confirmed by Robert Bloch, his expansion of the Cthulhu mythos, to be a great old one. That being said, Anubis is not featured enough in any Conan material for me to consider him one of the gods with power in the Hyborian age, that is to say, not having a significant enough following. This is the same reason that Bast isn't featured here. She'll be featured in our honorable mention segment, and Germanica is somewhat also featured in our honorable mention segment. If not, I'll mention him here. The reason we're not mentioning Germanica is that Germanica alone does not really have much lore to him other than he married one of the incarnations of Derketo, which would explain the degenerate behavior of hyena men. That being said, let's move on with Sobek. The unique blend of a Sobek cult is like many great old one cults. They prize knowledge and they're after knowledge, but their fundamental belief is that the greatest way you can obtain knowledge is through combat and violence. It's genuinely a almost Cthulhu-esque riddle of steel, in which the greatest way to learn is by doing. And that's very cool, and this of course heads into great points made by Erad in his video, the cult hierarchy of Fangs, warriors, priests. Fangs are the initiate assassins that have to prove themselves to the cult and prove their loyalty over time and ritual, eventually making it to the point where they are considered more honorable warriors. And then above them, you of course have priests who are skilled in that very, very cool form of magic called anthropomancy. Now, before we talked about the Children of Bast in our All Werebeasts in Conan and All Werewolves in Conan video, the reason we talked about the Children of Bast is that they're very unique. Instead of becoming beasts from a human, they're instead beasts, panthers in the case of the Children of Bast, who become human. And in the case of the crocodiles that are more or less toteming that are toteming Sobek, what we get from them is that their human priests are capable of using Sobekian anthropomancy on the various creatures that associate with Sobek. So in this case, crocodiles and alligators. We'll say that because one of Robert Bloch's stories that expands on them also extends the influence to alligators as well as crocodiles, because it is a story that is featured in New Orleans, I believe. And it is literally titled Sobek. So what we have here is this toteming animal that is blessed through anthropomancy to gain the intelligence and sometimes extra mutations, arms, mouths, etc., of a human. And sort of we get this mutant alligator that is just as intelligent as a human and loyal to the same god as their human partner. And what you have are these warrior ranger barbarians that are in search of knowledge through combat, and these alligator associates, these crocodile comrades that are willing to fight alongside them and slaughter all in their path. And this, of course, brings up an interesting overlap with Anubis, because Bast is unique in her anthropomancy, right? Because we have her children, panthers, who are being turned into humans, and that's her unique anthropomancy. Anthropomancy is literally just the magic of giving. It's what anthropomancy is in writing as well, which is when you give an animal human-like features and qualities. It's Looney Tunes, except it's not. It's very scary Looney Tunes. Bugs Bunny wants to eat your brain. That being said, we don't have examples of that yet. So how anthropomancy seems to work in Conan, because it's a magic we really haven't covered, is that there needs to be a specific animal depicted and totemed, and that totem needs to be associated with a god. And from there, usually a great old one, what will happen is, through the priests of that religion, that animal will then be bestowed with a human intellect, a human level of knowledge, or it's simply the ability to turn into a human, and that each god or great old one, whether it's Bast, Anubis, or Sobek, they fundamentally manifest anthropomancy differently. So I'd be very interested to see how Anubis manifests anthropomancy, to see if he actually does have zombie jackal henchmen. That would be very cool. But when it comes to the creatures that Sobek cultists hang out with, the idea of using an intelligent crocodile as a spy in Stygia, or using him as this kind of... just imagine one of those little baby crocodiles or alligators that make little laser beam noises, and using anthropomancy on them, increasing their intellect, and sending them out into the world. And just using him as a spy. And just meow, 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 meow. And it's just meow, meow, meow. But you know, it's like he starts doing the laser beam noises, but in Morse code. And then it's just relaying information back to you. I think that would be one amazing use for it. But then in addition to that, think of turning a crocodile into something like one of the, I believe, Croxagores is what they're called from Warhammer Fantasy. And just sending a caveman crocodile after someone. So if you want a cool lizard man army that is totally predatory, seeking knowledge through combat, if you want to live out a grimdark version of the Ninja Turtles but with alligators and crocodiles, Sobek is for you. If you'd like to listen to the canon Cthulhu Mythos story by Robert Bloch that confirms all that I'm talking about with Sobek below, you can find it in our source lists. It is The Fane of the Black Pharaoh, 1937. You should find a link to the Horror Babble reading of it. My final note on Sobek would be, much like how totems of Tzathogoa are depicted as simply a big frog, totems of Sobek are depicted as, at this point in history, simply a statue of a crocodile or alligator, rather than, rather than him being a crocodile-headed man, which he would be later by the time of pre-dynastic Egypt. But if you want to include it that way anyway, it's probably very homebrew friendly, especially since his main thing is giving you the power to turn crocodiles into people, or crocodiles into kind of people, or crocodiles into mutant monster people. It's really up to your creative mind. You build your own crocodile monstrosity at home. The final notes on Sobek would be, generally speaking, even though I didn't really put this down in the notes, it's important to remember that him, Bast, and Anubis all worship Nyarlathotep as a teacher entity figure, and Nyarlathotep is actually one of the gods on our list today, and you will be seeing a session on him later, but we also have a section on him in our All Ghouls and Conan video, which is very important since Bast, Sobek, Anubis, and Nyarlathotep are all also gods venerated and worshipped by ghouls. That being said, when it comes to the concept of human sacrifices, because human sacrifices are a theme that runs through the entirety of Conan, and usually this, especially if it's a demon god, which isn't what we're talking about right now, we're talking about a great old one, but if it's a demon god, it usually has the purpose of a general hatred or malice for humanity. Almost all the demon gods take human sacrifices, and it's because they hate humans, so you are glorifying them when you're harming humanity in some way. In the case of Nyarlathotep, as you may have guessed, and if you are at all familiar with this trickster, hyper-nihilistic figure, Nyarlathotep literally finds it funny, so he makes Sobek and Bast and Anubis require human sacrifices later in pre-dynastic Egypt when he is worshipped by them, and in turn, people worship those three. Now, you could do that here, but to the best of our knowledge, that is not, possibly not, the relationship he currently has with Nyarlathotep. That might be later in time. That being said, these are outer gods and great old ones we're talking about. They likely exist outside of time, so we could go ahead and assume that Sobek has that current relationship with Anubis, where Nyarlathotep finds it funny for one of his followers or worshippers to be sacrificed on a pyre or pillar just for the entertainment of Nyarlathotep to see Sobek suffer because one of his chosen few must suffer. That's all. Let's move on to Manon MacLear. Yet another of the minor gods Conan heard about as a boy. At this time, Manon MacLear would serve as an obscure god who presided over ocean, naval combat, and is meant to act as a guide to those born with sorcerous talents, lest they be drowned. Likely a Thurian leftover from the coastal Atlantis in landlocked Samaria, it's easy to see why this god is not popular. Manon MacLear is yet another god talked about on Phoenix and the Sword, and that's why he's here. And that's pretty much all I have to say about him, other than he's the god of ocean and war. I will say, no, there is a fair amount of theory crafting we can do with Manon MacLear, just because he very clearly does, and I put this in the intro bumper to him, which is just, yeah, he clearly comes from Thurian Atlantis as a god, and that's just geography speaking. Because obviously Samaria is landlocked, Atlantis was not. And when we have these two factors put together, bing bada boom, he was likely a probably somewhat larger figure, but not by too much in Atlantis, and then comes here. And because of the nature of Samaria, he's an almost forgotten god, but again, he was mentioned as one of the gods that Conan swore by. And that's very interesting because Manon MacLear is basically a Sumerian god of battle mages, but also the reaction Samaria culturally has to magic is to kill the mage very, very quickly and as soon and as brutal and as violent as possible to not bring dishonor, basically, upon them in the eyes of Crom, because Crom is not a fan of general sorcery. So in the eyes of Samaria, the reason Manon MacLear exists is, I guess, a safeguard. And the only situation I can think of where Manon MacLear would be used, because he is the god of ocean in a country that is landlocked and does not have an ocean, but he is also a god of war. And in that way, he is basically ensuring that if you are someone who, by some random fluke, was born with magical talent. I mean, really born with magical talent. You didn't study for it. You naturally had it in your veins. So there's something about you that's connected to the world. You have basically one option, which is that if you're going to be a mage in a barbarian tribe, you better believe you're gonna be a battle mage, and you will die in combat. And that is effectively what he is. He's making sure that even if a Sumerian is born with magical talent, he will ultimately go into and probably die in war, but as a battle mage. That's effectively good guy sorcery in Samaria, but also not, because, I don't know. Manon MacLear would be an interesting god if you were... It almost feels like Geralt of Rivia. If you were a naturally magic-born person, And that's not how magic usually works in Conan. Usually magic is the end result of people studying it and studying black magic. And even back in Atlantis, eventually King Kull, Conan's ancestor, he does eventually launch a crusade against all dark magic, which ultimately is almost all magic that isn't focused around healing and doesn't come from a divine source. So this very specifically is probably a Paladin of Mitra leftover thing, and it's just very odd. If this section makes no sense, it's because Manon McLear makes no sense, and he is literally only here because he was on Phoenix on the Sword. Thank you very much for listening to this section. Moving on to Thog, who is equally as pointless if I'm honest, but much more fun to play with as a concept. Thog is nothing more than an abomination whose biology seems to benefit the oasis found in several deserts, most notably Stygia. While making plants or fruits grow by dwelling there, he also randomly takes victims from those who chose to sleep in the seemingly inviting place. And that's almost everything there is to canon Thog. When you've hit the bottom of the barrel, you've hit Thog. But what would be fun with Thog is actually homebrewing him to be a race of Thogs. Give him the D&D treatment, because not many creatures are actually deserving of that, because usually it would hurt their image, because a lot of creatures are made less unique by the D&D treatment. But in the case of Thog, it's well warranted, simply because it seems to be a symbiotic being that benefits and helps oases grow in the desert, but in exchange does take human sacrifices, but that's likely part of a normal hunting pattern. It likely hunts humans as well. Effectively, it would be good as kind of an oasis troll. You could rename a Thog to Oasis Troll, and it would be the same kind of enemy and the same kind of monster. It's not even particularly hard to kill for its size. It would be about as strong as a, well, I mean, that's still pretty strong, but a gorilla with tentacles and man-eating plants sticking out of it. That's still pretty strong, but effectively just have Thogs. Instead of Thog, do Thogs. That's my only note for Thog. And that's just that he is an abomination, low-class, ultimately demon god that is too stupid to be really capable of godhood. I highly doubt that he is a god, because fundamentally, this is a creature that clearly was not part of Elder Night. He was not alive during the time before humans took over. He's just worshipped and happens to be worshipped. And again, the only reason he's not in our honorable mention segment is that we at least have a knowledge of how he is worshipped, which is that he actually gets human sacrifices, and the human sacrifices are sent out to appease Thog in what is the most backwards and incredibly stupid attempt at appeasing a deity on this planet, because it's clearly not a deity. It's very similar. I feel bad for Thog, almost. Not fully. It's a monster. But it's similar to the bat demons of Nergal that we're going to cover, because they're just animals. They're just beasts. That's all they are. And you're just letting them run around, and then eventually they get into a fight with a human over a turf war, basically. And yeah, of course they're going to die. Of course they're going to be killed. And so Thog falls ultimately under that. It would take 4 or 5 normal humans, or 2 Conans, or actually just 1 Conan, to take him down, but ultimately that's Thog. A combination of gross plant life and animal life in one sentient creature that does seem to, I think, genuinely benefit Oasis. No proven benefit from worshippers, and that's about it. It's a monster, not really a god, and it's not smart enough to tell the difference between prey that wants to appease it or a normal snack. So ultimately, that is Thog. He's like a far worse version of Ithaqua that offers you no magic and in return for human sacrifices, and you could have literally just given the guy a cheeseburger. Moving on. Likely re-emerging in history is the Greek god Apollo. Ilos is the god of poets, scribes, and harpers across the West, as well as Middle East. Often associated with the sun, rituals to him are done through song at noon or on clear days. Ilos is a fun, commonly used god. He ultimately is the god of poets, musicians, harpers. Very fun concept with Ilos, just because he's always subject to Mitra wherever he goes. He will very likely be incarnated as the god Apollo, and his worship is done in a very easy way. He's always, again, subject to the will of Mitra, which would, again, imply this kind of figure that we would later see again with Apollo, and that slight overlap with Balder. from Norse mythology later in history. And so I just like the concept of the figure, just because people play bards on tabletops. They really like playing bards, and if you want to, well, here you go. When we talk about Ilos, we have to talk about the role of harpers, scribes, musicians. So harpers would be very specific. They're often played at royal weddings, matrimony ceremonies. So you could say in that way, Ilos is also a god of good fortune for romantic relationships. You could also say that various musicians, so he's a god of entertainment, and then he's also a god of scribes. So if you wanted to be Felix, I believe his name is Felix Jaeger from Gotrek and Felix. If you wanted to be Felix Jaeger in this story, you absolutely could. You could be the sort of charismatic bard that worships Ilos and enjoys his life and romances women on the side. And he is also, obviously, as I mentioned a few times now, an extension of Mitra worship. There isn't really much to say about Ilos. You worship him through song, you worship him through doing your act. If you're a scribe, then you worship him on a clear day by reciting scriptures that you have written to the gods, to honor the gods, Mitra and Ilos included. If you are a harper, you honor him in the middle of the day by worshiping through playing the harp to the best of your ability. If you're a musician, no matter what the musician or instrument is, you worship him in the middle of the day by doing that same ritual. Again, same goes if you're a singer or a poet. You recite the poetry, you sing the song. And that is ultimately what he is. He is a god of the arts and the creative mind. I really like Ilos. He's very simple. He's a very good minor god. He is literally used all throughout the Middle East, all throughout the West. In the West, he's more subject to Mitra, but in the Middle East, he can be worshipped as an individual god, likely subject to gods like Erlik, who take the shape or the kind of place of Mitra in these other pantheons. So this is something to look into. And if you're watching our supercut, then you already saw our section on Erlik, but if you didn't, then it's in part 4. A final note on Ilos would likely be his subjugation in general to whatever the culturally dominant deity is, and the most culturally dominant religion is, which would be a really great way to homebrew him into any other setting. So Ilos is basically your catch-all bard god, who is always subject to the will of the most powerful god working, and while this is a homebrew concept in the immediate, just because you'd be tacking him onto a new religion, it would be very interesting to see how Ilos functions in nations that are more or less controlled by dark gods. But then you also have Ilos just kind of hanging around doing his harp and playing his music, because it's like, well, I guess even demon gods like a good song here and there. In Shambhala, the city of skulls, there lies a truly horrific civilization that stands as a testament to the phrase, absolute power corrupts absolutely. For in this Meru civilization, the only law is to obey the priests of Yama, the father of all demons, whose word is final in all matters. Abuse, torture, and all manner of evil is common in the place ruled by the reincarnation of Yama's son, the Rinpoche. Now, when it comes to the real meat of Yama, that more has to do with his worshippers than anything else, and we covered this in 15 more human races and cultures in Conan lore. And the main reason for that is that Yama himself is, while an interesting figure as a dark god, his works, if he was something like a demon being studied in real-life occult demonology, he would be said to be a subtle demon god, because why would you even need to kill humans or torture humans when all they do all day is torture each other? The Meru civilization, which is very specific to the City of Skulls, Shambhala, is largely based around the priests of Yama having absolute authority and control. And they are notoriously, deeply, and insanely corrupt, more so even by Conan standards. And this is a universe where as soon as something becomes decadent, their corruption is almost immediately evident. So we're talking about even more on a cartoonish level of psychopathic corruption, where they are openly committing acts of every horrible thing you could imagine against innocent people, against children, against women. And they're doing all of this under the knowledge that they will not be punished for it. So that is really where the evil of Yama worship comes from. But other than that, let's just enjoy the theology, the sort of dark theology of this demon god. So it has a parasitic cult dynamic, and the escaping from this kind of cult would be very interesting. And the interesting escape from that cult would ultimately inform probably a deeply traumatized character, if you have what it takes to play that kind of character. Because honestly, there are very few settings, there are very few parts of any setting that I would say is too dark. But something about a person who's been abused in the way that Yama cultists abuse children and women is horrific to me, and for that reason I would never use it in a tabletop. I'll be honest with you. The City of Skulls Shambhala sounds cool, but I'd probably homebrew that to be something else, even though this is amazing lore. It's wonderful. So Yama himself is seen as the king of demons. And the king of demons ultimately has a chosen people. The people here ultimately believe themselves to be a master race, to be the chosen of Yama, who were created in his image. And as they were created in his image and created the first man, his son, the Rinpoche, the God King, will inevitably reincarnate throughout his life to rule them and ultimately go on to become the next general king of the society in real life. We do not know if the reincarnation is real. This is one of those times, and I guess we don't talk about this enough in this series, but this is one of those times where Yama himself might not be real. His magic is never seen. His power is never felt, other than the grip and horror of what the Yama priests have turned this into. Now, likely the way this plays out as far as the so-called incarnation of the Rinpoche, the God King, would go, the son of the king of demons, this kind of omen antichrist figure that is being worshipped here. Basically, omen antichrist Buddha, because he reincarnates. Ultimately, he would be found, and it would basically be probably some street orphan, something of that nature, and be used as a figurehead. Because there's no way that they would actually give up the level of power that they have. Ultimately, the Rinpoche is a figurehead, and the real controllers are the priests of Yama, who will go on to abuse and torture and humiliate and kill, and just parasite off of the people of their small, secluded nation. I mean, it really is. I mean, if you want a nation of villains, I mean, just raw bad guys, it doesn't even require demonic influence. There is something that strikes a chord with each of us. I'm sure that I've hit a chord, touched a nerve in this series at some point with one of your personal grievances. And at some point, you know, this, like, I really like or hate this god because it hits on this thing. And for me, Yama is that one. Yama reeks of a real-world cult-like abuse that too many people in really the modern world in general, I don't want to just say America, because there are many cults like this in South Korea. There are many cults like this just in life. The way they form. This is a kind of negative aspect of human behavior that still exists today and preys on the innocent every day of our lives. We don't know. We still really, really don't know how to deal with this instinct and how to stop it from forming. It's a very scary thing. And if you have the very, very poor fortune to encounter Yama worshippers, you have encountered such a cult. My advice, very simply, is to slay them where they stand, as Crom intended. Spoken of in the grimoire, the Book of Dark Winter, Ithaqua was once likely the most powerful Great Old One before being cursed by rival gods to never again access his full might. Now, to bypass this limitation, he seeks to craft an offspring who can surpass him in strength by mating with fertile human women. So what's great about Ithaqua? Well, chiefly what's great about Ithaqua is that we have a clear motive and an understanding of why he is acting in the world. So why is he acting in the world? He wants to create an offspring that effectively he will toxically raise to get revenge on rival gods. And I'll go a little bit into those rival gods. They're called the Pain Lords. Again, like I said at the beginning of this video, there are infinitely more technically canon gods, but gods that just aren't worshipped. So if you want me to continue the list, just give this video a like, a subscribe, and, you know, share it. That's a good time to mention that. But at the end of the day, his main goal is to create effectively the Ithaqua savior figure by mating with the toughest woman he can find. He finds human women to be, for some reason, the key to this. So at some point, a half Ithaqua, half human figure will be born in his worldview and what he wants that will go defeat and conquer a group called the Pain Lords, which I'm not going to get. This is a creation of August Derleth. And August Derleth, people criticize him because he often fused classical mythology with his extension of the Lovecraft the world, his extension of the Lovecraft mythos. But let me tell you, it's a match made in heaven, because just the Pain Lords, like, he's going to go fight the fucking Cenobites. It's wonderful. Now, as for the cults, I honestly think that the Book of Dark Winter is a great touch, since a lot of books and lots of grimoires in this setting are kind of up for your imagination, but the Book of Dark Winter is a very nice touch for Ithaqua. Now, in addition to that, when it comes to Ithaqua's cults, the blood of fertile women, so the blood of women, is a main ingredient in almost everything they do, and they have this very unique culture in Ithaqua cults of creating murals depicting Ithaqua and depicting his great coming made out of paints that have within them the blood of fertile women, so the blood of adult women, really, but also you could say women who are experiencing their time of the month, which is a very gross image. All of this is gross. That's fine. It's a monster. It's evil. It's supposed to be gross. These murals effectively act as an attractant or an accelerant agent for when Ithaqua is summoned. Now, for Ithaqua to be successfully summoned, you need a pretty large cult, almost the size of a shadow country. And if Ithaqua is not successfully summoned, you will likely get one of his many, many followers instead. And this is a great transition into his monsters. First up are the Shantak. I really enjoy the Shantak. They're native to Boria, but they also come from other lands, such as the Dreamlands. However, the ones on Boria do seem to come into various breeds. I've named them Chiroptera Shantak, who look more like bats, and Equestrian Shantak, who have more like a horse-like head and mane to them. However, that horse-like head and mane still comes with a beak. I digress. These two different breeds of Shantak both have the general body plan of wyverns, is something to more or less take away. So it's very cool animal. They're not intelligent, they're beasts of burden, they are designed to be ridden, but they really do add to this feeling of a Lovecraftian barbarian entity. And it's one of the reasons that, well, not one of the reasons, but ultimately I did list, when we do these, common locations of worship, and you should understand what those come from. The Hyborian Age eventually turns into Earth. And so, the areas that will transition into earthly cultures, in this case Mayapan Pictish Wilderness for America, where he is known as the Wendigo later in history, but then Hyperborea and Northern Turan for Antarctica, in which he will be known in his actual name, Ithaqua. But the reason Hyperborea is such a good fit is that Ithaqua cultists would make such a good third faction. You have underground Bori worshippers, which effectively function as the culturally active and culturally activist-like rebels trying to restore the old freedom-loving Viking culture of Hyperborea. You have the certain cultural supremacists of the day. You have the supreme faction of the day, which is the Witch Queen Lo, and her general weird self-worship cult in which she's seen as the queen of all liches and necromancers in the area and sort of a god queen. And then in addition to both of those, where you basically have even though she's not a direct dark god, in many ways she's kind of toteming Derketo. It's not really Derketo because she is kind of being self-worshipped, and also there are several other necromancer entities she could be channeling. This is why it's best to keep her as a concept of a god queen. So you have the evil god queen who represents the dark gods faction. You have the divine gods faction being represented by Bori. You throw in Ithaqua and he makes the perfect great old one for this mix. It's why Hyperborea just works so well as a location for him. Regardless, let's move on to my favorite entities to ever learn about, the Nafke. Polar bears are already pretty formidable foes in any setting. They're the most intelligent form of bear, they hunt humans for sport, and they will track their enemies for miles and miles and miles before consuming them. Now, imagine if you gave a polar bear an extra set of arms, a unicorn-like impaling horn, and also semi-psychic powers and a human intellect. That is the Nafke. They live in the shadows of the snow, worshipping Ithaqua on many different planets, including Earth. They surround and stalk their enemies through the shadows of various snowy forests, waiting for their chance to strike, but because they worship Ithaqua, they're almost fully dedicated to, in many ways, founding an Ithaqua cult. And with many of these entities, you'd have to try pretty hard to summon one of the Nafke, and that's usually how it's done, for instance, the Call of Cthulhu modules using Ithaqua, just because when in the Call of Cthulhu modules, it's a pretty tough enemy to beat, even if you were playing Pulp Cthulhu, where people have more hit points and can do more damage. At the same time, when it comes to the Nafke in Conan, in Hyboria, you can absolutely 100% use the Nafke as a kind of immediate enemy, as a big boss enemy of the cult. In fact, most cults will likely summon a Nafke instead of summoning Ithaqua, because this is kind of the ultimate fake-out. You can almost think of Nafke as pseudo-Ithaqua, who actually have more of an appearance traditional to what people would wrongfully think Ithaqua is. You'll notice on the page graphic I have, he's as much a Yeti as Cthulhu is a cuttlefish, right? He's not. He's not a Yeti. He's more like an interdimensional being, and he actively plays into that. Most depictions of Ithaqua these days, when he's drawn by different artists and fan artists, do depict him as this kind of ghostly, giant-mouthed entity that somewhat is humanoid, but not really. And that's a very good depiction of Ithaqua. But the Nafke kind of represent that traditional, almost Yeti-like image, but really it's more a polar bear with 6 legs that could rip you apart, and also has the intelligence of a human and is religiously devoted to killing what are ultimately fertile women, which is actually very interesting because that leads into one of the things that grizzly bears are actually known for, which is like, and it's, I don't know if it's true or not, but it's like a woman on her period can attract a grizzly bear. Well, a fertile woman can attract a Nafke who will smell that blood, go after it, and spill that blood, and then try to go paint murals on caves and cave paintings to try to attract Ithaqua worshippers and followers, and possibly then go out and do outreach to other, wilderness camping men. It's like, do you want political power? Do you want strength? One of the things that you will get if you are an Ithaqua worshipper is obviously immunity to cold, because Ithaqua will, like all great old ones, he will bless you to be able to further serve him, and the first thing you need is strength to go capture victims, so you'll become strong, almost as strong, I would say, as a bear, if we're using Nafke as the standard. And then in addition to that, you will get immunity from cold, so you can live on Boria. Boria is his home planet, and that's where he kidnaps most of the women from around the universe to go get there. A lot of them are human women, but this leads into another aspect, which is the idea of homebrewing monsters under Ithaqua, just like Shub, just like the Black Goat. This is a very good opportunity for homebrewing monsters, because Ithaqua could, in some cases, be thought of as the male Shub, because what he does is he goes around and he mates with aliens all over the universe, all over the galaxy, and he has many, many, many children with them, many different aliens, so you can, at the end of the day, have a million different snow-based homebrew entities that are just there riding Shantak into battle on behalf of their master. So very cool, Ithaqua. I think we've covered almost everything about him. I can't think of anything else to really go over. Yeah, let's move on to Nyarlathotep, aka the Dark Man. Easily the most personified of the outer gods, Nyarlathotep is a manipulative destroyer of minds and warper of souls for his own entertainment. Known as the Crawling Chaos, he enjoys disguising himself as a thin man made of pure shadow. Acting as a teacher figure to ghouls, he is also venerated as a god by great old ones and humans alike. Now, Nyarlathotep we went over in much better detail for ghouls in our ghoul video, so we won't be covering his ghoul relationship here, but instead be focusing more on how humans themselves, worship him. And of course, you will have ghouls as an ally, and again, we have an entire video on ghouls, but we're not going to be focusing on ghouls here. Here is the time to study Nyarlathotep as he teaches humans specifically. So his incarnation in this instance would be known as the Dark Man, and this is actually another one that we can take straight from Fane of the Black Pharaoh, which is actually also the inspiration for Funcom's design for the Dark Man in the Conan Exiles Age of Sorcery missions where you can find him. The best way I would say to describe Nyarlathotep's mentality is that life is your playground. At the end of the day, he believes that if you have enough power, you should be able to do whatever you want, whenever you want, and I suppose he would like you more if you were entertaining with what you did. And the more chaos you cause, the more entertaining you are. And in that way, chaos as a negative element too. I want to be very clear on that. Nyarlathotep is an entity that enjoys causing suffering and insatiable insanity. So these are things like driving someone mad, sure, but it's also something like we saw with Sobek, right? We saw the idea of him having to sacrifice one of his own followers because it would cause him some form of anguish. Nyarlathotep is called the crawling chaos or the creeping nightmare for a reason. He is a monstrous entity that wants to destroy and corrupt and ruin all that you see, and fear is a beautiful delicacy to him. So, as far as the cults of Nyarlathotep go, again, we talked about Fane of the Black Pharaoh and the importance of that, but let's get into what that says about his cultists. Nyarlathotep human cults are a lot more subdued than the ghoul followers, and in that sense, they have more of a structured hierarchy, usually worshipping within a kind of obsidian pyramid-like structure that can appear and disappear from human sight and then can often be disguised as other buildings. So there's kind of a very good cartoony magic there with illusionists and mirages. So the highest priests of Nyarlathotep are very talented sorcerers, but they're also specifically talented in not just illusion or mesmerism, as it's called in Conan, but also conjuration, and obviously with all the outer gods, the fun part is what you can summon with them. And then under them would be other sorcerers of Nyarlathotep, or followers or learners of Nyarlathotep. Under them would be assassins or foreign agents that go out into the world to make sure the secrets of the cult are kept at all costs. And then under them would be effectively kamikaze shovelhead, banged on the head magic terrorists. And I mean that, magic terrorists. They basically go out on a nihilistic suicide mission to cause as much fear as possible and chaos as possible until they are eventually slain. And in reality, we can assume that especially if Nyarlathotep is giving direct consultation, as he is known to do, because again, most personified of the outer gods, saying it for the third time, if he is giving direct consultation to a wizard or sorcerer on their journey of power, he is likely setting you up in that position, because really, all of you are magic terrorists. But as you go down the line, this kind of position of suicide magic user is fundamentally, more in your face and less talented in terms of trickery. So the lowest form of the cult are people who are literally just sent out to cause fear. One of the reasons that Nyarlathotep is often worshipped alongside Yog/Yog-Sothoth, as well as being worshipped by a number of ghouls, is that he has a philosophy of cannibalism and fear-based madness, making them different from normal sects. So we already kind of went over this, but generally speaking, Nyarlathotep does seek to cause the most fear as possible as a form of entertainment. But in addition to that, he genuinely does believe in consuming those that he kills. And this can be done for one of two reasons. One is to turn you into one of his million favored ones, which we'll talk about later, because he'll do that with his closest followers or his most entertaining followers, meaning people who've caused the most fear may be elevated into that position. But usually it's simply to have this final say and final control over the person. It's done largely out of an instinct and a desire, the same as a person eating a cooked piece of food. And I guess you could say the fear is the cooking of it. And the more soaked in fear the victim becomes, the more delectable and tasty they are to Nyarlathotep. And thus, he expects his followers to have a similar view towards their victims, meaning the consumption of victims, which is also, by the way, a great way to get rid of evidence, I suppose, that you've eaten someone or that you've killed someone, is just you just have bones that you need to crush and scatter instead of a whole body to get rid of. But effectively, that's the way it is. He wants you to cook your victims in fear before inevitably killing them and consuming their flesh to gain some semblance of their power. And it can be easy to see why many of his followers would both be ghouls and be turned into ghouls. Next, revisiting the idea that Set may be an incarnation of Nyarlathotep, we have the niche religion of fringe serpent people who do worship both Set and Nyarlathotep as one entity. Now, this is where the fan theory comes from, and it's perfectly understandable if you don't use it, but Set as Nyarlathotep is one one of the religions worshipped by the serpent folk. So if you do want to use that, you can. If not, totally understandable. Effectively fusing the values together is obviously not hard, as they're almost, not fully, but they're almost the same entity to some degree. Obviously, both all have this kind of crawling element, both have very serpentine imagery associated with them, but when it comes right down to it, I can understand why people would be somewhat hesitant to embrace it. At the end of the day, with Set, I mean, you literally have the slavery of humanity, Machiavellianism, being anti-human as part of his value system. So, it does work, but as far as being the same entity, I can understand why people would want to keep them separate. That's just a disclaimer, because especially if you're watching the supercut, and I have to readdress that on the Set aspect, I almost redid that entire video because of how poorly I conveyed that, but this is the way it is. It's just a fringe Serpent Man ideology. It has nothing to do with the mainstream interpretation of the god. The Million Favored Ones are basically your homebrew of a big bad. The Million Favored Ones have no specific form, and they're best compared to the Apostles from Berserk. The idea of a person who is in a state of complete misery ascending through the use of an external force. But in this case, it would be because you caused the most amount of fear, torment, and destruction. Nyarlathotep found you so entertaining that he wants to see what you would do in a new form with more power. And so you would get your own grotesque, monstrous form based around what he wanted you to do or what you did in life. And I want to stress here that a Million Favored One does not have to be the head priest. It can easily be one of the sorcerers, or just someone who managed to, by whatever means, cause so much fear, harm, chaos, suffering, and disruption to order in a negative way that affects humans poorly, that Nyarlathotep just says, he snaps his fingers and goes, "My guy, my dude, my guy, my bro, come over here. You're getting a cool demon centipede body with superhuman powers, and you can, fart tornadoes, and that's just your thing now. Congratulations. I hope you like it. You've earned it. I have big plans for you." Spoiler, the big plans involve you self-sabotaging and self-destroying, destructing yourself into a failure and being killed by someone else, who will probably elevate after you, because this is all part of his theater, which is just very funny. To him, not to me, though I do giggle a little. Sent to the outer dark before the time of old night for trying to lay with the Queen of the Gods, despite his demonic status, Nurgle remains committed to benefiting life. He pays little care to his demons, allowing them to live as natural beasts, using spectral devils to test the resolve of mortal men. He is popularly worshipped in Shem as a god of testing. Nergal of Shem is very, very similar to Erlik. While Shem seemingly has no official religion to its country, Nergal does seem to be one of, if not the most popular gods worshipped, and it actually reminds me a lot of the House of Troubles from the Dunmer lore of Elder Scrolls, where yes, they worship Daedra, which is effectively the demons of that setting, but they worship them as testers, that these are entities that are designed to be antagonists for them to overcome. And hence we come to Nurgle worship, or Nergal worship. I'll try to pronounce it Nergal because I don't want it confused with the smelly guy from 40k. Now, much like Erlik, Nergal is someone who is sentenced to the Outer Dark before the time of Elder Night ends, that is to say, before the time of the Great War between divine gods and humans fighting demon gods, and the entities that would later become the Dark Gods. Well, for him, instead of being someone who tried to artificially create life, Nergal was actually trying to more or less sleep with the chief god, or the god in question that was currently in control. So we don't really know what the highest god would be. It might have been Mitra's wife, so it might have been Ishtar before the image of Ishtar was corrupted by Shub. So when it comes to the concept of Nergal in this situation, we see him as someone who was championing life, but to a wild, inappropriate degree, and to the point where he needed to be chaste. He needed to be more or less disciplined, and the way he was disciplined was being given this almost artificial state of being a demon god, this artificial sentencing. And I suppose another way in which that Nergal is different from Erlik is that the demon moniker is almost artificial. We count him as a divine god because he's actively trying to improve the lives of humans, as he kind of always was. He's more sympathetic and loyal to his old desires, his old beliefs, as someone who more or less championed life in general. And we see that with his demons, specifically his spectral bats, who were his testing god. So if you have faith of any kind, if you are a righteous man, these devil beasts of Nergal will literally run from you. They will literally run from you. They are afraid of people with heroic faith and people who are willing to self-sacrifice. They're actually afraid of that. His demons are literally designed to test you, and of course he also has tests of strength in the sense that he doesn't really mind his bat demons. He does not control too much of his bat demons, though the bat demons you see in Conan, as well as Conan Exiles, are from his plane of the Outer Dark, and his plane of the Outer Dark largely just would look like a giant cave filled with bat demons and a throne room of him just kind of sitting there like, yep, It's King of the Hill. It's the King of the Hill scene where they're all sipping beer, and it's just him, but it's yep. Okay. All right, you beat him? Ah, good. Good. The Hand of Nergal is actually one of the most famous artifacts in Conan, but you might not know this is actually a testing deity. And this is very interesting because Robert E. Howard found a way to sort of hide the concept of the biblical references he's using, but effectively it is a testing that lasts almost 40 days and 40 nights. It's taken down only slightly to be the length of a lunar cycle and a few extra days, but the Hand of Nergal is effectively a test of kings. It's more or less designed to test the resolve and magical knowledge of a person by increasing their neuroticism, weakening their immune system, and bringing them very, very close to death. It is literally a test to see if you're worthy of being a ruler. And if you are capable of being a ruler, you will be visited by a shadow of Nergal who will bless your ruling of whatever you're trying to do, whatever effort of leadership you are trying to more or less maintain or grow. And they will champion you in the battlefield if you so need. So you will have the power to summon if you can pass the test of the Hand of Nergal. If you don't die from the Hand of Nergal or go mad, the return for that, the return for passing that test is Shadows of Nergal will aid you in combat, and you will likely be a very wise, powerful king. So that's the cool thing about the Hand of Nergal. To describe it, it's an ivory claw. That's pretty much the image it comes with, though you could design it yourself. I would say that personally, and we'll talk about this a little later in this section too, but there's not enough lion imagery associated with Nergal. He's supposed to have the head of a lion, the torso of a man, and I believe the feet of a man, and then the arms and wings of sort of a clawed demon or angelic figure. Briefly touching again on the Shadows of Nergal, the first note I want to make is an aesthetic one. Personally, I think Shadows of Nergal should look more lion-like, in the sense that they should be lion-headed men. And the reason I would say Homebrew depict them this way is that there isn't enough lion imagery to them. It really isn't. There's just all this bat stuff, but you don't know that it's a lion-headed deity. That's really cool as just an aesthetic element. So that's the first thing. But the second thing to note about the Shadows of Nergal is that they will also give you wealth and riches as a reward. So you will now have the wisdom, the resolve, the wealth to raise an army to effectively start a nation. If you fail the test of the Hand of Nergal, you will become a monster or take your own life or simply die from a weakened immune system. But if you pass the test of the Hand of Nergal, you effectively become not just King Solomon from like Ecclesiastes and Proverbs, but you become King Solomon from the Lesser Key of Solomon, where the whole story of the Lesser Key of Solomon is just King Solomon walking around, demon tries to mess with him, and he just says, "Nah, demon, you're my slave now." And then they move on, and that's very cool. So go be King Solomon, pass that Hand of Nergal test. Nergal, whenever you get gods like this, like Crom or Nergal or any of these that just really challenge the person and reward the accomplishment of that challenge, it excites me. I really enjoy this god. Honestly, this is the god I was most looking forward to covering on this list. Now, you also might be wondering, what are the Shadows of Nergal? Well, if you pass the test of the Hand of Nergal, you are. When you die, you will be reincarnated as a shadow of Nergal. Now you see, wouldn't it be cooler to be a lion-headed man than just a shadow? That would be much cooler. But effectively, you kind of function as... It is kind of an apt comparison to say that they are Nergal's angels, I would really say. Because they're shadowy deities. They're kind of, in many ways, almost bound to his service. But, I mean, Nergal's not going to randomly kill you in the middle of the night. That's not how Nergal rolls. He might send a plague that'll test how well you take care of yourself, but nothing you can't overcome if you actually bothered to care and move forward and use an iron will. So that's what Nergal does, and you as a shadow of Nergal would likely be responsible for administering tests, and you would also be responsible for, in many ways, delivering rewards and riches to people. You would also be responsible for, I suppose, in life, you would likely spread the worship of Nergal, because Nergal is the reason you're capable of being a wise leader and king. So again, very, very powerful. I really, really love this god. Alright, so final note for Nergal, even though it would be very, very rare, and I don't think it would be active that very often, he is a demon god, and that means he can have heralds. I can't personally think of a plot hook for a Herald of Nergal, especially since Shadows of Nergal already fill that role. Now, if you don't know, a herald is when a human performs a ritual replacing half of their soul with an aspect of their demon god, effectively turning into a half-demon. Now, the only reason I can think of for a Herald of Nergal to exist would simply be if you wanted to play Goliath from Gargoyles, which is a really cool concept, basically a lion-headed Batman. If you want to be a lion-headed Batman, then being a Herald of Nergal is for you. But a lot like being a Herald of Bente, we talked about that previously, a Herald of Nergal would be more or less in charge of honorable combat. So this is actually another example we might have of an honorable pro-life, much similar to Bente being anti-necromancy, an honorable pro-life herald of a demon god. So in this case, you would be more or less sentenced to hunt down, or instinctively sent to hunt down sort of villainous diseases and plagues, and I guess you defeating the plagues and the demons in question would be the same as though the person in question had defeated the test. Though I like the idea of an honor code being present where you're not supposed to interfere with the test, thus you defeat the sanctity of it, and thus defeating the self-improvement aspect of it, which would ultimately be held very dearly by the Nergal worshippers in question. So I like the idea of an interplay with that. I think the Herald of Nergal would be an interesting, politically relevant figure for Nergal worshippers in general. Play with that as you will. Let's move on to our next god, Gwaler. If you'd like to represent your own demons on the battlefield, you'll need today's sponsor, Ronin Craft. Ronin Craft is an independent 3D model printing service with an excellent customer review score on Etsy. With a specialization in both sci-fi and fantasy, he's your one-stop shop for all your weird fiction needs. Because with Ronin Craft, you can be sure you'll get quality that surpasses any master. Known as the King of Darkness, Gwaler is a classic Satan figure for any Faustian story, as he trades priceless conjured jewels for burned corpse sacrifices that increase his power after the rest of the gods ripped out his jaws before the time of Old Night. So Gwaler is another example of a phenomenal god because he has a simple motive, which is restoring his power, a simple matter of exchange, which is, hey, you want wealth and power? Hey, I want my demonic powers back. Maybe we could make a trade. And it's also a very cool thing because there's always a coming doomsday with Gwaler, because there's always the possibility that he could reattain his old power, he could regrow his jaws, so to speak, and I think that's the next thing we should talk about, even though I don't have it on my notes, is how he was ultimately banished before the time of Old Night. But regardless, there's always the possibility that he could once again regain that title of true King of Darkness and have the powers of both a divine and dark god fused as one. And that's very cool. Now, of course, Gwaler also has another element that I really love, which is that he is clearly intelligent and clearly willing to bargain with humans, and that's always very powerful. I always have more respect. See, he's the anti-Thog. Thog is stupid, poo-poo, you know, he doesn't really understand how to do anything. He just kind of runs around in the oasis and tries to eat people. But, you know, Gwaller, he'll come to you in maybe a dream or maybe the shadows of the night and whisper to you of a deal. And he does really do present that classical demon devil figure, which I really do like for any story as an antagonist. So he has a little bit in common with Araman, in the sense that he wanted the destruction of all the divine gods before the time of Old Night, before any military lines were divided. And the reason he wanted the destruction of the old gods is that one of the ways Gwaller became so initially powerful, one of the ways his jaws, or fangs, so to speak, became so large, is that Gwaller consumed the power of the divine gods of the unknown pantheon that he was originally a part of, gaining more and more strength from defeating them. And this obviously also included animal totems and various other groups. We can move from here into seeing the dress or garb that he informs his followers to wear. And what we have are these long black robes, but over these long black robes we have something that makes the garb very unique for the cult, and that is the leopard skins, the leopard furs that they wear over them. Now, of course, this has to do with the geography of the cult as well, so let's move in to that. I do like the specific areas where Gwaller is worshipped. But before the geography, why leopards? Well, it has more to do with the fact that they are the most powerful big cat in that area to some degree, according to the tribe that was worshipping Gwaller. And when it comes to Gwaller, you need to understand why I was talking about his jaws. The general nature of Gwaller's loss of power literally comes from the fact that he consumed so many other gods that random gods, possibly gods from unknown pantheons, again, like multiple pantheons, came together, ripped out his jaws, and sentenced him down into the dark place. He then used a leopard's jaws, according to some of the myths, though this was in one comic that I'm sorry I cannot find the source for. I have a huge source list underneath for most of what I'm saying. This one was on HyborianExiles.net, and sadly HyborianExiles.net was taken down. But he used a leopard's jaws to reclaim some small bit of power before ultimately using them to communicate and to start his cults and restore his true jaws, his true power, to destroy, kill, and eat other gods for his own gain. Now, when it comes down to the geography, I personally really like anything that expands on the Black Kingdoms, just because we get so little on that. It was clearly where Conan was headed in terms of expansion. But what ultimately happened is that, you know, Robert E. Howard, as any great creative, likely had ADHD and wanted a break from all of his barbarian writings and moved into Westerns before he inevitably, you know, sadly, the tragic end of Robert E. Howard, which if you know about it, you know, it's not something to mention on here. But yeah, no, locations first are Kashan. Kashan is a very interesting country to me just because it has a lot of... It's not expanded on often, though it's pretty fun to deal with, if only because when we're dealing with Kashan, we're dealing with something that has all these border regions. And all these border regions have different extreme cults that need to be more or less looked at for their influence on any kind of, you know, internal activity. For example, you have Punt, so they're right next to the country that is most known for making deals with shape-shifting hyena men. You're right next to Darfar, which means they're right next to the country that's most known for Yog worship. Right next to the Black Kingdoms, which means that there's a lot of unknown cultures. That's always the fun thing about the Black Kingdoms, of course, is that there are so many tribes within the Black Kingdoms that's a lot like the Pictish wilderness, where you have like this high potential for homebrew, and of course their northern neighbors are Stygia. And that's, of course, very fun. But Alcamemnon is the main headquarters of what is generally used for Gwaller worship. Gwaller worship, theoretically, even after Conan's interference, would be reconstituted there. Alcamemnon is a very interesting city because it was actually founded by Shemites. And that's interesting because that's 2 countries over. There's no border between Shem and Kashan, which is very, very interesting. So effectively, Shemite migrants came who already worshipped Gwaller, and that means that Gwaller worship is here in Shem, it's here in Stygia, and it's here in Kashan. But that means they already worshipped them and then founded through Kashans and through Keshanites? Keshanites. We'll call them Keshanites. Kashanians. Kashanians and Shemites ultimately worshipped Gwalaer together in this city, building up a temple of greed. And now from here, because of the very basic setup of what Gwalaer is, what do we know the people of Alcmemnon needed? Well, likely they were a very poor tribe that was surrounded by tribes that were much more wealthy and had much better funded militaries. So what happened? Well, the tribe of Alcmemnon inevitably built up their, not with Shemite leaders and Kashanian followers, built up their wealth by sacrificing to Gwalaer the burnt corpse offering, so the slaying of their enemies, and then burning their corpses in offering to Gwalaer to restore Gwalaer's power in exchange getting priceless gems, which they then used to found a city. This city then slowly begins to be decadent, the cycle in Conan where obviously you have brave warriors and this huge drive to become successful, and success inevitably defeats you. The old strong men make good times make weak men, yada yada. That occurs, and we have a full degradation where there are ape men above the temple. There are just all these things occurring. There are just monsters that have invaded this city, and they control it effectively on the surface, and all the worship is done underground. It creates this wonderful dungeon. Alcmemnon is an amazing adventure location. And then when we move into his worship in Shem, we should assume that Alcmemnon obviously is the core center of it. It's where you're going to find the biggest Gwalaer temple and worship, and likely the biggest statue to him. If you can see the images we have in our page graphic in front of you, these images are from the temple one would find in Alcmemnon of Gwalaer. But if we move into Shem, we should assume probably, and in Stygia, that there is hidden shadow worship. Because, especially talking about Shem, which I didn't expect to be talking so much about in this episode, it's not like Nergal worship, Nergal worship is accepted as, this is a god of testing. This might be a demonic god, but a lot like Erlik, he's there to test you. He's there to bring adversaries against you so that you might overcome them. This is what they're there to do. But Gwalaer is just straight up evil. If you were found being a Gwalaer worshiper, you would likely be executed and tried on some type of court. The same would likely go, no, not for Stygia. And the reason you'd find more acceptance for Gwalaer worship in Stygia is that obviously it's like a haven currently for dark gods. I mean, to the point where currently in Stygia, one of the main political parties is the Acheron revivalists, people who don't even accept the fact that the ancient demon empire of Acheron enslaved humans, and they think that humans just did all that. That's what they think. They think that humans just did all that, and every dark god you embrace ultimately brings you closer to Acheron's prosperity and survival. So it's very interesting to see these three nations and their different takes on the god. You have a wide acceptance in Stygia, you would have in Shem a dark secret cult that couldn't be talked about, and you have in Kashan one specific city, one very specific city, and it is the haven and mecca for all Gwalaer worshippers. And this is actually another thing, by the way, that could be used for an interesting plot hook in a story. You can have immigrants from Shem and Stygia on a convoy to Alcmemnon. You could also have Shemites who are persecuted Gwalaer worshippers moving into Stygia. Because here's the other thing, too. The Gwalaer worshippers, because of how one sacrifices to Gwalaer, despite serving an evil force, and this could be used for moral complexity, do not themselves have to be evil. Because remember, how do we sacrifice to Gwalaer? How do you sacrifice to Gwalaer? Well, it's just a burnt corpse, isn't it? You don't have to kill the corpse. You don't have to murder him. You don't have to stab him to death, though many cults do. So that's always an interesting element, too. How many innocents do they trick into worshipping Gwalaer, which I think would be more a Stygian thing, because that kind of is how Stygia ultimately functions. It functions on that sort of false intellectualism that is used to more or less disguise and justify evil. I think that would be very interesting for a Stygian Gwalaer cult. All right, moving on to our next point. Of course, every dark god has their personal claim to fame, and with Gwalaer we get the very unique, very cool signature mark of his kind of domain expansion, which is not even me trying to make an anime reference at this point. It's literally genuinely like an expansion of his domain. So how it works is this. Every single time a cult sacrifices another corpse to Gwalaer, his influence in the area becomes stronger. When this plus shadows are found, Gwalaer will begin organically, slowly making these shadowy sort of stone-like statues in the background. They'll begin to organically form. And what will happen is the darkness more or less encompasses the area. If you literally just leave it alone like a cocoon, the shrine you have to Gwalaer, what will start to surround that shrine are sort of soldiers that will likely protect the cult. And these are very interesting soldiers, because the way Gwalaer's domain works is effectively through a unique, very unique type of shadow magic. It is not the manipulation of shadows, I can't stress that enough. It is actually the manipulation of things in accordance with whether or not light or shadow is on them, and it's designed to be a trap for humans and mortals who try to attack them as well as divine gods. And actually, when you understand that Gwalaer's origins have him specifically being angry with divine gods more so than mortals, and many divine gods having light attached to them, it becomes very, very, powerful and very, very obvious that this was originally designed as a technique and strategy to deal with divine gods. How it works is this. In the shadows, these stone statues are merely stones. They are golems and gargoyles. They can look like anything. Sometimes they look more like Gwalaer's demonic form. Sometimes they look more like humans. It really doesn't matter. But they will stay in the shadows forever. But as soon as any light whatsoever is shined upon them, that can be the light of a torch, the light reflecting off of a human eye, as soon as they're seen, a lot like the weeping angels from Doctor Who, they come to life with a vicious intent to kill all life that is around them, that is not Gwalaer. Sadly, this does include his subjects, but what were you expecting from a god that fundamentally desires the destruction of all divine gods and an influence of his power? There isn't too much control over these because they do seem to function a bit like automatons in a way. They do have a little bit in common. I know someone's going to ask this. They do have a little bit in common with the golems we see in Conan Exiles, but I think the golems of Conan Exiles are probably an extension from a Dark Horse original storyline, and that from there, that's kind of what they took, but it's also heavily inspired by Frankenstein and Conan Exiles. For my final note on Gwalaer, I'd really love to see an origin comic for him, because I really like this idea of him experimenting with crafting and with growing his metalwork and jewel crafting over time, because at first he creates these stone soldiers, which act as basically booby traps for divine gods who might want to finish him off, right? Because at this state he would be in a horribly weakened state, but over time he sees human society, he sees that they really like wealth, and he begins to try to craft jewels, but obviously initially he wouldn't try for jewels. What's the most commonly used human currency in the Hyborian Age? He would likely be trying to use gold. Well, of course, what would happen with gold? Well, obviously gold reflects light very easily, so it would just come to life and start killing things, so it wouldn't work. But the reason the jewels work, and this is my own theory on it, because this also informs the nature of his magic, what you see with the jewels is that, of course, the gems are clear. They reflect light. They are internally clear. Light passes through them. Light passes around them. So they're always technically living and not. So that's always very, very good, and they can just be conjured in the shadows and traded in the light. It's very powerful, and it's very different from the stone statues, which do not reflect light, which work far better for keeping in the darkness, and then boom, booby-trapped, and you're screwed. Moving on to Yajur. Kosala can seem like a paradise for merchants, warriors, and mages alike. However, this comes at a high cost. While the worship of the divine god Asura gives the people their moral compass, the allowance for sorcery, as well as great farming, is the result of sacrificing strangled foreign children to their blood god, Yajur. Now, Yajur was something that I was very sad I didn't talk about in my 15 more cultures in Conan, partially because that's just designed to be a brief overview of the different cultures, and in this case Kosala, which really does have Yajur as a unique element. And the reason Yajur is a unique element is that while some people consider him to be a war incarnation of Asura, at the same time, we do have several confirmations from various different, Mongoose publishing books, various comic books, that Yajur is a separate entity that more or less watches over very specifically the cultural and environmental prosperity of Kosala. So things like getting good farming, getting good weather, getting a lot of wealth, and also allows for their cultural allowance of sorcery. And how that is judged and how that is used is always weighed against the practices of Asura, and that's why we obviously just have the Asura page in that, bottom right corner with the Yajur information. It's a very culture-specific deity and would almost go in the honorable mentions or minor gods section if it did not play such a big role in the culture of Kosala, which many people like and many people have come to me asking for more information on because they really like the idea of a culture that really does allow for battle mages. I suppose the two things to focus on with Yajur is, one, it's a demonic god that is okay with being worshipped alongside a divine god, which is a very interesting element because in most cases, dark gods are fundamentally vindictive both against divine gods and humans. And then two, the fact that it is ultimately sacrificed to in a very specific way. You might be familiar if you're a Warhammer fan with the phrase blood for the blood god, usually referring to the chaos god Khorne. Well, Yajur is a different kind of blood god. It indeed does not want the blood to flow, no matter from where. Because when you sacrifice to Yajur, what you want to do is strangle the victim and make it so that as much blood as possible is kept inside the body. The idea is that after death, the blood is consumed by Yajur, and this blood in turn goes into harvesting crops and making clean water, which comes to the concept of who is sacrificed to Yajur. And this is actually very interesting because when it comes to the dual practice of Asura and Yajur, a different kind of sacrifice has been enacted. The strangling is something we will get right back to, but there are also sacrifices made of couples in which they are tied and bound together and then burned alive. Now, burning might be familiar to you because it's the way the dead are dealt with in the parent culture country of Vendhya. And Vendhya burns the dead to prevent necromancers from using them for their vile experiments, a very reasonable concern in the Conan universe. When it comes to the burning sacrifices, this seems to be them taking in a Soran tradition and using it to ultimately venerate Yajur, the idea also being that the burning prevents bleeding, and so you have this kind of ultimate theology intrusion into Yajur worship, which is very interesting to me. And also, of course, we have the example of some women, some wives, choosing to die with their husbands in Vendhya through the same burning, but this is forced on them in Kosala. Now, in addition to that, when it comes to the strangulation elements, well, who is strangled and why? Well, primarily the people strangled to death as sacrifices are the POWs of Kosala, so anyone they have gone to war with, criminals, people of that nature. But in addition to that, we also have the examples of darker cults of Yajur existing outside of Kosala. These are usually very small elements, usually very small cults and practices in which people are very talented sorcerers, but ultimately will strangle everything from men, women, children. It becomes a full-fledged dark god that I suppose is viewed as something of a necessary evil for the culture in question. But there you have it. There is Yajur. I don't really have much else to talk about them other than, I suppose, the unique mentality of Yajur. Again, he's okay with being worshipped alongside a divine god. This is usually something that is seen as something very hostile towards dark gods because, you know, these are the people who helped sentence them to the Outer Dark. That's what it is. Every time you're venerating a divine god, you're saying they were right to sentence them to the Outer Dark, to what is effectively hell. And he's just like, yeah, you know, it's cool. I get my sacrifices, you know. Asura's teaching people to be nice, whatever. Maybe, you know what would be nice? Because Yajur is never personified. We never get a personification of Yajur or a depiction of Yajur. What would be nice if maybe Yajur was converted to Asura worship? Something along those lines, but that's just theory crafting. And now let's move on to our honorable mention segment. This is our honorable mentions list, comprised of those gods who we do not have enough information on to expand on at this time, but do exist. Bass the cat god will one day be worshipped by more than just werepanthers and ghouls, but for now is simply one of many yet to be venerated by mortals in any large number. This is also true for the rest of the specific ghoul pantheon, which we went over in our Ghouls and Conan video. My personal favorite of that lot is Baut Zuquamag, who is like Nurgle, but for Migo. Another Egyptian god, confirmed to be exactly like Sobek but for jackals, is Anubis, who is a great old one. The Golden Peacock is a cult never touched on that, from its name, is likely a wealth and fertility god centered in Shem. Anu is the cultural god of Ophir, which wants the Roman-inspired culture to stay intact, but it's simply an extension of the usual Mitra worship found in the area. Wakana is a minor goddess of healing, worshipped in the Polish-inspired culture of Brythunia. Nebthet is the Puntish name for Derketo that is represented by an albino woman with a skull rather than the usual imagery. The Black Mother was an abomination, worshipped as a god by a small gang-like cult of Tyrannian outlaws dispatched by Conan. Harkut is a hawk-headed sun god that was cast away along with Ibis, which was the Stygian incarnation of Mitra, and will likely later re-emerge as the ancient Egyptian god Ra. Al-Kir is a minor demon god in Ophir who demands sacrifices of virgin women in a stereotypical fashion. Shub-Niggurath, while later being adapted into Marvel canon, was originally side-mentioned by H.P. Lovecraft himself before being stolen. All he desires is to be summoned and speedrun, to the best of his ability, the heat death of the universe. The same is also true for Hoggoth, the Great Old One, who takes the form of a giant tiger. He champions animal life, including humans, obsessively for an unknown reason. Jagta-Noga is a demon who figured out how to gain power by entering other dimensions of the outer dark and hiding there. He has the personality and strength of a common human thug, despite being intelligent, and merely seeks to kill whoever he wants and get whatever he wants. While he may think of himself as a god, he doesn't have the vision for it, leading him to be a Saturday morning cartoon villain in a universe far more twisted than himself. His current hobby is tormenting Pictish tribes, which he has done since the time of Kull, when the Picts were much more advanced. The Kalamtu trees are simply large demon energy-influenced man-eating plants worshipped by the Amazons who neighbor the Black Kingdoms. Men are fed to them to keep them happy in an ancient ritual that gives the women the ability to grow stronger and more powerful than their men, allowing for their subjugation. Finally, Astaroth was a powerful demon not to be confused with a demon god who convinced a small cult to worship him. His final cult was dispatched by both Conan and Belit during Conan's pirate days. As an added bonus, I'd like to answer a question from a user aptly named for this series, Conan. Do the Hyperboreans worship any gods other than Bori? Specifically, the current evil ruling class of sorcerers. I tried to look through the Modiphius book on gods and cults, but they only have Hyperboreans as Bori worshippers, which I know from your videos is basically underground and outlawed by the ruling caste. As necromancers, I think they may be Derketo worshippers, but that isn't in the book I have. Maybe they're just apathetic to the gods? If the answer is going to be in a future video, don't spoil it though, just let me know. Don't worry, you're not wrong in any way. Yes, Derketo worship would probably be something that would be found there, but think in terms of a Hyperborean-centric decay. In the case of Hyperboreans, the modern gods there are apathetic, and the Witch Queen is effectively worshipped as a goddess. It's not an unapt comparison to say that the Witch Queen of Hyperborea is like an e-girl, and her army of simps are literally necromancers and zombies, brain-dead and heeding to her every word because of what a powerful necromancer she is. She is the most powerful Twitch streamer on the planet. Finally, as a teaser, if you'd like to know what the pantheons of each of these gods are, or how they're arranged in each country, then you should check out our next series that we're doing, All Cultures in Conan. We'll probably start with either Aquilonia or Stygia, but then we'll move into Vendhya, the Black Kingdoms, as well as Katai. In short, the entirety of Hyboria will be explored. Rest assured. Thank you for watching once again. Have a lovely night, have a good sleep, and please come back for more. If at all possible, watch the video on loop.